guys. So now we are going to do the dog park murder trial. And nobody jumped over. Yay! Yay! I was going to say nobody jumped over her with me. Everybody was with me a minute ago at Karen Reed. Okay. I just noticed that they are doing closing arguments already. And we haven't even got to the defense's case in chief. So let me see where it went. I had it ready to go. But you guys know me. I think I'm prepared, and then I'm not. I swear I made a thumbnail for this. I swear I did. But it didn't work. Well, dang it. Oh, there it is. Okay, this should be after lunch yesterday.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Ugh. Lost audio again.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Good afternoon. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
My name is Kimetha Wolfley. It's KIMATHAWOLFLEY.
Now, Miss Whitley, do you go by another name?
I go by Kim.
Okay. Good afternoon, Kim. How are you?
Okay.
Okay. Now, do you know someone who went to West Dog Park who went by the nickname Walt?
Yes.
Okay. How did you know Walt?
Going at the same time at the dog park, we kind of like would sit near the same area and start talking, and that's how we started our friendship.
Okay, so you said friendship. So what was your relationship? What was your interaction with Walt?
Friends, friendly, talked a lot. We even met outside of the dog park as well as our friendship progressed.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to pull that microphone a little bit closer to you. There you go.
Okay.
Now, this dog park, were there a lot of people at this dog park? Were there regulars at this dog park?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Was there a social clique or a group of friends at this dog park that you would routinely see when you're at that dog park?
Yes.
Now, how long were you going to the dog park as of February 2nd, 2024?
Prior to that, I was almost going every day, but then my dad had died in 2022, so I hadn't been going every day because I would be going, if I wasn't working, I'd be going back to Citrus County.
I'm sorry. So for a few years?
Yeah, several years.
Now, was one of the men that was part of this group someone that you knew that went by the nickname Deck?
Yes,
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
yes.
Can you point to him and identify him by an article of clothing?
He's wearing a gray blazer and white t-shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, did you know Deck or had you interacted with Deck before?
No, only at the dog park.
Okay, so you only interacted with Deck at the dog park.
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell me that initial interaction between you and Walt and Deck? How was that like when you first met him?
Friendly when you get to know somebody for the first time, friendly interaction, like, hi, how are you? How are things going? That kind of thing.
So it was cordial. It's just
Yes.
people hanging out with their dogs at the dog park.
Yes.
Okay. But at some point that changed, right?
Yes.
Do you remember why it changed?
They would start talking about different topics and they would have heated discussions, sometimes yelling at each other.
And do you mean by Walt and Deck?
Yes.
And what kind of things were these disagreements between Walt and Deck?
Politics, like, vaccines, like, Trump versus Biden or COVID, abortion, you name it, that kind of stuff.
So, as you said, there was a lot of stuff going on regarding politics. Did this all kind of start after the pandemic in 2020?
They would have heated discussions even prior to the pandemic, if I remember correctly. And then, obviously, we were all out of not going to the dog park and then coming back. Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you had to describe sort of conservative, liberal, left or right leaning, how would you describe Deck and how would you describe Walt?
Deck is conservative, right wing, and I'd say Walt was liberal, left wing.
Now, these disagreements that you've been describing that were going on with Walt and Deck, how were they playing out? How long were they playing out for? Months, years?
Months, several months.
Now, were these arguments every once in a while, or did they become more and more frequent?
Like at first they were kind of frequent, and then they started not being as frequent.
Why did they stop becoming as frequent?
Because Walt didn't want to deal with the yelling.
And that leads me to my next question. You say during these arguments, how did Deck behave during these arguments?
Aggressively with his voice and yelling and raising it.
Towards Walt?
Yes.
Now, you would normally sit at the entrance of the pavilion?
Yes.
Okay. The pavilion, that's basically a structure with a bench under it.
Yes, has a picnic table and a bench.
And was there several people that hung out at this pavilion?
Yes.
So, you said that Walt didn't want to deal with this anymore, right?
Correct.
So what did Walt do so that he could stop dealing with it?
He started sitting at a separate picnic table several yards away from the pavilion.
Okay. Now, when the other people of this social group saw this, what did the other people of this social group do?
We started sitting at the other picnic table.
So everyone that used to hang out with Walt and Deck at this pavilion left that pavilion and went over and hung out with Walt.
Yes.
So when this occurred, was the defendant basically almost ostracized from the social group?
Yes, he was by himself.
So how did Deck react to this?
From what I was told, he not.
Without
Interesting.
telling me what other people told you, what you personally observed, what did Deck do to this
He
change?
just stayed at the pavilion by himself.
Did you see a change in his manner?
He just seemed quieter, more like withdrawn.
Now, did you personally ever have an interaction with Deck?
Yes.
Now, what were those interactions like? Did those interactions?
Yes, there's like when he said, "You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about." And other times, if he was talking, I just kept my mouth shut.
Now, did you confront him at one point?
About that conversation,
Or just any, did you confront him about words that he was saying about Walt?
no, because I would. The only time was when he had come up to me and called Walt a faggot to my face. Yes, but prior to that, no.
So you've heard Deck use homophobic slurs about Walt, is that correct? Okay. Now, and you can stop,
Yes, I said, "Do you really have to use that word?"
and what did he say?
He's like, "You know what? You two deserve each other," and he walked off.
Now, without giving me an exact number, how many people do you think are sort of regulars at the park?
At least like 6 to 8.
Now, without telling me what people said, you guys talk with each other about what's going on, of course, about dogs and stuff, but also about what was transpiring between Walt and Deck.
Yes.
Did you have some general idea what the reputation of the defendant was amongst the people who were the community at that park?
Yes.
And what was that reputation?
That he was aggressive, very hot-tempered individual.
Was he threatening?
Like physically, not that.
Verbally?
Verbally, yes.
Now, what you described, was that consistent with the other people in the park that were there with you?
Yes.
Now, I want to make this clear. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I want to hear what you say. Would you describe Deck as homophobic in the way you use words?
Yes.
Now, at some point in time, did you receive a video from Walt?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you aware that video is a part of this case?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you the one that Walt sent a video basically describing that he was told by the defendant that you're going to die, you're going to die?
Yes.
Okay. But you didn't originally watch the video when you received it, correct?
Yes.
Why was that?
Because he would send a lot of hello videos, and I just thought that's what it was. And plus, I had been working the night before because I work night shift.
So when you first got the ping on the phone, you just thought it was another message.
Yes.
But when you opened the message, you found it very concerning.
Yes.
What did you do when you received that message?
The original text after the video, I told him that he should start videoing any threats that Deck was making towards him.
Now, at some point, did your work schedule change and you weren't going to the park as often?
Not that I wasn't going to the park as often, I was going later.
So you didn't see the group as much as you used to before?
Correct.
Okay. But had you been aware, I know you already talked about the arguments and conflicts, but had you been aware of a growing animosity between the defendant and Walt?
Yes.
Now, I know you just talked about a text to Walt. Did you say anything to the victim about things he should try to do to mitigate the aggression or diffuse the situation, anything like that?
Not in any particular, no.
Did you ever see any direct actions, I mean verbal or anything between the defendant and victim?
In regards to,
Just heated arguments, anything like that?
yes.
Can you describe, was the defendant heated, aggressive towards the victim? Were you concerned for the victim?
Physically aggressive, no. Verbally aggressive, yes.
And how was he verbally aggressive?
just like you don't know what you're talking about, you're an idiot, you know, that kind of thing.
Now, when Walt and Deck got in that moment when things got heated, was Walt ever violent to Deck?
No,
Did Walt ever get hostile to Deck?
no,
Was he ever threatening?
no.
Okay. Now, can you describe Walt to me? How is he as a person? Is he angry, mean, peaceful? What would you describe
I would
Walt?
call him peace loving, he always try to, you know, keep a level head. And if there was ever a conflict, he's like, you know, try to settle down. He was funny, he was eccentric, he was sarcastic, didn't have a mean bone in his body.
So Walt wasn't one to be quick to anger.
Correct.
Mom, to confirm, Your Honor?
Yes.
State passes the witness, Your Honor.
Cross.
You and Walt were great friends.
Yes.
Would you say, and I mean this in a friendship type of way, you loved Walt,
Yes.
consider him family.
Yes.
And I assume and imagine that when Walt passed, that you were deeply affected by that,
Yes.
angered,
Yes.
and blamed Mr. Radford for that.
Yes.
And it's your belief that Mr. Radford murdered Walt,
Yes.
and you'd like to see him pay for that.
He hasn't going through, yes.
You'd like to see him be convicted for Walt's death.
Yes.
Would you say you hate Mr. Radford?
Yes.
In fact, you were very upset that Mr. Radford wasn't arrested immediately.
Yes.
You were very upset that he wasn't arrested within the first week.
Yes.
This leads all the way up to the 37, 40 days, whatever it was, up until his arrest. You were angry about that.
Yes.
In fact, throughout that time, you were emailing the detective, the lead detective on the case, Detective Harrop, periodically about the case.
Yes, I gave my statements and the videos that Walt had sent me, and even text that Walt had sent me. I sent him screenshots.
Do you remember when you sent Detective Harrop the video that you just discussed with Mr. Chambers?
Yes, it was Monday. I believe it was the following Monday. It was either Monday into Tuesday morning.
So 3 or 4 days after the event.
Yes.
Not a week later, right?
No.
Not 2 weeks later.
No.
And did Detective Harrop acknowledge that he received it?
I don't remember if it was right away or not.
But you sent him that video within 3 or 4 days of the shooting.
Yes.
If I understood you correctly, you testified that up through sometime in 2022, when your father passed, and I'm sorry about that, that you were going almost daily
every day. Yeah.
to the dog park.
Yes.
After that, and because of work, you kind of cut back on the frequency of your visits to the park?
Yes, because when I had my days off, I would go back to my mom's house.
And you only knew Declan from the dog park?
Correct.
Although I understand you became friends with Walt and stayed in touch when you weren't at the dog park, you met Walt at the dog park as well.
Yes.
Is it accurate of me to say that on many occasions, if not most, that Walt would get to the dog park before you?
Yes.
And it's your understanding that Declan was usually the first person to get to the dog park every day?
Or at the same time, about the same time as Walt did.
So a majority of the interactions between Walt and Deck would have taken place without anybody there.
Yes.
And that would include the Darlingtons, right?
When Darlingtons would get there on Saturdays, I believe they got there early too.
But just one day a week.
Correct.
And what I'm just trying to get at here, and I know you I think we're almost there, is that as far as you know, there was quite a length of time on the days Walt and Deck were at the park where it was just Walt and Deck, nobody else, as far as you understand.
Correct.
So anything, whether it be aggressive or mean-spirited or a homophobic slur that Mr. Radford would have said to Walt wouldn't have been witnessed by anybody else, correct? Under those circumstances.
At the times that they were there together,
Alone,
alone,
right? And the same could be said that if Walt threatened or riled up or tried to get under Mr. Radford's skin, there'd be no witnesses to that either.
correct, if it was just the two of them.
Throughout the time that you knew both Walt and Deck, and the times that you physically at the dog park with both of them, did you ever witness any physical violence that Walt perpetuated on Declan?
No,
Did you ever witness any physical violence that Declan perpetuated on Walt?
no,
You testified to scratch that. You said that after the group kind of ostracized or splintered away from Declan, that he seemed quieter and more reserved when he was alone, away from you guys.
yes,
Mr. Chambers asked you if in your group of 6 to 8 people, Declan had a reputation of being aggressive, and you said yes.
yes,
To be clear, though, and to be fair, when you say aggressive, you're talking about you never found yourself in a position to witness any behavior that would have prompted you to call law enforcement, right?
correct.
Any behavior that placed you in fear that, because had you, you would have called them.
Yes,
And I imagine the same would have been applied if Walt was being violent or aggressive against anybody, and that you witnessed it, you would call the police as well.
correct.
But you never witnessed anything that rose to that kind of level.
Not physical, no.
And so the reputation of being aggressive, we're not talking physically aggressive, you're just talking verbally mean.
Correct.
No violence.
None that I was witness to.
How many years did you know Walt and Deck, would you say?
I want to say at least 2019, 2020.
So up through February of 2024, we're talking 4-ish years, give or take?
4 or 5, yeah.
And in that 4 or 5 years, you never saw any violence from my client, Mr. Radford.
Correct.
How well would you say you really know Mr. Lay? Walt?
I would say very well.
Now, Mr. Chambers asked you something about if Walt was peaceful or violent, or that might have been your response, but you said that Walt was peaceful, he wasn't aggressive.
Correct.
Did Walt ever tell you that he might tackle or fight Mr. Radford?
No.
Would that surprise you if that's something that he said to somebody?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that we don't always know people as well as we think we might, right?
Correct.
We can't be inside their head.
Correct.
The video that Mr. Lay sent you watched it once you realized that you had received it, right?
Yes.
And you thought it was important for Detective Harrop to have,
Yes.
so you got it to him immediately once you located it.
Yes.
And as you understand it, that video is alleged to have been recorded roughly around 8 a.m. the day before the shooting.
Correct.
That's your understanding?
Correct.
What Walt says in that video is that Declan told him that he was going to die, right?
Yes.
Did you believe Walt?
Yes.
Did you think Walt was scared?
I don't know what he was thinking, but he was probably scared enough that he had to make the video. So I can't speak for him.
Are you aware that a text message was located on Mr. Lay's phone where roughly 5 hours after he recorded that video, but before he sent it to you,
Mhm.
that he texted Sue Jones? Do you know Sue Jones?
Yes.
She's somebody that used to go to the dog park.
Yes.
And as I understand it, she kind of moved some distance away and their dog park just wasn't convenient anymore.
Well, where she lives, she can't even have a dog, I believe.
Are you aware that Walt sent Sue Jones a text roughly 5 hours after Mr. Lay purported in that video that Deck threatened him?
I didn't know at the time that had been sent, but I do know now.
And you do know now?
Yeah.
Do you agree with me that that text directly conflicts with the threat that Walt claims was made to him that morning?
I wouldn't, like, what do you mean conflict?
Well, what do you take the video that he sent you to be? Do you take that to be a threat on his life?
Yes.
And so if Walt 5 hours later said, he's crazy, he doesn't have anywhere else to go, he doesn't really intimidate me, I'll keep you posted. I thought if he blocks my path again, I'll try to tackle him. He's really older than he looks, he's weak and feeble, I'll keep you informed, this weekend should be drama. You'd agree that the tone and message itself are just polar opposites of one another, right?
Well, in the text, he sounds like he's just being sarcastic.
Okay, well, what does this weekend should be drama mean to you?
That there's probably just going to be talk about what happened, any interaction that would have happened between the two of them.
Okay, so you don't think that when somebody says, I'm going to try to tackle him, he's weak and feeble, he's older than he looks, followed immediately by this weekend should be drama, could be, I'm not saying is, because you and I can't place ourselves in Walt's mind when he sends it, but could actually mean that he intends to get physical. You'd have to agree that it could be that.
No.
Sustained.
Are you aware that Walt knew about Mr. Radford's physical ailments?
Yes.
Okay, so you were aware of those as well.
Yes.
You were aware that Mr. Radford, Declan, had major shoulder issues, arthritis, bursitis. You were aware of that.
Yes.
Was everybody at the park?
He would tell people about how he was feeling at the park. Yes.
Did he had knee replacements?
Yeah.
So this would be information that
He was aware of. Yes.
for years you knew the two of them, never any physical violence between them.
Correct.
You received, do you remember what time Walt texted you that selfie video?
It was before 8 a.m., I believe.
The next day or the day of the shooting?
No, you're talking about the selfie video you sent me.
Yeah, what time did he send it to you?
I think it was before 8 a.m. on Thursday.
On the 1st.
Correct.
So if the detective testified that that video wasn't recorded until 8 a.m., how would he have sent it to you before 8 a.m.?
I don't remember the exact time. I think it was at 7:59. I'm not technically, knowledgeable about that kind of stuff.
Now, the truth is that both Walt and Deck riled each other up, right?
I would say yes.
For whatever reason, they had different ideologies, right?
Yes.
And it would be fair of me to say that, in your opinion, Declan said things to rile up Walt.
Yes.
And it's also fair, and you'd be equally candid in telling the jury that Walt said and did things to rile up Declan.
Yes.
You'd agree with me that being disrespectful, a jerk, an asshole, those in and of themselves are not criminal in any way, right?
Correct.
That standing in front of somebody and blocking their path isn't a crime, right?
If you're physically touching them,
Without any physical contact, standing in front of somebody or blocking their path isn't a crime. You'd agree?
correct.
Did you ever reach out to anyone besides the sheriff's office about your disdain for a lack of arrest in this case?
Yes.
Who else?
The newspaper,
Which newspaper?
Tampa Bay Times.
And what was your correspondence with them? How many times did you reach out?
Just the one time on via email.
And expressing outrage over the fact that an arrest hadn't been made?
Correct.
How long after the shooting was that?
I want to say Sunday, I believe.
Are you aware, or was there any type of organized effort to reach out to the sheriff's office, the state attorney's office, or the newspapers or the media kind of over your outrage?
Relevance, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you give any interviews with the media about your feelings?
Relevance, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Could we approach Ryan?
Yes.
Ms. Wolfley, let me clarify. Did you ever reach out to the media in an effort to give interviews about your feelings about this case?
I reached out to Tampa Bay Times. Other people talked to the media, and then some contacted me and asked if I would do interviews.
When you say some contacted you, are you talking about other friends or media outlets contacted you?
Media outlet.
Did you give any interviews?
Yes.
How many?
I want to, because there's NBC, I think Fox, ABC, and WFW Channel 10. I forget the actual station. I believe those 4 news outlets here locally. Oh, and then there was the People magazine article I did as well.
So you did a People magazine article as well.
Yes.
Proximity to time from the shooting. When are we talking about here?
I think it was like within a month, give or take.
So before Mr. Radford had been arrested,
I believe so.
you gave 5 or 6 interviews with various media outlets.
Between maybe 4 and 6.
I could have one moment to confer, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
You can step down, ma'am. Thank you. She released from her subpoena? All right. Thank you. Call your next witness.
Sharon Saunders, Norman.
Approach the bench, please.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Hi, good afternoon. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
Sharon Saunders, SharonSaunders.
Thank you.
Hey, Your Honor. Hello, Ms. Saunders. Are you familiar with a place called West Dog Park?
Yes,
Do you frequent that place?
I do.
Okay. How long have you been going to the West Dog Park?
At least 18 years.
Okay. Now, in your 18 years of going to a West Dog Park, did you end up meeting a person that you came to know by Mr. Radford, but he had a nickname, correct? You called him Deck?
Declan.
Okay.
Yes.
Is Declan or Mr. Radford in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point to him and identify an article of clothing?
He's wearing a gray business jacket.
Or may the record reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Radford?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, how'd you meet him?
I don't know that I ever met him. I just would see him every day when I would go, pretty much. I knew his name from other people in the dog park.
Okay. So you'd see, and when I say Declan, I mean Mr. Radford. You saw him from time to time in the dog park.
Yes,
Okay. Now, was there kind of like a regular crew of people in that dog park that you would hang out with?
yes,
Okay. It was not like an everyday thing, but there was a social circle that kind of hung out at the pavilion, right?
yes.
Okay. Now, was he one of them, Mr. Radford?
When I went, Mr. Radford was always by himself.
Now, when you say by himself, was he just walking around the dog park? Wasn't really interacting with anyone?
He was with his dogs.
Now, did you ever interact with him for any particular reason?
I did have a conversation with him once after his dog passed away, and I gave him my condolences.
Now that his dog had died, was that a German Shepherd?
Yes, sir.
So, did he have two German Shepherds before?
Yes, sir.
So, you found out his dog had passed, you gave him his condolences. What was that conversation like?
I just expressed that I was sad to hear that a dog has died. It was a younger dog. It was very unexpected. And I would have wanted someone to say they were sorry to me. Dogs are like kids to us, you know. So I was hurting for him.
Yes, ma'am. Now, did you also know someone else at the dog park? You'd call him Walt, but Mr. Lay.
Yes,
How do you come to know Mr. Lay?
through visiting the dog park and meeting him through associates.
Did you become friends with him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you friendly with him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now,
He's crying about his dog right now.
without telling me what you heard from other people, did you become aware of animosity between Mr. Radford and Mr. Lay?
Only through other people. I never witnessed anything,
But you heard of it.
but I had heard.
Now, do you have a background in law enforcement?
Yes,
Oh,
Now, did Walt come to you at some point and you talked and you gave him advice about what to do given his situation with Mr. Radford?
I did the Sunday before he passed.
And what did you advise Mr. Lay about doing?
I advised him to make a police report with law enforcement to let them know what was going on and how he felt.
And why'd you tell him to do that?
He was afraid. Things had been verbal between them for, I guess, over a year. And he had said the day before that when he was walking laps, that Mr. Radford had blocked his path.
Sustained.
Without telling me what other people said, ma'am? Okay.
No, I'm just what Walt told me.
Okay, well, without
Okay.
what Mr. Lay even said, okay, I understand, ma'am. So, did you tell him specifically to keep records or anything like that?
I said after he reported the incident that he should document it, any other occurrences.
Now, did you ever know Mr. Lay to be aggressive or hostile?
No.
How would you describe Mr. Lay?
He was extremely laid back. Most of the times when I saw him, he was smoking weed in the park. He was a huge history buff. I would say he was more of a scholar than anything else. He was extremely smart, loved American history.
Did she just say he was smoking weed in the park? Or did I mishear that? What did she say?
So you didn't think of him as someone who's moment to confer, Your Honor?
Yes.
Say we'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right. Cross.
Good afternoon, Ms. Saunders. Could you describe for the jury your background in law enforcement?
I was a deputy with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office for 12 years.
As a deputy, I imagine that you interacted with all walks of life throughout your 12-year career with HCSO, right?
Yes, sir.
Violent people, nonviolent victims, suspects, and everything in between.
Yes, sir.
When we talk about Mr. Lay, how close would you say you were with Mr. Lay?
I'd been to several dinner parties with him, celebrating a birthday or things like that, and talking to him at least maybe once a week at the dog park.
So outside of how many dinner parties and over what period of time?
I would say in the year period that I know him, 3.
How long would your average interaction with him be at the dog park?
Anywhere from 5 minutes to 30 minutes.
Now, in fairness, I'm sure throughout your career, you crossed paths with individuals that seemed violent and aggressive and were, and then individuals that didn't seem violent or aggressive, but could have a hot temper or become violent or aggressive, right?
True.
It would be fair of me to say that, we don't always know people as we believe them to be, right?
That's true.
You never personally witnessed any violence between Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford, correct?
I did not.
You never personally witnessed any of the interactions that you just discussed with others that you may have heard about from other people.
I'm sorry.
Did you ever witness any aggressive verbal behavior between
No.
Mr. Radford and Mr. Lay? Had you been concerned in any way that violence was about to take place or that Mr. Lay was in danger of any kind, would you have called law enforcement yourself?
I would have.
And that, at least as you were situated on the Sunday before, those weren't concerns that you had in that moment.
It was a concern enough for him that I told him to do it.
You don't know if he did or didn't.
Am I allowed to say what I was told?
No. So do you know for sure whether or not he ever contacted law enforcement?
I do not know that he ever contacted law enforcement.
Now you've testified that Mr. Lay was kind, peaceful, caring individual.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that 18 hours before the shooting, that Mr. Lay sent a text message to a Sue Jones indicating that Mr. Radford didn't intimidate him, that if Mr. Radford blocked his path again, that he would try to tackle him, that Mr. Radford is older than he looks, he's weak and feeble, and that this weekend should be drama?
I have been made aware of the text, not to that extent, but I know that one was sent.
In line with the question and answer from a few minutes ago, where you indicated that we don't always know people the way we think we might, that would not be how you knew Walt, that kind of message or language.
No, but I could see why he would have done it out of frustration.
Well, had up to throughout your time knowing Walt, or I'm sorry, Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford, had he ever said anything like that to you?
No,
So in the years leading up to February 2nd of 2024, you had never heard Mr. Lay in any way, shape, or form talk about tackling somebody
I only knew him for a year.
for a year. You never heard him talk about tackling somebody,
No.
referring to Mr. Radford as weak and feeble,
That's not a crime.
relishing in causing drama.
No.
And so while you had never heard him, 18 hours before the shooting, you understand that he sent that message to a Sue Jones.
I know a message was sent. I don't know the timeline or anything.
Do you hate Mr. Radford?
No.
Dude. What kind of question is that?
How many further questions? Judge?
Anything else from the state?
No, you're right.
All right, ma'am, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is she released from her subpoena?
Yep, you're right.
Call your next witness.
Jeff Miller, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
My name is Jeff Miller. It's Jeffmiller.
Now, Mr. Miller, do you work at a hospital by chance?
Yes,
Are you also a sailor by chance?
yes,
So if Mr. Radford, Declan, as you know him, by chance refer
By
to
chance.
a Jeff from the dog park who works at a hospital and is a sailor, would that be you?
yes.
Now, did you see by chance
Good Lord.
Mr. Lay, Walt, ever threaten Mr. Radford?
No.
You never saw him threaten him at any point?
No.
Now, how would you describe Mr. Lay?
He seemed happy. I mean, he never got mad. He loved his dogs. He loved all the dogs, but just a good person.
So was he aggressive? Was he peaceful?
He's peaceful. I've never seen him be aggressive, but he was peaceful.
Now, you go to the West Dog Park, right?
Yes,
Are you a semi-regular there?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, is there a social group of regulars that you were part of at the
right,
dog park?
yes.
Now, without telling me what you heard, did you talk amongst yourselves about the things that happen in the park and various people that attend there?
At what time? I mean, what
I mean,
period?
about what was going on between Mr. Lay
Oh,
and Mr.
absolutely,
Radford.
right.
Now, speaking of Mr. Radford, did people talk about what you heard from them about what the reputation of Mr. Radford was?
Yeah,
Now, what was Mr. Radford's reputation?
seemed mad at everybody. He was always angry about something.
Was it aggressive?
Yeah, I mean, verbally aggressive, yes.
Now, did you hear Mr. Radford ever say anything towards Mr. Lay?
Not directly to him, but in reference to him constantly, yes.
Okay, so what did you hear Mr. Radford say in reference to Mr. Lay?
Well, Mr. Lay's dog tended to bark on his way to the park. So you could hear him a couple blocks away. When the dog started barking, Deck would say, well, here comes a faggot, because you could hear his dog coming.
And would Mr. Radford say that routinely?
Yeah, that was pretty standard.
Now, when he was, would other people join in when he was making statements like that?
No.
And would Mr. Radford routinely make these homophobic statements towards Mr. Lay?
Yes.
Moment to confer, Your Honor.
Yes.
Say we'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Cross.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good.
How long did you know Mr. Lay?
Probably 5 years.
Were your interactions with Mr. Lay confined to your interactions at the dog park?
Actually, I went over to his house one time to dig up some palm trees out of the yard, but that was it.
Outside of that one instance, all of your interactions with him were at the dog park.
Correct.
What were the length of times that you would cross paths with one another at the dog park? Are we talking 5 minutes, an hour, sometimes 5, sometimes an hour?
Several hours, 2-3 hours sometimes.
How many days a week?
2, Saturday and Sunday, weekends.
So you would just go on Saturday and Sunday?
Right, yeah.
Are you aware that Mr. Lay would go to the dog park somewhere between 5 and 7 days a week?
Yes,
Are you aware that Mr. Radford would go to the dog park 5 to 7 days a week?
Yeah.
Are you also aware that Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford typically was the first one to get to the dog park?
I was usually the early one on the weekends, not during the week. I don't know who showed up at what times, but
On the weekends then, so the Saturdays and Sundays, who would get there first, Mr. Radford or you?
probably about the same time. I mean, I would get up because my dog is sensitive to the heat, so I would get there as early as possible so that she wouldn't overheat at the park. So usually sunrise, and Declan and I would show up about the same time.
On those occasions, and certainly understandable, get there early before it gets hot, Florida summer.
Right.
Would it be just you and Deck for a little while?
Yeah,
What times typically would Walt arrive, and how long after you and Deck?
half hour, hour.
Are you aware, and if not, it's perfectly okay, that on a majority of the occasions that Walt and that Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford were at the park in the mornings, that they were known to be the first two to get there, and they'd be there alone for some time?
Right. Yeah.
That's something that you were aware of?
Yeah.
Throughout your time knowing Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford and your interactions with them 2 days a week at the dog park, did you ever see Mr. Lay be physically violent or aggressive with Mr. Radford?
No.
The same question as it pertains to Mr. Radford. Did
Yep.
you ever see Mr. Radford be physically violent to Mr. Lay?
No.
So Mr. Chambers asked you about Mr. Radford's reputation within this group of 6 to 8 people. And so when you respond to the term, or you use the term, mad, angry, or aggressive, you're talking about verbal interactions.
Right.
Saying mean-spirited things,
Very.
homophobic slurs.
Yes.
I use this term because it's come into the record, but Mr. Radford was an asshole.
Right. And if I may, on occasion, somebody would call him an asshole and he'd go, yeah.
But in somebody being a jerk or an asshole or socially rough around the edges does not necessarily equate to someone being violent, right?
No.
Now, would you say you knew Mr. Lay well?
Fairly well for the casual relationship, yeah.
You referred to him as a happy, never mad, good person.
Right.
Pacifist.
Yeah.
Would you also agree with me in that we don't always know people as well as we think we do?
Oh, absolutely.
And would it surprise you if you don't know would it surprise you to learn? And if you do know, does it surprise you that 18 hours before the shooting, Mr. Lay sent a message to a Sue Jones indicating that if Mr. Radford blocked his path again, he would try to tackle him, that Mr. Radford is older than he looks, he's weak and feeble. I'll keep you informed. This weekend should be drama.
I would be surprised, yeah.
Okay, so that's not how you thought you knew Mr.
Correct.
Would you have pegged Mr. Lay to be somebody that relished in starting drama?
No.
And to be clear, you never witnessed any violence, physical violence, perpetuated or perpetrated by Mr. Radford against Mr. Lay in any capacity?
No.
I don't have any further questions.
All right. Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Mr. Miller, when defense was asking you if Mr. Lay was a violent person along those lines, you chuckled before you answered that question. Why'd you laugh before you answered the question?
When this all started, really coming to the forefront, I had talked to Walt and I said, you need to protect yourself. You need to worry, to make sure. He said, well,
Without what he says, what you said.
Well, I told him that he should consider protecting himself and consider carrying a weapon. And he said, I'm not going to carry a gun. So he didn't, from what I was getting from him, he didn't seem too concerned that it was going to escalate to the point that it did. He told me that he felt sorry for Mr. Radford.
So you thought he was just a peaceful person,
Yeah.
Mr. Lay, and
Right.
that he wasn't going to raise a voice?
No.
Moment to defer. Okay.
All right. You can step down, sir. Thank you. He released from his subpoena.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right. Thank you. Call your next witness.
Welcome, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
Yes, Judge, thank you. It's Paul Gumpert, Gumpert.
Hello, Mr. Gumpert. Are you familiar with a place called West Dog Park?
Yes, I am.
Is that a place you frequent?
Yes, I do.
How long have you been going there?
6 years, pretty consistently, every day.
Okay. Now, in the 6 years, did you come to know a guy by the name, you called him Deck, but I'm referring to Mr. Radford?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, do you see Mr. Radford in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you point to him and identify an article of clothing?
Yes, he's wearing a blue blazer sitting right here.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
Yes.
Thank you. And by Mr. Radford, I mean,
I had a dog that was a very bounding, running around kind of dog. And when that dog was passed, I got a dog that stayed with me. And so I was actually, I'd walk in and go directly to the pavilion area of the park. And that was, in late 2001. When I first knew him and first met him along with the other folks at the dog park.
Okay. So you've known him for quite some time?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you get along with Mr. Radford?
Well, initially I got along quite well. I invited him out on my boat twice, and we had collegial atmosphere at the dog park with them, not necessarily just with him, but with all the other people that were there. It was a good open atmosphere. He was one of the people in the clique.
And you just said click, so there was a social group, or still is a social group at this West Dog Park?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did something change where you and Mr. Radford just, started not to talk as much?
Well, it was progressive in that in the time frame of the summer of 2003, in July, I had a very serious spinal operation. So I was just getting back over a very short period of time, a couple of weeks, I came back. And at that point, it wasn't necessarily for my occasion, but he was becoming more and more aggressive towards Walter Lay, but he also was very aggressive and would lash out at people verbally if their dog jumped up on the table. And in other words, I started to become disliking from someone who I'd been initially liked, but then the more I got to be around him, the more it was disturbed to my feelings about him.
And this is in 2023?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you said that he was starting to have disagreements between Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford. You call Walt Mr. Lay?
Yes.
And what were those disagreements about?
In the, let's call it political or social environment of what happened, the story du jour about something that happened with the president or some international affairs and so forth. If you mention something that Mr. Radford would chime right in and be very aggressive about saying how dumb he would be, and that was what he was doing to Walt because he was fairly liberal and apparently it was objectionable to him. So if we were talking about something and Walt would say something, it would really get his ire up and he would lash out at him verbally.
And to clarify, who would lash out at who?
Radford would lash out verbally and aggressively towards Walt and just berating him, calling him slurs, sexual orientation slurs, that he was dumb and a liar and stuff like that, and don't trust him.
And what were some of these statements, these homophobic slurs that you said?
Faggot, fucking faggot, and he also yelled out he was a groomer, stay away from him. A young person was walking with him and he yelled out, he's a groomer, stay away from him, be careful. And everyone could hear him. He was saying it so loud, they were 40, 50 yards away. And he was saying it so loud, everyone could hear it. He was warning this young man to be away, to stay clear of Walt because he was a groomer.
Now, you said that there's a group of people that used to hang out in the pavilion, right?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a certain point when all this started to heat up that the group kind of split up from the pavilion?
Yes, and it started initially with sort of like a big event, which there was Walt and Dak and myself and probably 4 or 5 people total sitting around the pavilion. And Dak had been going through his tirade about, don't trust him. And if he says something like that again, he's going to hit him. And so I personally took offense to that. And what Walt then, he stood up and it said, kind of shaking his head, rolling his eyes, going, it looks like we're going to come to blows someday about this.
So you heard Walt at one point say, we're going to come to blows someday.
He was like kind of like a defensive statement, because at that very point, he pretty much turned and walked away and never came back to the pavilion again since July. That was in the late part of July of 2023. I recall it because I had just had my operation. And so instead of walking directly to the pavilion, it would be Walt would go completely separate area, and he never came back to the pavilion again, ever, not even once.
Before Mr. Lay said this statement to Mr. Radford, what was Mr. Radford saying to Mr. Lay? Was he making a bunch of angry statements towards him? Was he saying a bunch of aggressive statements towards him?
He said he's a liar and that don't trust him, and I'm never going to take any more lies out of him. And it kind of like, and it kept circling back to the same discussion. And he would get up and walk around and then come back and sit back down. And we were all sitting around the table. It was kind of like being dismissive, but it just ratcheted up too much. It was just too much for Walt to deal with.
So was this just going on for a period of time that Mr. Radford was just repeatedly coming after Mr. Lay?
Yes,
That led to Mr. Lay finally having enough, and in a moment, just fed up, said, we may come to blows one day.
it looks like we're going to come to blows someday about this.
But this is after Mr. Radford repeatedly
Yes.
was making statements
That's
towards
correct.
Mr. Lay.
Yes, that's correct.
And after this blowout between the two, Mr. Lay separated himself from Mr. Radford.
Yes, that's correct.
And can you describe to me what was the separation? How did Mr. Lay separate himself from Mr.
Well,
Radford?
as you walk into the park, immediately the only real place it's established to be is under a covered pavilion with a big giant picnic table underneath of it. So instead of doing that normal spot with his water fountain, and everyone sits there and then everything else, about 25 yards off, 30 yards off to the left, maybe more than that, from the opening way, maybe 35 yards to the left, was a picnic table, a metal picnic table under the trees. And he went over and sat there by himself. And then at that point, I felt like, and it certainly happened to be that I felt like I wanted to go sit over there with him too. And so everyone else kind of like in that same format of being unhappy with being with Deck at the table under the pavilion, which is a pretty intimate little small area, that they had enough. And I can't speak for them, but I could see what their actions were, which were to not go sit with him at the table ever again. Or
Mr. Gumbert, so the pavilion that you usually set up is right at the front of the gate, right?
That's correct. Well, it's just off to the right about 12 or 15 yards.
So Mr. Lay had to actively walk way into the park to separate himself from Mr. Radford.
That's correct.
And he did this routinely
Every day.
every day.
Yes. Every time he was at the park.
Okay. And then you said the rest of the group that you were hanging out with almost split off from Mr. Radford.
Not that day, but slowly over time, maybe within about 10 days or so. And it was because of I can't say because I wasn't there listening to him, but I had developed a picture where I did not want to be around him. So I didn't ask other people what they said. Quite literally, I've had enough of that. And that would be why they would come over there.
Now, did you ever see Mr. Radford personally, become physical or try to get in the way of Mr. Lay?
Yes.
Can you describe that to us?
In the dog park, where the pavilion and the entranceway is, the circumference of the park is fairly large, good walking distance. And when Walt and some other folks that were people who were in that the walkers who walk around every time, that came around very close, within about 5 yards of the pavilion. And as he walked in the pavilion, he's walking along the edge around and come back around like this. Deck got up from he's sat on the edge of the table, and he stood up and he came over and got into his way. He watched him, and he went over and intercepted his path to get in front of him. And upon doing that, as they were getting within 7, 8, 5, 4, closer in distances, Walt stopped and tried to go to the right, and then Deck maneuvered to the right. Then he maneuvered to the left, and Deck maneuvered to the left. And he goes, "What do you want? What are you doing?" This is what Walt said to Deck, and Deck was just being mischievous, I guess, and getting in his path and trying to stop his progress of making his walk around the park.
So let's circle back. So you saw Mr. Radford actively get up from the bench in the pavilion,
Yeah,
and go out of his way to intercept Mr. Lay, who's just trying to have a walk.
it was pretty close. It couldn't have been more than 5 yards.
And then you saw Mr. Lay try to diffuse the situation by stepping out of the way,
Yes,
and Mr. Radford then basically mimics his way of walking,
to each side. Yes,
each side. So he attempted both ways to try to get out of the way of Mr. Radford.
that's correct.
Now, can you describe Mr. Lay to me? What do you think of Mr. Lay?
He was a very affable. He sort of, I refer to him as like the mild-mannered type. Good personal joy. He had a lot of physical disabilities. He couldn't breathe very well, and so we had something in common. It's like I'm handicapped, and he had that handicap of not being able to breathe very well. When coughing fits, he's a very non-physical type of person that would be in any way using himself as some sort of implement in any way. He was very calm, relaxed, dismissive. If there was pressure put on him, he would simply just ignore it and walk away. And that's pretty much the kind of guy he was. He also was the social chairman. He played the music. We talked about social stuff and news and du jour items that people talked about at the dog park, the joy of the dogs, what's going on with the dogs. He was always involved at the highest level, socially really enjoying the situation. And that it was very much impeded by, I mean, impeded is the wrong word, but it was disrupted by the deck because he would just always be on his case and talking so loud that you couldn't miss what he was trying to say to him.
Now, Mr. Lay and you were close, right?
We were good friends, yes.
Mr. Lay even took care of your dog at one point, right?
Yes, he took care of my dog a couple of times, and then apparently the day of the shooting, he had the dog that day. He had him a couple of days before too, and at least to some other incidences. But the dog was there when the incident happened.
Moment to confer, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, we'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
You consider you and Walt very good friends?
Dog park friends, yes.
Different levels of friendships, right? There's circles of love, so to speak. There's family love, there's friend love. But did you love Walt as a friend?
I liked him as a friend. We didn't ever have a meal together or do anything social together except at the dog park.
You describe Walt and your memory of Walt as a good, gentle, kind person.
Very much so.
Would you agree with the following statement, that sometimes we think we know people, but we don't genuinely know them?
That would make sense, yes.
So outside of your interactions with Mr. Lay at the dog park, did you really know him?
Well, because he was so open and approachable and subjects that didn't seem to be of any limited nature, I could talk to him about anything when we were at the dog park together. So if there was anything I didn't know or he had a problem, he would have probably told me about it if it was something that was important.
To be clear, you never witnessed any physical violence between Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford.
That's correct.
And that's physical violence started by Mr. Lay against Mr. Radford. You never witnessed that? And you never witnessed physical violence started by Mr. Radford on Mr. Lay?
Never saw it.
You described within the circle of 6 to 8 people that I guess were in the morning crew?
Yeah. And weekends too, yeah.
And weekends too. That Mr. Radford was verbally aggressive.
Yes.
Mean,
Ugly,
never physical.
never physical.
And you knew the two of them for 6 years?
Yeah, I'd seen him before then, but as I mentioned, I had my dog that's an Airedale, they run at large, so I was always away from where these people were. But then when I got a dog that stayed right with me, I would just walk in and sit down there. So that was right around 2001, early 2001.
So it's the 6 years you knew the two of them. You never once witnessed any physicality,
No,
actual physical violence.
no, I would have acted if I did.
And that is going to be my next question. If you were ever concerned for anybody's safety, whether it be Mr. Lay, Mr. Radford, or anybody else in the morning crew or the weekend crew, I imagine that you personally would have called law enforcement.
Well, I was intending to, and there had been discussion exactly to that effect 2 days before the incident.
Did you call law enforcement?
Actually, no, the agreement was, this was at an impromptu meeting at Albert's house when I was Albert lives next door to Walt, Albert Darlington. I was dropping my dog off, and as soon as I pulled up, Albert came running to me and said,
We can't hear what other people said.
Okay.
Okay.
okay, that's fine.
My
Okay,
question is, and it's just a yes or no, did you call law enforcement out of fear for Mr. Lay's safety? I understand that you said that you wanted to,
Yes.
or that you planned to, but did you?
No.
Are you aware that witnesses observed Mr. Lay intentionally try to rile up Mr. Radford?
Say that again. Was I aware of other people?
Are you aware that a witness or witnesses have seen Mr. Lay or believe Mr. Lay would intentionally try to rile up Mr. Radford. Are you aware of that?
I aware because they would have been watching at the same time I was, yes.
Did you ever see that? Would you agree with that statement?
Say that again. I'm really not sure you're saying, but I'm trying to figure out what you were asking me. Say it again.
Yes. Did you ever witness Mr. Lay intentionally try to rile up Mr. Radford?
Mr. Lay, I would say he was talking, his part of a discussion, which would probably be some way intentioned to say something that perhaps he didn't like a social item or something about the most recent news. And it would be, I'd be willing to say that he did that to everybody and everyone did it back. It was a very collegial, colloquial atmosphere of talking about subjects. I don't think Walt was ever trying to antagonize anyone. I think he was, maybe we're saying, you know, if you want to talk to somebody and you know that they're not the same as you, they might say something different. I'm sure he was intended to get a different answer out of that. I mean, like a very, very different answer.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you believe that at times Mr. Lay would say things that he knew would maybe to some extent, whether small or large, get under Mr. Radford's skin?
I would say that it wouldn't be, I'm saying under someone's skin. I don't understand what that means. What are you saying?
Rile somebody up, piss them off, make them angry on purpose.
No, I didn't think that was the way. No.
Would it surprise you if a witness said that Mr. Lay in fact did do that with Mr. Radford at the dog park?
Well, it would
All
not
right,
surprise.
approach the bench, please.
Why?
You described Mr. Lay as non-aggressive.
That's right.
I believe you're aware at this point that a text message was found on Mr. Lay's phone that was sent roughly 18 hours before the shooting. Do you know
Yes,
that message I'm referring to?
actually, I remember you. I think you read it to me. Yes.
All right, be careful. Y'all can't talk over each other, okay?
I'm
You
sorry,
need to
I'm sorry.
wait till he finishes his answer.
Yes.
Even though you know what he's probably going to say, you need to wait till he's done because she can't type what you both are saying at the same time.
Sorry, Judge.
No
I'll
problem.
be back.
No problem.
I'm guilty of that as well, Thomas. I apologize. So you are aware that a text message was sent the day before, roughly about 18 hours from Mr. Lay to a Miss Jones.
Yes.
And you're familiar with the content of that message about how
Yes.
Mr. Lay said that if Mr. Radford blocked his path again, something that you referred to witnessing on an occasion, that he would try to tackle him. He's older than he looks, that he's weak and feeble. I'll keep you informed. This weekend should be drama.
Yes.
Does that message mesh or jive with your understanding of Mr. Lay's personality?
Still, yes, it does. Yes, it does.
And to the best of your recollection, what exactly was it that Mr. Lay said when he walked that first day, that kind of the first official moment of the splinter, when Mr. Lay walked away in frustration, if that's a fair way for me to refer to it?
Yes.
What exactly did Mr. Lay say?
He said, "It looks like we're going to come to blows someday about this."
I don't have any further questions, Judge.
All right. Anything else?
Now, before this event on Friday, on Tuesday, you left on a trip. Before you left on trip.
That's correct. Yes.
Now, you had a discussion where you had a plan with Mr. Darlington about calling law enforcement, correct, about all this?
Yes,
And that was going to happen when you came back from your trip?
that's correct.
Moment to confer, Your Honor.
Mhm.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, Your Honor. Thanks so much.
And he's released,
Yes, Your Honor.
released from his subpoena?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Call your next witness.
They called William Genovese. Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please accept.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello.
If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
William Gerald Genovese, Genovese.
Afternoon, sir. I want to ask you about a place called the West Dog Park. Do you know that location?
Yes,
Is that a place you frequented before?
yes.
Tell me about your history of going to West Dog Park, when you started attending, and did you ever have a lapse in attendance?
I have a dog that's 12 and a half years old. I think we started going when he was about one and a half. As he got older, 7, 8, 9, he became a little less friendly at the door, but I couldn't there.
When you were going before your dog, started to get up in age, did you have a group of people that you came to know at the park and interacted with?
A little bit. I tended to be a person that walked around the park with my dog, and then at a picnic table, I might stop for a little bit.
And there were some people that often hung out at one of the picnic tables?
Yes,
But then you said you started to kind of go at times when people weren't there because of your dog and trying to accommodate your dog, right?
yes,
Was there, well, you know that this case is about an alleged shooting that took place on Friday, February 2nd, correct? You're aware of that?
yes, I am.
Do you remember the day before being at the park?
I do.
So that would have been Thursday, February 1st, right?
Yes, sir.
And what time of day do you think you got to the park on Thursday, February 1st, the day before the shooting?
It was about 4 p.m.
You got there at 4 p.m. Was there anybody else there?
There were people in the park, and there was the defendant.
All right, and you say the defendant, I saw you sort of motion. Can you please point again and describe exactly the person that you're pointing at?
Thought he was morning crew.
Deck with the white beard and the blue jacket on.
Your Honor, I'd ask the record reflects to identify the defendant.
Yes.
All right, so the defendant is at the park that day at 4 p.m. roughly on Thursday, February 1st. Do you end up striking up a conversation with him?
Yes, we essentially drove in at the same time and got out of our vehicles at the same time.
Okay. And so at some point you guys start talking?
I said, hey, recognizing him, but really not remembering his name.
Right. One of those things where the face is familiar, but you can't remember the name.
Yes, I hadn't been at the park really that much, and he seemed upset.
Okay. Did he seem to recognize you?
Yes,
Okay, so he recognized at least you were one of the people that used to come to the park.
yes,
And so do you all start engaging with each other, talking about, how you've been, how's your dog, and asking about the other people who attend the park?
yes,
And so I want to ask you, as you and the defendant are talking about some of the other regulars, the people that you remembered from when you came with the others, do you remember a moment where the defendant's demeanor visibly changed?
I do.
Tell me about that.
I had used to go a little bit more often in the morning, and this was the afternoon. So I started asking not really remembering people's names, but I started asking about people's dogs. And I think first ones I asked about were like a Great Dane or something like that. So and do they still come in the morning? And then as it came up to this one person who is the deceased now, Walt, he said,
When you say Walt, do you mean Walt said, or you talking about the
sorry,
defendant?
the defendant said, started talking about Walt. His attitude changed at that point.
And tell me what it is that you heard or saw that indicated to you this attitude change.
He started using derogatory terms. He called him a faggot more than a couple times. I feel like 4, 5, 6 times. He said he doesn't like him, and it became uncomfortable because he said, I'm going to hit that guy. I'm going to break his jaw.
I want to be clear. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, less than 24 hours before the shooting that this case is about. It's just you and the defendant. The victim is not there, right?
Correct.
And even though the victim's not there, when the victim comes up, he calls him a homophobic slur multiple times and talks about wanting to punch him and break his jaw.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you, you were there walking your dog, and I'm assuming he's there walking his dog.
Yes.
At some point, as you guys are walking the dogs, do you get a little separated from Mr. Radford because either your dog runs ahead or his dog dilly-dallies behind, whatever the case may be?
Yes, that would happen.
And so in that moment where you are sort of separated from Mr. Radford, can you give me, just for ease of painting the picture, where is Mr. Radford in relation to you before he comes your direction?
So maybe twice the distance from you and I at a sort of angle like this.
All right, so like you would be yourself and I'd have to go further from you.
Yes.
Way over here.
Yeah.
And when Mr. Radford is over here, do you notice him start coming your direction?
Yeah, so there's a back where that was, there's a palm tree back in that neck of the woods. And he started walking to me quickly.
And when you say quickly, is that he was getting chased by a dog, or he was trying to get away from a snake, or what appears to be happening?
No. He just like at a double or triple normal walking pace, a casual walking pace, come towards me.
All right, and as he approaches you quickly, tell me what happens when he gets up to you.
Well, again, going towards the same sort of things, he says, sometimes when I'm at the park with Walt, I walk up to him this way to try to scare him.
I want to be clear. How long had it been since you had last seen the defendant at the dog park prior to this day?
I'm not exactly sure, but it feels like almost 3 years I hadn't been going that often to the park. So 2.5, 3
Okay.
years.
2, 3 years you had not seen the defendant. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
The first time you see him again, he calls the victim a homophobic slur, talks about breaking his jaw, and talks about liking to walk up on him in order to scare him. Is that correct?
Yes.
And has Mr. Radford talked about walking up to the victim and wanting to scare him? Can you describe his demeanor?
I don't know if it's the demeanor, but he made an uncomfortable smile towards me when he said, like, I like to scare him.
He was smiling about it when he was
Yeah, he
bragging
smiled at me and it was uncomfortable.
Thank you, sir.
Russ?
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir.
How long did you know Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford?
I think I was thinking back to this. I think I knew Mr. Radford for 11 years, just slightly at that dog park. I remember he had a bulldog. So when I used to go more in the morning, I remember him with a bulldog before I think he had 2 German Shepherds at this time a year ago.
When was the last, I know you mentioned that you hadn't seen Mr. Radford for about 3 years?
Yes.
How about Walt?
The same.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Lay, so the same.
It's the same, yeah.
When is the first time you advised law enforcement of what you just testified to? How long after the shooting? Do you remember?
6, 7, 8 days, maybe.
How did you do that? By email?
Yes, I made a call, and when I made a call to the state, I wasn't able to get somebody immediately, but then somebody was able to give me the name of a detective Herod or something. And I talked to him on the phone, and he said, please send in a written statement with your information on it by email.
When this statement is alleged to have been made to you at 4 p.m. on February 1st, is your testimony, right?
Yeah,
And
it's
you're 100
between 4 and 5 p.m.
And you're 100% sure of the date itself?
I am.
February 1st. Is there a particular reason why you're sure of the day?
Yes, that was February 1st, and I sent a text to an individual. The only person I had a phone number for from the dog park, and it was a man named Lewis who had like 5 dogs. And I said, I ran into this guy, Deck, today, and he lost one of his German Shepherds. And the next day, he texted me that Deck Radford had shot Walter Lay.
And so, was it clear to you that Mr. Radford was upset about his dog passing?
Oh, yes, it was.
And emotionally, an emotional wreck, would that be fair?
Well, I know I was empathetic, obviously, for somebody who said their dog had passed. Yes.
You testified that you found out the next day from this individual that Mr. Lay had been shot.
Yes.
Why didn't you call law enforcement or the state attorney's office that day?
Sure. So I think I saw the text about 6 p.m. I think it came earlier, but I didn't see it until later. And I ended up calling my daughter who lives out of state. And I said, oh my gosh, a guy I was with yesterday shot somebody who he told me he was going to hurt. And so that was my mood. And then I got in touch with my family. I'm not proud of this, but my family was saying, don't get involved in this. You don't want to be involved in this.
If I were to tell you
Yes.
that you sent Detective Harrop an email on February 12th, would that sound right to you?
Sure. Yeah.
And it's your testimony to the jury that a few days, several days, a couple of days before that, you reached out to the state attorney's office. And they
Don't know if it was, no. I think that was the same day that I reached out. They said, hey, you don't have the case number. Who's the detective? All that stuff. And I was persistent that day until I got somebody.
So roughly 10 days after the shooting is when you reached out and
Yes,
sent
yes,
this
sir.
information.
That's fair.
Did you ever witness any physical violence between Mr. Radford and Mr. Lay?
No.
And this would have been in all the times that you interacted with the two of them, even though it would have been some years prior to this interaction you've testified to?
Yes, and I want to be clear. I knew I interacted with Mr. Radford, I don't know, 50, 100 times in those years. And maybe I know who Mr. Lay is, but maybe 5 or 6, because I think he was just starting to come to the park when I was leaving.
I don't have any further questions, Judge.
All right. Anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, you can step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
And is he released from his subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Yes, Judge.
All right. Call your next witness.
They called Albert Arlington.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Hi, good afternoon.
How are you doing?
Good. If you would, please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
Albert Darlington. It's Albert Darlington.
Afternoon, Mr. Darlington. I want to ask you, do you know a gentleman whose name is John Walter Lay?
Yes, I do.
Did you have a
Or did.
nickname that you called him?
Excuse me?
Did y'all have a nickname you called him?
Walt.
Walt, okay, but I'm going to refer to him as Mr. Lay.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, so tell me how you know Mr. Lay. How did you first meet him, and how did you come to know him as a person?
I met him at the dog park. I have a rental house next door and a guy had died there. So I was at the dog park and I just got to talking and I mentioned something and Walt said, "Oh, you have a place for rent?" Because I guess he was looking to move. And there was another guy staying there. So there was like only a room, wasn't the whole house. And I said, "If you can get along with the guy, we'll talk about it." And so he came over and met him and everything worked out. So he ended up moving in. So he lived next door to me and rented from us.
Can you give me a rough idea as to when it is you thought that he became your tenant?
It would have been, should have been somewhere around the mid to 2020.
And so we're eventually going to talk about February 2024. That means 3.5, 4 years?
Yes,
He was your tenant.
yes,
Do you know a place called the West Dog Park?
yes, I do.
And is that a place you frequent?
Yes, my wife and I normally go there on Saturday mornings.
Just Saturdays?
We've been other days, but it's a routine that we go every Saturday.
Okay, and how long have you had that routine?
For a long, I don't know, years, even before that.
Okay. So that would mean that you were going to the dog park before we hit that unfortunate time in life when we were all confined to our homes, COVID and all that.
Yes,
So you know what it was like at the park both before COVID and
Yes.
after COVID.
yes,
And so I want to ask you, during the many years that you went before COVID, you already knew Mr. Lay, correct?
yes.
Do you also know?
Well, no, I didn't know Mr. Lay before COVID. I met him after COVID,
After COVID.
about the mid 2020.
Okay, well, I think COVID broke out in March of 2020 and
Yeah, whatever. But anyway, that's about when it was.
fair enough. Did you also know a guy that you know by the nickname of Deck?
Yes, I did.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point to him and describe what he's wearing or what he looks like?
Oh, he's kind of a suit jacket with a big long beard.
You all right, ask the record flex to identify the defendant?
Yes.
All right, for purposes of court, I'm referring to him as Mr. Radford, okay?
Okay,
Did you know Mr. Radford from the dog park?
I did.
How long have you known Mr. Radford from the dog park?
I don't know, longer than I knew Walt.
Okay, well, you knew,
So, you know what, time flies by and I don't know how long, but it was a pretty good while before that because he had that's when he had his bulldog Church. And so that was before he got the ones that he had at the time of all of this.
and what kind of dogs did he have around the time of February 2024?
Two shepherds, basically German shepherds. They were mixed with something else, but that's what they were.
And somewhere, not super long, but before the shooting, had Mr. Radford lost one of those dogs?
Yes,
Now, I want to ask you, on the Saturdays when you go to the dog park, but if you go on another day too, is there kind of like a collection of usuals, regulars that are at the park?
oh yeah, yeah,
Tell
there
me
sure
who some
is.
of those people are.
Do what now?
Tell me who those people are. Can you name some of them?
There would have been Jeff, Paul. It's funny, some of that we know their dogs' names, more than I know the people's names. So
Sure.
then there's Chris and Kim. And
There's a host of people.
yes, there's a host of people.
Okay. And was there a time when the normal procedure for the group at the park, the regulars, to hang out at a pavilion?
Yes,
And if I was to tell you that when you go into the dog park, you look to your right, there's like a pavilion there with a picnic table.
yes,
Is that the pavilion you're talking about?
yes,
And people would hang out at this pavilion and socialize while the dogs are being dogs.
Yes, and and you spend your main focus is keep an eye on your dog, make sure they're not, messing up or anything, and then you kind of in between talking to people. So it's not like your main focus is not talking to the other people; it's keeping an eye on your animals.
And so these people are not your best friends in the
No.
world. They don't come to your house for dinner or anything.
No,
But you know them.
I know them. I don't know them outside of the dog park.
And tell me how you all got along once upon a time underneath the pavilion.
We got along good, and we joke around and kid each other and rag. It's like a bunch of people do, and you kid each other and talk and that's
You got along.
got along fine.
I'm assuming you did not all sit lockstep in opinion on every topic that people might discuss, though.
No,
right?
not at all. As a matter of fact, Walt and we had some pretty serious political conversations. He was much different than me, but it's like, so what? I don't care. I mean, you have a right to your opinion, and that's fine. He told me why he believed what he believed, and I told him why I believed what I believe, and that's fine.
And would it be fair to say that in the nature of living through those times, you guys might have discussed things like politics, COVID, mask mandates, vaccines, those sorts of topics?
Pretty much anything could have been talked about. Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Radford participate in those conversations?
Yeah, sort of. I can't exactly remember. I mean, he would, what? I don't know right this second. I can't tell you for sure. I don't want to say something I don't exactly remember.
Well, let me just ask you this way. In the sort of early days of Mr. Lay coming to the park, how did he and Mr. Radford get along?
They got along fine.
Just like
As far as I
everybody
know, yeah, like everybody else, I didn't ever see any problems.
else? Okay. Did that change?
It did.
And tell me what you remember about when it changed or what you saw that might have led you to conclude why it changed, anything like that?
Yeah, well, there was a lot of, we'd kid around and rag each other. And then it seemed like Declan and Walt, it seemed to kind of escalate. And then one day, Walt said to me, oh yeah, that's what's going on. Just kind of jokingly, he goes, yeah, we're going to probably come to blows one day.
To who?
He said that to me about Declan.
Okay.
And it was because of the things Declan was saying to him.
And what was Mr. Radford saying to Mr. Lay around the time that Mr. Lay would have said, we're going to come to blows?
Well, he's calling him a faggot and things like that.
I want to be clear. Can you give me some rough idea of time when this is happening? Like when this moment, the boiling point, I would describe it as, right? Because I assume it's some period of time leading up to this where there's this animosity between Mr. Radford and Mr.
Right. So we've started in mid 2020. Within a year of that, it was starting to escalate.
This may be a stupid, naive question. It's not rhetorical. If anybody can answer this question, please answer it for me. Why do people think that violence is the way to go when you disagree with somebody politically? I don't understand that. If somebody disagrees with somebody else's political views, why is yelling and screaming and punching going to change that person's views? That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. We're going to come to blows. Why? Quit talking about politics. You can be friends without talking about politics. Like, that wasn't politics, but like in the last stream, me and just an act of desperation, I guess. Like me and Melissa P, we're good friends, and we're like about the Colin Griffith verdict. Well, we'll just have to agree to disagree. I'm glad he got not guilty. She thought he should have. Okay, we're still friends. We're not going to punch each other in the face because we disagree. We're still going to disagree even if we punch each other. You know, it's stupid. I don't understand it. I don't understand the logic. An act of desperation. I guess that's the best explanation because it doesn't make sense. No other explanation makes sense.
And just friction. And then from what Walt had told me,
Now, don't talk about what Walt
Okay.
told you.
okay,
I'm just trying to get an idea. When did this? I describe it like the boiling point moment, where Mr. Lay tells you, you know, I've kind of had enough or whatever.
okay.
When does that happen?
That was probably, let's see, 24, probably, I would say maybe mid 23.
Okay, like summer of 23.
Summer, that's the best to my recollection.
So if I understand what you're telling me is somewhere around 2021, there starts to be this friction between Mr. Radford and Mr. Lay.
Yeah.
And it goes on for 2 years-ish
Oh, yeah.
until eventually Mr. Lay says, I've had enough. And that's kind of the boiling point moment.
Right. And then Walt said to me,
Yeah, the problem is, sir, you can't
Oh,
read what he
okay.
said.
I'm
That's what's
sorry.
called hearsay.
Okay.
So that's the
All
thing we have to dance around. I know it's
okay,
difficult.
I'm sorry.
I just want to ask you, the thing you can't tell me is tell me what the defendant said. When
Okay.
you're talking about those 2 years, 2021 to 2023, before we reach the boiling point, is that when the defendant is calling Mr. Lay a faggot?
Oh, yeah.
To his face,
Yes.
more than once.
Yeah, more than once. Yeah.
And how are people reacting listening to Mr. Radford address Mr. Lay this way?
People are like, Declan is, well, he's kind of being an asshole. And it got to where we'd all be sitting there and Declan would get to the park and I would jokingly with everybody there say, well, here comes the asshole. And he would walk up and I would say it right to him because that's how we, mess with everybody. And he would say, yes, I am. And I'm proud of it.
Now, out of curiosity, when you say, here
That's
comes the asshole,
different.
would it be fair to say you're sort of ribbing or teasing?
Yeah.
or
Oh, yeah.
That's teasing.
Heck yeah, I'm riveting.
would you describe it trying to get under his skin a little?
No, just it. Listen, I commercial fish for a living. We mess with each other on the deck, each other, and it's just that's just me. I mean, it just, I'll just say that to somebody and, not really trying to get under their skin or upset them. It's just a comment, and because he did act like one, so I was going to point it out.
Let me ask you a question. When Mr. Lay would come to the park, was there something that sort of preceded his immediate arrival that would let you know he's driving the park?
Oh yeah, his dog Fala would hang his head out the window and bark on the way there, and we could hear Fala barking before Walt's car even came around the corner. So we knew he was coming, and we'd say, "Here comes Fala," and then Declan would say, "Well, here comes the faggot."
Is that something he said more than once?
Oh yeah, just about pretty much every week that I can remember.
Okay. So this friction between them grows, and you're trying to tell Mr. Radford, other people are trying to tell Mr. Radford, maybe don't do this, but eventually it reaches the schism moment. Is that fair to say?
Yes, there was a point one day I said to Declan, I said, what in the hell are you doing? You shouldn't be talking that way. And why are you letting him live rent free in your head? This is ridiculous. And, this is getting out of hand. And he acted like, you're probably right. And I'm like, well, maybe we got somewhere.
And so when he said, yeah, okay, you're probably right, and he accepted your wise advice, did his behavior change?
Well, for the rest of the day, but when I got there the next Saturday, it seemed like it had just been worse.
So even after your counseling, he just escalated.
Right. And I mean, I said it more than once to him. It's, it's like, man, what are you doing? Cut it out.
So did that precipitate or lead to sort of a schism in the people who are now, you're not all hanging out into the pavilion?
Then Walt moved down, just a little ways down in the park.
Okay.
And
Is that like, do you know where there's like a water area? To like
yes, it's the other side of the water area.
Okay, so there's the pavilion, the water area, and then somewhere on the other side of the water area, there's like a picnic bench?
Just a picnic table. Yeah.
Okay.
And they would go sit down.
And that's where Walt would go sit?
That's where Walt would go sit.
Like clockwork?
Oh yeah. When he changed, he went down there.
Okay. So tell me, he went down to the table and tell me what the others started doing.
And then, the ones that were, his good friends were moving down there, like his friend Kim, she moved down there. And that seemed to really upset Declan that everybody was going to a different table.
And tell me what it is that Mr. Radford did or said that let you know that he was getting upset that other people were going with Walt to the other picnic tables.
Because he called Kim a traitor and called her a fag hag and said the fag hag's sitting down there with the faggot.
He said that more than once?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Did you ever witness, once the schism happened, and now we're sort of pavilion and picnic table separated, did you ever see moments that started to make you feel like maybe there was going to be some sort of physical problem?
Oh, I did. Walt would walk.
jealousy.
That was what he liked to do. And a lot of times my wife would walk with him when we get to the park. Well, then it got to where all of a sudden you look and there's Declan walking like he's walking right in front of Walt. And I said to him, I said, what in the hell are you doing? I said, are you trying to get him to run into you so you can have a fight?
Okay, and so you make a very specific accusation.
Yeah.
Are you trying to walk in front of him so you can start a fight? And what does Mr. Radford do when you suggest he's trying to provoke a fight with Mr. Lane?
He just smiles and kind of, chuckles and smiles, which to me was like, of course, that's what I'm doing.
Okay. Tell me, how does Mr. Lay respond to this? Does Mr. Lay ever become aggressive? I mean, I know you talked about, he said we're going to come to blows someday, but other than that, does Mr. Lay ever become aggressive, hostile, threatening, disrespectful to Mr. Radford?
I never saw that happen. All I ever heard him say was, why don't you just leave me alone?
That's it?
That's all I ever heard.
You never heard something like, I'm going to cave your head in.
No.
I'm going to break your jaw.
No.
I'm going to punch you in the face.
No.
None of that.
No. If Walt said that, I'd be stunned. He was just such a laid back guy that, just.
Okay. I want to ask you about, you have a wife?
Yes.
Does she go to the dog park too?
Yes.
Does she know Mr. Radford as well?
Oh, yeah.
And are you aware that the Friday before the shooting, your wife had gone to the park?
That's what she told me. Yes.
Okay. But you were not
I
necessarily.
wasn't there.
So you didn't see what happened?
No, I didn't see what happened.
Okay. The Tuesday before the shooting's on a Friday, the Tuesday before, do you remember ending up interacting with Mr. Lay and Mr. Gumper, a guy named Paul Gumper?
Yes, I do. I happened to went outside and I saw them standing in their yard next door. So I said, oh, let me go over there because I had mentioned to Walt, you need to start making a record of these things that keep happening.
And you're not telling me exactly what Walt said. Did Walt want to start involving the police and all that?
No, he said, I do not want to escalate this. And we're like, man, you need to do something. And he's like, no, I don't want to because that just might make things worse.
Okay, so he did not want to, but you were advising him to do so?
Yeah.
And so on that Tuesday with Mr. Lay and Mr. Gumper, was there some sort of plan that was formed that was going to happen down the road?
Yes.
How many people is that now that have told him to keep a record of this? That's at least 3 by my count. And then, wait. 3 people. Cam, I missed her name, the lady that had been a deputy. And then this guy. And then didn't the police, he reported to the police. Didn't the police tell him that? So that's 4 people. Man, that sucks. He told the police. He told everybody. They all told him to keep a record, and he still ended up dead. What is wrong with Florida, man? Same thing with Colin Griffith. He asked for help. Dang.
Paul, because I went over there and we were just talking, and so Paul said to Walt,
Same.
It's not offered for the truth of the matter, sir, Your Honor. It's to explain the ensuing action by Mr. Darlington and the plan that is ultimately formed, and the plan would be a hearsay exception under then existing mental, emotional, physical
You are offering it for the truth of the matter asserted.
I understand that, but the point is I'm
Sustained.
trying to get to a plan.
Sustained.
Yes, sir.
Ask another
Did you all
question.
make a plan? That's my question.
They did.
Okay, what was the plan?
Paul was going to write this up because I guess that's kind of things he does. And they were going to start keeping a record of this so they could do whatever they needed to do, but they needed it official. And Paul was going to do it when,
Overruled on those grounds.
What,
Sustained.
so the plan was Paul was gonna start helping Mr. Lay document what was happening?
yes,
Specifically, what were they going to document?
the interactions,
Overruled.
the interactions that got out of hand. And the,
Thank you, sir, I appreciate your time.
Cross.
Yeah, it's
How you
open,
doing?
right? Use your mic, lady.
Outside of when Mr. Lay became your tenant, you said that was about mid-2020.
best, to my best recollection, yes.
Outside that time, you did not have a friendship or relationship with him, correct?
With,
With Mr. Lay.
no,
However, you did know Mr. Radford for a longer time than that, isn't that correct?
that is correct.
And after the death of Mr. Lay, you sent an email to law enforcement, isn't that correct?
I did.
And in that email, sir, you asserted that you had very little contact with Mr. Radford outside the dog park. Isn't that correct?
I had some, but not a lot.
Isn't it true, sir, that you spent time with Mr. Radford at an airfield?
Radford was there. I helped him with his airplanes. But there's a whole bunch of people there, so, you know, I don't know how you'd call it spending time with him, but yeah, he was there.
You never extended an invitation to Mr. Radford to join you?
Well, that's probably how he ended up at the field. He knew I did it and he wanted to get involved, so I said, well, come on out.
And would you invite somebody that you didn't care for, sir, to come join you in a social situation?
If somebody was in that hobby, I don't care if I like them or not. If that's what they want to do, they can come out. There's people out there I don't particularly like that I don't have anything to do with, but it's on about 700 acres, so there's plenty of room to stay away from everybody.
You testified today that you would call Mr. Radford an asshole.
Yes,
You would say that in the same kind of context that Mr. Radford would call Mr. Lay a faggot.
no,
So when you said Mr. Radford would say, here comes the faggot, and then you started saying, here comes the asshole.
I said that long before he ever said that. And I didn't say, here comes the fucking asshole or anything like that. Just here comes the asshole.
So you were saying asshole in a nice way.
Yeah,
And it stands to reason that just because you called him an asshole or a name didn't mean you were going to violently attack him, correct?
no,
And it's fair to say that over the years after Mr. Lay became your tenant, you developed a closer relationship with him, correct?
we didn't hang out with each other. He was in my house next door. I got the rent from him, you know.
So I'm correct in saying that you're outside collecting rent in the normal landlord-tenant interaction, you only saw Mr. Lay at the dog park?
Yes, that at the house, you know.
And there was a time, sir, when Mr. Lay came out to this group of people at the dog park. And when I say come out, I mean, it told everybody I'm gay. Is that correct?
Not that I know that he came out and told everybody. I know how he told me, and that's all I know about the rest of it.
Sir, do you remember being before this court and giving a testimony under oath?
Yeah.
And if I was to provide you with a transcript of that testimony, would it help to refresh your recollection as to Mr. Lay coming out to the people at the park?
Sure, you can tell me what I said. I don't remember saying anything like that.
Do I have permission to approach the witness?
Yes. Tell the state the line and page, please.
Okay, sir. I'm going to ask you to start reading line 22 on this page through line 15 on this page.
22. Well, at first, everything was
No,
fine.
I'm sorry. Read it to yourself, sir.
Oh. All the way down to what?
Line 15.
Okay. Okay, what do you want to know?
So it's accurate that there was a time where Walt came out and everybody at the park knew about it.
Oh, apparently so, but not to me. That was a private conversation that you just had me read.
And in fact, you stated that everybody joked about it. Isn't that correct?
Later on,
Okay. And later on, what do you mean later on?
months later, because I knew it, but it wasn't like I was going to go say it.
But the Mr. Lay's sexual orientation was joked about.
Not at that time. Later on, it was.
And it's accurate that when everybody found out that Mr. Lay was gay, Mr. Radford had no problem with it.
I guess not.
Was that your testimony, sir? Prior
But
testimony?
everybody seemed to be getting along okay.
So you didn't notice any problems at that time when it first was revealed that Mr. Lay was gay between Mr. Radford and Mr. Lay.
Not that I knew of.
In fact, you just testified a moment ago that when this joking was taking place, that Mr. Lay participated in it as well.
Yes.
There became a point, sir, where when in time you had to have a conversation with Mr. Radford about the language he was using. Isn't that correct?
I said that, yes.
And you said something to the effect of, you're not supposed to talk like that. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
And Mr. Radford's response to you was, what do you mean?
You know what? I don't remember exactly what his response was.
Okay. Again, you gave testimony.
Okay. If I did, I could have forgotten a few things. So if you want to refresh me, you go right ahead. But I don't remember exactly to word perfect what I said.
So I'm not trying to be hostile. I just am trying to remind you of the statements that were made.
Well, then show me the thing and let me see it. I told you I don't remember.
Why is he being so defensive?
Permission to approach the witness, please, Your Honor. Line 17.
Okay.
And so when you had this conversation with Mr. Radford about his language, it was obvious he didn't register the words the same way that you did. Isn't that correct?
I don't know how he registered the word. I have no way to know how he registered the word.
In the same email statement that you sent to Detective Harrop, you said, "There is no world that I would believe Walt attacked him."
That is correct.
Yet you described seeing on multiple occasions Mr. Radford walking in front of Mr. Lay in his path.
Yes.
Sir, I'm going to show you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 18. This is a text message from Mr. Lay, text messages between Mr. Lay and a Miss Sue Jones. Okay, have you seen this text message before?
Which one am I looking at? It's moving around.
So
The one in blue?
I'm gonna zoom in on the one in green.
Green, okay.
So your statement was a world where he attacked him. Now, this text message states, if he blocks my path again, which you've witnessed, I'll try to tackle him. Is that what that text message says?
That's what it says.
So, sir, in fact, there is a world where Mr. Lay would have attacked Mr. Radford. Isn't that accurate?
Sustained.
So perhaps, sir, maybe you don't know Mr. Lay as well as you thought that you did.
Whatever.
In the same email with Detective Harrop, you said, "I don't understand how this is not a hate crime."
That's right.
Were you there on February 2nd, 2024?
No, I wasn't.
And in fact, in that same email to Detective Harrop, you said, "I really wish we could find out the truth on exactly what happened."
That's very true.
Because as you sit here, you don't know the truth, do you?
No. I never said I did know the truth of what happened that day.
You never
I
heard.
can say what I believe, but I didn't say I saw it or knew exactly what happened.
And you believe that Walt was intimidated by Mr. Radford.
There's no question about it.
Okay. So I'm going to bring that text message back up. And in the same text message, she says, "He doesn't really intimidate me."
Okay, fine.
So again, maybe
How am
you
I
didn't-
supposed to know
Sir, I'm asking
what Walt
questions.
thought?
So again, it's clear that an opinion you had about the situation isn't accurate with what Mr. Lay was feeling.
If you say so.
Did you ever see Mr. Lay or hear Mr. Lay without saying anything specific about what was said? Do or say anything to rile up Mr. Radford?
I never saw it.
Again, sir, I'm going to draw your attention to the testimony you gave at a preceding hearing under oath. Oh, sorry, I apologize. This would be a 57, lines 12 through 18.
Yes.
12 through 18.
Okay, this is all in the text of kidding around. So take it for what you want.
Well, the statement you made under oath, sir, were you kidding when you made the statement under oath?
What are you talking about? I'm not talking about what I said.
Okay, well, explain
He
what
says
you
he's gonna rile him up. That was all, we riled each other up all the time. All of us did.
Right, so when I asked you previously, did Walt ever do things to rile Mr. Radford, the answer is yes.
Well, if you call kidding around and all riling up, then I guess so. You know, I don't, you know, I'm sorry, that is nowhere near any altercation.
So your opinion now today is different than the opinion you gave at a prior hearing.
No, it's just, that's not what I'm saying.
Mr. Darlington, you never witnessed any physical violence between Mr. Lane and Mr. Radford, did you?
No, I told you that.
Moment to confirm, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm going to read the lines referring to what we were just talking about and getting Mr. Radford riled up. Page 257 of the transcript. Line 12. Did you ever hear Walt say that he says and does things to Mr. Radford to rile him up? And sir, you answered, well, yeah, so did I. I mean, it was all a bunch of guys joking around.
Yeah.
That was your answer,
Right.
correct? And at any time during your interactions at the dog park with these men, did you ever observe or hear from Mr. Lay conversations about his sexual orientation?
Say that again?
Did Mr. Lay talk and have conversations about his sexual orientation?
Not that I remember. I mean, it probably did, but I don't know.
Did he ever have conversations about his sexual exploits?
Yeah, he did. He told me about going out a couple times.
And was this in the presence of Mr. Radford?
I have no idea.
And did you ever hear Mr. Radford express his concerns? He didn't want to hear that kind of stuff.
Not that I heard. He could have. I didn't hear it. I don't remember it.
A moment, Your Honor. No other questions for this witness? Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, we're a bunch of guys out on a boat working for hours and days at a time.
Okay, so I'm gonna guess you spend a significant portion of your life and have spent a significant portion of your life just sitting around with a bunch of guys.
Oh, yeah, working, not sitting around. We're working.
Sure, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I don't mean to suggest you're
Yeah,
lazy.
no,
or,
yeah.
Guys tease each other,
Oh, good Lord, yes.
make fun of each other because one's short or one's tall, call the guy shorty, or one guy's fat, or one guy's too skinny, one guy's bald, one guy's smart, one guy's dumb.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we had a guy that walks like Paul that was in here, and his nickname was Crazy Legs.
Crazy.
I mean, so that's the kind of things we did. And then there's Three Finger Mike. Well, guess why his name was Three Finger Mike?
Okay, but can we agree that you can make a comment about a person and maybe even a physical characteristic or a characteristic of a person, and you can do so in a loving way?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so when Gerald Radford said over and over again, fucking faggot, Was he saying it out of love?
No.
Was he saying it out of kindness?
Oh, well, because he'd follow it by, I want to beat his ass.
Thanks, sir.
You can step down. Thank you. Is he released from his subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Call your next witness.
Darling. That the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
My name is Vicki Darlington, Vickidarlington.
Afternoon, ma'am. Are you the wife of Albert Darlington?
Yes,
And do you know a gentleman, or did you know a gentleman by the name of John Walter Lay? Might have been called Walt.
yes.
How do you know Mr. Lay?
He rented our house next door, and he's also became a friend of mine.
Okay. And do you know a place called the West Dog Park?
Yes,
Did Mr. Lay go to the West Dog Park?
yes,
Did you and your husband sometime go to the West Dog Park?
yes.
How long have you all been going to the West Dog Park?
I would say I'd probably be going for like 11 years.
And did Mr. Lay go to that same dog park?
Yes,
While you were going to the dog park and then eventually became your tenant and all of that, you got to know Mr. Lay. Is that fair to say?
yes.
Could you describe his personality? Was he a aggressive, mean, hostile person?
No, he was very laid back, easygoing, just wasn't very confrontational at all.
Ever see him get angry, lose his temper, get mad, aggressive, hostile to somebody?
No, never,
Never.
never.
How many years in total do you think you knew Mr. Lay?
Probably maybe 4 or 5 years.
And that's obviously the 4 or 5 years up until his death.
Yes,
Do you also know from the park a guy named Gerald Declan Radford?
yes,
Do you see him in court?
yes.
Could you please point to him and describe him so we know who you're talking about?
He's right there at the table with the beard,
Well, there's two guys there with a beard,
the white beard.
the white beard. Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, I'd ask the record reflections identify the defendant.
Yes.
Did you
I know it's foundation, but it's a stupid question. If she didn't know him, she wouldn't be there.
know Mr. Radford from the dog park as well?
Yes,
And how long do you think you've known him?
probably close to like that 10 years.
Did you ever have occasions to see Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford interacting with each other at the dog park?
Yes,
And when they first started interacting in the early years of Mr. Lay being part of the dog park, tell me how they got along.
they seemed to get along pretty good, but they would stand at the table, the picnic table. And sometimes they'd smoke pot together. They'd talk about things. They'd make jokes, laugh,
They seemed friendly.
Yes,
I don't mean to suggest they're best buddies, but they were
Right.
certainly cordial.
right.
Did that ever change?
Yes.
Tell me what it is that you noticed that let you know that things were changing.
I think it was like around when COVID started, 2021, and then, the change of election. So differences of opinions about wearing masks and about COVID and about politics and things like that.
Okay. If you had to, do you know the concepts of left-leaning, right-leaning,
Yes.
conservative,
Yes.
liberal, those sorts of
Yes.
things? How would you describe Mr. Lay?
I would say he's more left-leaning and sometimes libertarian in his beliefs.
What about Mr. Radford? How would you
He was
describe
more
him?
right-wing conservative.
So you had two guys who were initially friendly, start to hit that COVID election time, all of that stuff. And now there seems to be some sort of dispute between them.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
And did you ever see Mr. Radford do anything belligerent, hostile, aggressive, disrespectful?
You know, towards the end of time, seeing things where he would like walk in front of him, or he would call him names, say things when he was walking by.
All right, and can you tell me what sort of things was Mr. Radford saying to Mr. Lay?
He'd say, "Here comes the fucking faggot."
And what do you remember would prompt that sort of statement?
I don't really know, because I can't really say what would do it, just that they had differences of opinions. And I think, you know, in my opinion, I felt like, you know, Walt thought it was kind of like funny, you know, but I don't think I got the impression that Deck didn't think it was funny. He was more angry. He's an angry person.
You described Mr. Radford as an angry person?
Yes.
Are you familiar with other people who go to the park? You ever talk with them?
Yes.
Can you tell me what the general reputation of Mr. Radford is amongst the group of people who go to the park regularly?
Well, just sometimes you just had to be very careful about what you said, because he might fly off the handle about something, or if your dog came too close to his dog, he would swear at the dog. And, you know, there's some people that I said, "I haven't seen you in a while," and they said, "Well, we're not going to come when he's here, because we would come earlier in the morning."
Were there people who stopped coming to the park once Mr. Radford started becoming belligerent and hostile?
Yes, but I can't remember their names.
Fair enough, but I'm just saying, you
Yes.
started to notice that the regulars thinned in number.
Right.
Tell me, is there a pavilion at the dog park?
Yes.
Once upon a time, did you all sit together at the pavilion?
Yes.
At some point in time, did there become like a schism where people separated?
Yes.
And tell me what you remember about that.
Well, we would come earlier. We were early people, me and Albert, on Saturday, and then Walt would come a little bit later. But people started sitting at the other picnic table. It's a very big park. It's like 5 acres.
Okay.
So it's way over by another. Doesn't have a covering over. It's just a pool table. I mean, a picnic table underneath a like oak tree. So.
I want to talk with you. You know that obviously in this case, Mr. Lay died on February 2nd at the dog park, correct?
Yes.
That's a Friday.
Yes.
Do you remember the Friday before?
Yes, I do, because I am off on Fridays, but I didn't always go to the dog park on Fridays. It was usually Saturday, but that day I had a doctor's appointment. So if I did go, I would have gone earlier, but I went actually later, like at about 8:30. That my doctor's appointment was 8:30, so I got there a little bit later, like 9.
Do you remember it's the Friday before
Right,
Walt was
yes.
killed on the Friday of February 2nd?
Yes.
When you got there, was anybody there?
Deck was there.
And what did you initially notice about him? Just describe what you saw about him.
He was upset and despondent, and I knew that his dog had died.
So you assume that's why he's crying?
Yeah, and I just said, "I'm sorry about your dog," you know.
But as you're standing there interacting with Mr. Radford, tell the jury, do you remember Mr. Radford on that Friday or week before the shooting saying anything that you interpreted as about Mr. Lay?
Well, when Walt would come to the park, you could know that he was coming because he had a dog named Fala, and Fala would bark and you could hear him coming, you know, coming down the road. And that's when Deck said, "Here comes that fucking faggot. I want to fucking kill him."
I want to make sure.
Oh.
You're sure?
Yes, I'm
He
sure.
said on the week before the murder, he said, "Here comes that fucking faggot. I want to kill him."
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Russ?
Good afternoon, Mrs. Darlington.
Good afternoon.
I want to talk about that statement. I want to fucking kill him. That's a very serious statement, correct?
Yes.
So I'm sure that you immediately upon hearing that contacted law enforcement, correct?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So I'm having a hard time understanding, ma'am, after this escalation of events and you hear this threat, why one wouldn't contact law enforcement.
Because as long as I knew him, I just thought that he was despondent about his dog. And I just said, "I don't appreciate you saying that. That's my friend and my neighbor." And then he kind of went off on me and I just walked away. I just walked away from him.
So fair to say you thought it was an empty threat.
Well, I don't know what at the time I would say that I didn't think I needed to call the police about it. because I would never imagine that someone would kill somebody over something.
Surely, if you took that seriously and you thought your friend's life was in jeopardy, you would have contacted law enforcement.
Maybe I would have, maybe I wouldn't have.
Ma'am, how many interviews did you give with the media about this case?
None. I mean, I was at the picnic table and somebody came in. I didn't actually, I think one time I spoke in front of the camera.
Okay, so one time then
Yes.
you gave me. And in that interview, you said, never imagined this would happen. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
But it's your testimony today that just a week earlier, Mr. Radford said he was going to kill him. So explain to the jury how that happens, but then you later tell somebody, we never imagined this would happen.
Because someone coming to the park a long time like that and being that they were having more anger issues, that wasn't the first time he had anger issues. He had a lot of them. I just wouldn't imagine, no matter what somebody says or does to you or says things like that, that you're not going to kill somebody over it.
So nothing that you heard rose to a level that caused you to call law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
And nothing that you saw happen gave you any reason to imagine that this scenario would happen. Those are your own words, correct?
Yes, because I've been in positions where if you called before and they said, well, unless something actually happens, you can report it. So I did say to Walt, it would be really good if you would keep a record of this or something, that you feel like this is happening to you.
All right, well, I want to clear it up. So you didn't call because you didn't think they would do anything, or you didn't call because you thought it was an empty threat?
I don't know. I didn't really think about it until you brought it up right now.
Somebody has to die first.
Sorry, shake that. You also contacted law enforcement, isn't that correct?
Yeah, after about, it was over a week and nothing was being said about, they were just saying that it was self-defense. That yes, I wanted to know what's going on. Are they doing an investigation? So.
Let me back up a little bit. You were friends with Mr. Lay, weren't you?
As he was a neighbor, I mean, I didn't go out and party with him or anything, but I would bring him cookies at Christmas time. I'd make extra food. I'd bring it over to him. But he was mostly going to the dog park, working type of person.
Would you consider him a friend?
Yes.
And it's fair to say you do not share these same positive viewpoints as Mr. Radford,
No.
correct? You do not consider him a friend?
No.
In fact, it's fair to say that you would have a bias in favor of Mr. Lay.
I suppose so.
And it would be fair to say that based on these multiple emails you sent to law enforcement, that you blame Mr. Radford for Mr. Lay's death.
Yes.
And you would like to see him punished.
Yes.
He should be punished anyway, either way, because it's not self-defense.
The years that you went to the dog park and observed interactions between these two men, you never heard Mr. Radford say directly to Mr. Lay, fucking faggot. Isn't that correct?
I think I did when he was walking by, a couple of weeks before. Walt would walk with several different people. Sometimes I would walk with them around. And I know he said it loud enough for Walt to hear it.
So you're saying, is your testimony here today that you did hear Mr. Radford say directly to Mr. Lay, you're a fucking faggot?
Here comes the fucking faggot. There's the fucking faggot.
So I want to be very clear to this jury.
Mm-hmm.
You did not hear and observe Mr. Radford look directly at Mr. Lay and say, you're a
Well,
faggot.
I don't know. I was standing over here and he was over at the corner of the table that he sits and Walt is walking by. So I don't know if he was looking directly at him or if he was looking out into the sky. I really don't know.
Ma'am, you gave sworn testimony before this court previously, isn't that correct?
Yes.
If I was to provide you with a transcript of that testimony.
If you would like to, go right ahead.
permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
You think, Ardo? Really?
Just gonna ask you to reach yourself, starting here with line 7 and go down to line 13.
That's what I think I just said to you, exactly what I said. That's how I read it. I didn't say that. I don't know if he was looking directly at him, but I heard him say it.
The transcript is, and tell us what kinds of names he would call him. Your response is called him a fucking faggot. Question, did you hear him say that more than once? Your answer, yes. Question, and did he say that directly to Walt himself? Your answer, there were times I can't say he said it directly to him, but I heard him refer to him like that. Question, okay, so you heard him just generally refer to Walt. Your answer, yes, yes. Is that accurate?
And that's what I'm saying. He was standing here, I was standing there, Walt was walking by, so I don't know. He's like mumbled under his breath sometimes, about things. And he said, here comes the fucking faggot. There's the fucking faggot.
But again, ma'am, you never saw these two, Mr. Radford and Mr. Lay, face to face with Mr. Radford saying, you're a fucking.
No.
But he definitely said it within his earshot. He wanted
In one
to
of
hear
your
it.
emails to law enforcement, you said Walt would never pick a fight. Correct?
Yeah.
And you would testify today that you feel that you know Walt pretty well. Correct?
Yes, I know Walt pretty well. I did know Walt pretty well when he was alive.
Showing the witness what's been already admitted as State's Exhibit 18. And these are some text messages. You may have seen them before. To draw your attention to this line here. I thought, and this is a message from Mr. Lay, and he's referencing Mr. Radford. I thought if he blocks my path again, I'll try to tackle him. He's really older than he looks. He's weak and feeble. I'll keep you informed. This weekend should be drama.
Well, I would think that if someone who's
Have you
very,
seen that text message before?
I've seen it because, yes, it was brought up when we were here for the Stand Your Ground.
So that's exactly in controversy to you saying he would never pick a fight. Isn't that correct?
Yes, but I'm saying that over time, people always have a plan. If something is distracting to you or upsetting to you, you're not just going to go around and be yourself. That I think that came, he was kind of at his wit's end. People were telling him that he needed to keep a record of this. People told him he should, maybe call the police, and he said, no, I'm not going to do that. And then maybe that's why he did his own little video thing of that. But
So, ma'am, when you say
I
you
just
never-
would feel that
Let
he-
her finish her quick answer,
I would
please.
feel that he would say that this, if he comes up to me again, because it came to the point where he said he was way on the other side of the park and you ran right up to him, and went in his face. I wouldn't want to have a plan myself. If somebody did that to me, I might say that just to save face, because he's probably scared.
Wouldn't you agree when you say he would never pick a fight? That's not accurate now, seeing the text message sent by
Well-
Mr. Lay.
From what I knew of him, that's what I believe.
So maybe you didn't know him as well as you thought you did.
Well,
A text message is not proof of anything.
Did you ever at any point observe any physical violence between Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford?
no.
And you never heard Mr. Radford say anything in general about a hatred for gay people, isn't that correct?
Yes. I mean, no, I didn't hear him say that, no.
And you were not present at the dog park on February 2nd to witness anything that occurred, were you?
No,
Nothing that was said.
no,
Nothing that transpired.
No.
But you were adamant in your emails to law enforcement that charges be pressed against Mr. Radford. Isn't that correct?
I felt that because I saw how it escalated and I knew what type of personality he had. And I don't care what, even if someone comes and punches you in the face, I don't believe myself that you should kill somebody. So I
But
don't
there
know
was
if
never
that's,
any physical violence.
well, it wasn't before that, but I'm just saying, I didn't think that there ever would be. But it was, you know,
So you saw this escalation, but you're still sitting here saying, I never believed there would be violence. Isn't that correct? A moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
No other questions for this witness. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, ma'am.
Hang on one second. Anything?
Just because you love Mr. Lay or you like Mr. Lay, just because you dislike Mr. Radford, did you come here today and lie and make up this
No.
statement?
never.
Did you hear Gerald Radford a week before the killing say, I want to fucking kill him?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
All right, you can step down, ma'am. Thank you. Is she released from her subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Call your next witness.
No, it's time to stay arrested.
All right. So ladies and gentlemen, the state's rested. We're going to go ahead and break for the day so you can kind of have an early start home. That'll make up for going late yesterday, maybe. So you'll like me again by tomorrow. Same admonition though. You haven't heard all the evidence or the law. So please do not come to any fixed or final opinions on what you've heard thus far. It's important that you not come to any final fixed opinions because the most important part of this jury process is your deliberations where you're able to exchange information freely among yourselves. So keep that in mind. No reading the newspaper, watching TV, having discussions of any kind about the case. See you same time, same place tomorrow, 8:45. You'll meet the bailiffs so we can get started as close to 9 o'clock as humanly possible. With that, have a safe trip home and a good night. All rise. All right, have a seat. Mia, Ange, do you all need a break? No? I'm gonna let them do JOA argument.
Oh.
All right. Yeah.
I wish they would quit throwing that text in there. Because you can say anything on a text. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. Like, Sylvester Stallone came to Gainesville, and I was texting people going, y'all, let's load up. Come on, we're going to Gainesville. That didn't happen. I wanted it to, but it didn't happen. Just because you text it, I was like, let's go find what hotel he's staying in. Let's go find Sylvester Stallone. That did not happen, but it was texted. It would have happened if I'd had better friends. Wait, we don't get to hear the JOA argument? Are you kidding me? Oh no, we were robbed. No. Dang it. Okay. I'm disappointed. Okay. Let me find. Hi. Let me find. I saved it to my watch later playlist. I thought it said closing arguments though. Did they? Oh, wait a minute. Please tell me the defense put on a case. That would be kind of stupid. Okay, that's Fox 13 Tampa Bay. Do they have a playlist on their channel for this? Oh, stick onto their channel. Here we go. Defense begins its case. Why is the defense calling FDLE? Ardo, is this a joke or current events? Where did this happen? Oh my god. Yeah, you gotta be careful where you're firing your firearms. What goes up must come down. Yep. That's crazy. Okay, I found it. It says, wait, let me look again. It says 30 minutes. This video is 30 minutes. And then they only put on a 30-minute case and then they went right to closing arguments? That is all I see here. Wait. Yeah, that's all I see. Is 30 minutes for the defense. That's crazy. Okay, well, if they think they can do all of that in 30 minutes, probably I think it was the very first episode of CSI. They did the one about the guy that got like the steel rod through his head that lived, but like it screwed up his personality forever because it damaged his brain.
All right.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
My name is Maureen Meehan. First name is spelled Maureen. Last name Meehan.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Could you tell the jury how you are employed?
Yes. So I'm employed at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement as a crime laboratory analyst in the biology section.
Could you please describe for the jury what you do as a crime laboratory analyst in the biology section for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
So I examine items of evidence, testing for possible body fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva. I will collect samples from this evidence, develop DNA profiles, make comparisons to known reference standards, calculate statistics, and release a report.
Were you tasked in this case with analyzing a series of, I believe it was 7 items for potential biological material?
Yes.
Permission, Judge, by stipulation, I've got pre-marked what would become exhibits 4 through 10. The defense would move by stipulation.
Have you ever heard a crime scene analyst? Is she crime scene analyst or a lab person? Have you ever seen them testify for the defense before? Ever? I don't think we have. That I can remember.
Admitted into evidence.
All right, will be received.
Just briefly, permission to approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
We just have to go. Just have a couple of questions.
Yeah.
record, Judge, I have the witness take a look at what has been entered into evidence as defense exhibits 4 through 10. Ms. Meehan, do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
Are those the items that you were tasked with analyzing as part of your involvement in this case?
Yes, correct.
I specifically want to focus on, and just, I guess, to fill the jury in on how this process works. When you receive items, they come to you without that FDLE tape on them, right?
Yes, correct.
You open them, you process them, and then ultimately, once you've completed your analysis, they get sent back to the respective agency?
Correct.
In this case, I want to focus on item 1 that you analyzed. Do you recall what that was associated with?
Yes.
And could you tell the jury what item 1 was associated with?
Swabs from the sights and slide of the pistol.
Now, prior to your analysis of this particular item, did you receive known standards from specific individuals?
Yes, I did.
And who would that be in this case?
I received a bloodstain card from John Walter Lay II and buccal swabs from Gerald Declan Radford.
Buccal swab.
Did you utilize those samples to attempt to make comparisons to the items that you were sent?
Yes.
As it pertains to item 1, what were your findings?
So this item demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male individual.
Were you able to determine whether or not Mr. Radford's DNA was present on within item 1, the swab from the sights and slide of the pistol?
So I was able to include Mr. Radford as a possible contributor to this mixture.
As it pertains to Mr. Lay, what were your findings?
Comparison of Mr. Lay to this profile, I was unable to provide either an inclusion or an exclusion, so no determination was made.
One moment to confer, Judge.
Sure.
So they're trying to say that Walt's DNA was on the gun.
And for clarity, Ms. Meehan, if I understand correctly, if you could explain to the jury, there was a mixture of DNA present on the sight and slide swab,
Yes, correct.
which indicates to you that it would have come from 2 different contributors, right?
Yes, that's what I determined.
And you couldn't include or exclude Mr. Lay as a contributor to that sample?
Correct.
No further questions, Judge.
Morning, man.
Good morning.
You actually looked at a whole bunch of things, right? There's actually a series of what we do. But that, you actually looked at a whole series of swabs, right?
Yes.
I think not counting bloodstain card and buccal swab, you look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different swabs attributed to firearms or other items. Is that correct?
Yes.
And just so the jury understands, so they don't go back and have to debate amongst themselves what these things are, what's a bloodstain card and what do you do with that?
So bloodstain card is a reference standard, so the origin of this DNA profile is known. This is typically evidence that's collected at the medical examiner's office. The blood is collected and dried on.
Tell me about it.
Paper.
And then you can eventually somehow get DNA out of that sample of blood dried onto the paper, and that's how you get the DNA of the person. In this case, the victim, Mr. Lay.
Correct.
What's a buccal swab?
So buccal swab is another example of a reference standard. Again, the origin is known. These are typically swabs taken from the inside of an individual's cheek.
And then you can use that to get the DNA profile of, in this case, the defendant, Mr. Radford.
Correct.
And at that point, we have like known profiles attributable to specific people.
Yes.
And for the record, so the jury understands, Exhibit 9 and Exhibit 10, 9 is the buccal swab of the defendant, and 10 is the bloodstain card of the victim. These are the things you use to first have a working knowledge of what DNA might be attributable to any specific person.
Yes.
Now you get 5 other samples. That's 8, 7, 6, 5, and 4. Right backwards, sorry. And those are swabs from items.
Correct.
And 3 of those swabs are swabs from different portions of the gun. Are you familiar with a firearm enough to at least help me explain the different portions of the gun?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, so there it is on the TV. This portion up here, and these little things that poke up top, what portion of the gun is that?
The slide.
The slide, and these things at the top, are these the sights, basically?
Not familiar with that, but yes.
Like if I was looking down the gun, I would use that to aim?
Yes.
Okay. Then there's another, the lower portion. What do we call this section?
So that contains the grip, the trigger as well.
Yeah, the grip, the handle, the trigger, all these sorts of areas. And then if I turn the gun like this, and I'm looking at this hole in the front of the gun, what do we call that?
So that would be the muzzle.
And you have that. For example, you have, let me make sure I get the right ones. All right, so that is these 3. Number 4 is the sights and the slide. Number 5 is the handle, trigger, and mag, meaning the magazine of the pistol, correct?
Yes.
And then finally, the last one, number 6, is the muzzle.
Correct.
So you have swabs from all over this gun, basically.
Yes.
The other 2, just so the jury knows what we're talking about, 7 goes to a blue thermos mug, and 8 goes to something called a blue Bubba mug.
Correct.
And you never actually see the actual items, right?
That's correct.
You just see these. What's in here are basically like kind of long-looking Q-tips.
Yes.
Okay, so you get these Q-tips, that's the swabs, and you can go through a process, and I'm not going to go through all the process, but you can go through a process and you can try and extract the DNA off the swab, and then eventually you can try and compare the DNA that came off the swab to the known sample from a particular person and see if they match or if they don't match or whatever the case may be.
That's correct.
And just to give people the basic primer of DNA, DNA comes from where? Where do people get DNA from?
So almost every cell in your body contains DNA.
So you could get it from blood.
Correct.
You can get it from semen or saliva.
Yes.
You could even theoretically get it from skin.
Yes.
Right? You could find a piece of clothing that someone had worn. If there's lots of wear, like the collar of my neck rubbing against the collar, you might be able to get DNA there from my skin cells.
Yes.
Or I could touch an object, even briefly, and maybe leave DNA.
That's correct.
But just because I touch this object, or I touch this object, or I touch this object, is there any guarantee that I leave DNA?
Possibility is there, yes, but there's no guarantee how much.
Okay, so maybe DNA is on an item, maybe DNA is not. We swab it, and then you have to tell us after the fact, yeah, there is DNA, no, there isn't DNA, and I can either maybe tell you who it is, or I can't tell you who it is, or whatever the answer may be. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let's work backwards. You did the swab of the blue Bubba mug, okay? And I'm going to show the jury just very briefly. This was admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit number 10. So you got some swab attributed to something called a blue Bubba mug. Now, in that case, you did a sort of special test to determine whether or not there was blood, correct?
Yes.
And explain to the jury what that test is, how it works, and what it contains.
So I perform a presumptive test, which is testing for the possible presence of blood. I apply a series of chemicals to the sample, and what I'm looking for is a pink color change, which will indicate a positive test. And in this case, I received a negative test.
Okay, there was negative, meaning there was a suggestion there was no blood.
There was no chemical indications for blood.
But, and again, this is just a hypothetical. If a person was armed with a blue Bubba mug and smashed another guy in the face with it, causing blood to come out of his face, there is the possibility there could have been blood on the mug, right?
I did not see the mug, so I can't answer that question.
But I mean, just in that scenario, because blood is coming out of the person's face who's smashed with a mug, blood could transfer onto the mug, and then you could potentially get DNA off.
Potentially.
Overruled.
I'm just explaining, DNA can transfer onto the mug from the blood if that was the scenario.
If that's the scenario, this is correct, yes.
But you didn't find any blood or any indication of blood on the Bubba mug.
Correct.
But you did find DNA on the mug.
Yes,
From one person
correct.
and only one person.
Yes.
And who's that?
So I matched the partial DNA profile to Mr. Lay.
Right. So if that was the victim's mug and he was holding it in his hand or something, it would not be surprising that we might find his DNA.
Whoa.
on the mug.
Correct.
There was another mug. There was a blue thermos mug. And I will show this. I will show the jury. What's been marked as 8. It's a little hard to see, but maybe if I. You also checked that mug for DNA. Is that correct?
Correct.
And on that mug, you definitely found that there was certainly one person's DNA on it.
Yes, I developed a partial profile from this evidence.
But even though it's partial, you were able to definitively say if it's someone's, correct?
I did match it to an individual, correct?
All right, and that's the language you use match. So you're saying this matches a particular person. Whose DNA matches onto that mug?
The DNA matched Mr. Radford.
Radford, okay. So if that was Mr. Radford's mug and he was holding it and drinking from it, not surprising his DNA might be on that mug.
Correct.
But there was an indication that there might be other DNA on that mug, wasn't there?
There was more information in the sample, which suggests the possibility of additional contributor. However, it was not interpretable.
Right, and so all you can say is maybe there's somebody's DNA on there. Is that correct?
I'm seeing that there was potential information that was present that may indicate a contributor, but it was not interpretable, so I did not compare it to anyone.
Okay. But again, we covered touch DNA can get onto an item from just even touching something, correct?
Correct.
And do you agree with me that in terms of DNA, touch DNA is one of the harder ways to get DNA on an item because it's not like blood or semen where you have like an actual like liquid or substance on the item. You're just hoping something transfers in the content.
Correct.
So would it seem weird to you if I was to suggest to you that a person might have their blue thermos mug in their hand, holding it by the handle, smack another guy on the side of the head, contacting the ear, but it doesn't draw any blood because the blood's on the inside of the ear, that's when the cut happens. And so maybe just a tiny bit of DNA transfers, but not a lot?
It's possible. Again, I was not there, so I can't say.
The next one that you had was the muzzle of the gun. Again, that's the front part here, the hole of the gun, correct?
Yes.
And did you get indications that there was DNA on that muzzle area?
So I was able to develop DNA results. However, they were not interpretable.
Okay, what does not interpretable mean?
So this DNA profile, during the analysis process, I was unable to determine whether it was a mixed profile or a single source profile. There was too limited information to use.
Okay, so you can't even tell if it's one person's DNA or more than one person's DNA on the muzzle, is that correct?
That's correct.
And because it's limited, you can't even tell if it's Mr. Radford or Mr. Lay.
Correct.
If Mr. Radford was the gun owner, it would not be surprising if maybe he might have had a little bit of DNA near the muzzle if he ever handled his gun.
Not expected, yes.
Or if the gun was pointed at Mr. Lay and he was shot, and as a bullet enters his body, maybe a tiny speck of blood leaps up and makes contact with a close muzzle. We don't know, right?
Correct.
Okay. So then we get to the grip, the trigger, and the magazine that I will, for ease of description, call the lower portion of the gun. You were able to find DNA there, right?
Yes.
And you were able to find a specific person. You can again say it's a match to one particular person, the DNA that's there.
Yes, I did match it.
And who did you match DNA to on the handle, trigger, and magazine area of the gun?
Mr. Radford.
Now, if Mr. Radford was holding the gun in his hand and his finger was on the trigger, and he at some point in his life loaded the magazine into the gun, not surprising we would find Mr. Radford's DNA on the handle and the trigger, right?
That's correct.
There is a suggestion, though, there that there is maybe somebody else's DNA?
Again, this is the same as the previous sample. There was additional DNA that was potentially suggesting a possible contributor. However, this, again, was not interpretable.
All right, now we're going to have to dive into the weeds for just a brief second. I want you to explain to people what is DNA, where it comes from, like how do we get it genetically, like all those sorts of things.
So DNA, it stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. You get half of your DNA from each of your parents. 99% of the DNA within our bodies does code for the same information in all people, with the exception of identical twins. The remaining portion of that is different amongst us, and that's where I do my testing.
Okay, and so when you do the testing for like a known sample, like the defendant's known sample, the buccal swab he gave, you end up with basically, for ease of description, like a series or a pair of numbers that tell you like the markers at each of his DNA spots, right?
Yes.
And what do we call those DNA spots?
So the spots that I look at, for lesser terms, they're also known as locations or loci. I look at 21 of these areas. And each one of those areas, you'll find 2 DNA markers for an individual. Each one of those DNA markers represents one that you've gotten from each parent.
Right, so mom gives me a marker, dad gives me a marker, they become a pairing, that forms one of my loci, and people have like millions and millions in their DNA, I think, right? Whatever the case may be.
Yes.
Okay, but you have 21 that you look at because those are the ones that we use because they're the human, those are sort of the ones that distinguish us from animals and stuff.
Right, but these are the used ones in forensics.
And so, for example, you might look at a person's DNA profile, you know, and you've got 21, and the first one might be a pairing of numbers. You might have like a 13, 14. That could be like an example, right?
That's correct.
And that's a pair because, for example, just in my hypothetical, 13 comes from mom and 14 comes from dad.
Sure.
And then you might have another one, and that one could be a 16, 19. And then you can even, in some cases, have one where you just happen to have the exact same number at both, 15, 50.
Yes.
Okay, and you get 21 sets of numbers of a pair each, and that's a DNA profile for a person.
Correct.
Okay, but sometimes you can look at a DNA profile and you might have one little oddity. You might have like a 15, 15, 16, or you might have like a 13, 14, 19. People can't have more than 2 numbers because we always have a pair. So when you see this third number, it suggests maybe there's another person.
When I'm looking at the profile and I've determined that it is a single source profile, again, most people have attributed at each area, you'll have 1 or 2 peaks. So if I see an additional peak, it is most likely a possible additional contributor.
And when you say a peak, that's like a 13 is 1 peak and a 14 is 1 peak. Or
correct.
So in the case of
wow, he explained that so well. I have never had that explained that well before. That was amazing. I love this prosecutor.
Of the trigger handle magazine, you got a complete DNA profile from the defendant, Gerald Radford, right?
I did obtain a partial DNA
Or you
profile.
had a partial. How many locations did you have?
So I had 21 areas.
You had 21 areas, okay. And so you had 42 numbers, 21 pairings, is that what you had?
So a partial profile means that there is some missing information from that, the DNA markers in the 21 areas.
Okay, so you might have had 21 areas, but some areas you might have only had like a 13 and not another number.
Correct.
What you mean?
Yes.
Okay, but you got information at all 21 locations, but at one of those locations, did you just happen to get a third number? Did you have, for example, a 13, 14, 19?
I don't remember the number specifically, but yes, that is what you're talking about, correct?
You didn't have a third number at like every of the 21 locations, right?
Correct.
You had one sort of anomaly.
Yes.
And you don't know what that means, right? You can't tell me if that really means there's a second person who touched the gun, right?
Correct.
You can't tell me who that person is.
No.
It could be even something as innocuous as somebody walked by the object and sneezed on it, or was like collecting it and sneezed on it accidentally, or who knows, but the point is, we have no idea what that one random anomalous number is, right?
That's correct.
It's not saying there's definitely a second person touching the trigger.
Correct.
Okay. So the only place where we have a mixture, and tell the jury what a mixture is as opposed to a single source profile.
So a mixture is a profile that is from more than one individual.
Okay, and so if, for example, in some sort of weird universe, Mr. Cruz and I both decided to cut ourselves and bleed into the same spot, the blood would mix, and then if you swabbed it, you would expect to find a mixture of Mr. Chambers and I.
Yes.
Okay, I called it Mr. Cruz again, I apologize. That's a mixture, a place where 2 people's DNA have sort of overlapped in the area.
Correct.
Doesn't tell us why they overlapped.
That's correct.
It can't tell us what they're doing at the moment that they overlap.
Correct.
Okay, so if I was to touch this gun, then let you touch the gun, there would potentially be a mixture of our touch DNA.
Yes, it's possible.
But it doesn't tell me whether or not you were holding the gun and I was trying to wrestle it away from you. It doesn't tell you whether or not I'm holding the gun and you're trying to wrestle the gun away from me, right?
Correct.
All it can tell us is maybe some other person touched this object, but not what they're doing, when they did it, why they were doing it.
That's correct.
Okay. So on the top of the gun, the part that you have to pull back to rack and make it so it shoots, whose DNA did you find on the top of the gun? The sights and the slide.
So the sample itself was collected to be sights and sights and slide. I
Right.
don't know how the crime scene individual may have collected it. Was it from the sights first, from the slide first? I'm not sure.
I got it, but it came from somewhere up here on the top part, the part that you use to make a semi-automatic gun ready to shoot.
Correct.
Whose DNA did you find?
So I was able to include Mr. Radford as a possible contributor to this mixture.
And there I noticed you don't use the word match.
Correct.
Why do you use the word include as opposed to match?
So match refers to a single source profile. So I'm saying DNA profiles are consistent with one another as opposed to a mixture. I'm comparing an individual's DNA types to the mixture. So I'm including their DNA types in the mixture.
Right. Since it's a mixture, again, to go back to my scenario, you might again have the 13-14 and the 16-19 and the 15-15, but the problem becomes you're also seeing like 17-12 and you're seeing 13-9 or whatever it is. There's too many numbers to be one person.
Correct.
And you have such a repeat of that. It's not just one anomalous instance. There's multiple instances you can say this is definitely at least two people.
Correct.
Now, beyond the ones where we have numbers, do we have DNA markers that are assigned letters? Like an X and a Y?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So I do look at gender determination markers. One of them does have an X and a Y. It's determining whether or not someone is potentially biologically male or female.
Okay, and so I want you to explain to the jury, if you see, what's the male one?
It would be an XY.
So if you see an XY, you know that definitely one of the people in the mixture is a man.
Yes.
But in my scenario, you're obviously a female, I'm a male. If we both touch it, you'll see an X, but you don't know, other than if you saw it, you don't know if it's a man and a woman, or if it's like Mr. Chambers and I, it's two men touching it.
Yes. Well, if the Y is present, I will determine that there's at least one male present.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You can tell at least one, but you can't tell if that's, when it's two people, you can't tell if that's man and woman, or if it's man and man.
Correct. Correct.
Okay, so the fact that there is the defendant's DNA on the gun, and the fact that the defendant is male, it's not surprising you saw the indication of at least one male.
Correct.
But if the defendant, for example, had a wife and maybe his wife once picked up the gun, we couldn't tell because we don't know if it's man and woman that touched it or man and man that touched it, right?
I would also need buccal swabs for comparison.
Sure, I got that. But I mean, just looking at the sex chromosomes, you can't tell.
Correct.
The X's and the Y's.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So we know for sure, well, we don't know for sure. You said he's included, but when you do an inclusion, are you trying to do statistics?
Yes, statistics are calculated.
And when you do statistics, what are you trying to calculate? What is it telling us when you're calculating statistics?
So I'm trying to tell you how likely is it to occur if an individual is included in a mixture versus someone unrelated.
And I know that you have a very specific language you use because you're a scientist and I'm not, but when you're talking about likelihood, you're talking about the chances that the DNA is coming from one particular person as opposed to any other person. Is that a fair description?
It's a fair description, correct.
Okay. And so I want you to tell the jury what is the statistical determination you came to regarding the chances that it's the defendant's DNA on the slide of this gun.
So the observed mixed DNA profile was greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample, excuse me.
Did you say 700 billion with a B?
Correct.
How many people are on Earth?
8.5 billion, I think.
Okay, so I gotta have more than 50 Earths to get to the chances of having somebody else who have the same DNA as you found on this gun and it being the defendants? Is that what you're saying effectively?
So my statistic doesn't refer to the population of the Earth. It's just a segment that FDLE uses in our reports. It shows that the number I do have in my file, it's much larger than that.
Okay, I got it. But I'm trying to figure out a way. I mean, you know, the average person doesn't walk around counting to the billions or, you know, collecting dollars in the billions. It's a number we don't. So I'm trying to put it in reference. There's 8.5 billion people on the planet, and you're saying 700 billion for the chances that it's the defendant's gun, on the DNA on the gun?
Greater than 700 million.
Greater than. Oh, okay, thank you. So it's a mixture. You got a pretty good indication it's the defendant's DNA on the slide of the gun. Can you tell me who the other person in the mixture is?
So I was unable to make a determination to Mr. Lay to this item, and I had no other reference standards to compare.
Well, you did have a reference standard from the victim, Mr. Lay, right?
Correct.
And you can't do what's called include or exclude him.
Correct.
And so maybe he's there, but also maybe he's not.
So yes, there was no statistical support to either include or exclude Mr. Lay.
So we have no idea who else's DNA is on this gun other than maybe Gerald Radford's. We have some indication of some person, but no idea who it might be.
Yes, I had no other references to compare.
But in fairness, if the victim was fighting with Mr. Radford over the gun, he could have left touch DNA if he's touching the top of it, correct?
It's possible.
But you again can't tell if that's because the victim is the one holding the gun trying to shoot Mr. Radford, or if Mr. Radford is trying to shoot the victim and the victim is fighting over the gun trying to not get shot.
No, I can't tell you that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anything else? All right, you can step down, ma'am. Thank you. Is she released from her subpoena?
Yes, sir. Yes,
All right,
All right, thanks, Your Honor.
thank you.
Defense would rest, Judge.
All right. The offense is rested. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we're gonna take a quick recess.
All rise.
You swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Tell me your name and date of birth.
Gerald Radford,
Mr. Radford, do you understand that the right to
Yes, I know. Judy just texted me and told me that my mic was muted. I don't know why she texts me. I don't know why she doesn't just put it in the chat. So, yes, I was muted because I was talking to the dog, who is now barking at the door. So the defense rested, I'm assuming, and he's not going to testify. That's what I said. That's all I said. Um, and I missed it because I was letting Spike outside, who is now barking to come back in. But I'm gonna make him stay because I don't want him to poop or pee in the house right before the people come to hook up the new internet. It's embarrassing enough. I mean, the house doesn't smell like pee. It smells like I don't remember the name of the stuff. Nature's Miracle or whatever that stuff is. It's supposed to get the pee smell out of your house. It does, but it smells bad too. And Travis is like, our house smells like pee. It's so embarrassing. I'm like, it's a service person that will probably never set foot in our house again. It doesn't matter. Like, we have old dogs that, well, we have an old dog that can't help it, and we have a dog that's a chicken, and something scared him outside one day, and now he's decided that he doesn't want to ever go outside. Oh, texting is faster. Well, oh, that wasn't you. That was junk mail or junk text, whatever. Okay. So I have to find closing arguments. I can't believe he's not going to testify. Called what? I used to have a cat that I took him to the vet because of it, because I thought there was something physically wrong with him. But it ended up being that we had moved twice in a 6-month period. And so he had, it's called, it's called, yeah, okay. We had moved twice in a 6 months period, and it freaked him out. So I guess he was being territorial, and he sprayed the edges of the rooms in the entire house the second time we moved. Oh, it's poof. And I took him to the vet because I thought it was something wrong with him. And my vet was like, no, he's protecting you. And I was like, he's what now? He goes, where's he doing it the most? And I said, he's doing it the most in the bedroom. He says, does he sleep with you at night? And I said, yes. And he said, he's doing it. He's protecting you and where he sleeps. That's why he's doing it. She said, I can give him a sedative or something. And I was like, no, I don't want my cat drugged. And I started using Feel Away, that stuff that has like pheromones in it that you're supposed to spray, and it's supposed to deter them from marking their territory. And I don't have asthma, but I have like that chemical. It's from having fibromyalgia. I have like the chemical sensitivity that certain things will like make me choke and close up my windpipe. So it's not like true asthma. Yeah. So that's exactly what happened. And so I started using that stuff, and it worked, but I would have to spray it and then leave the house immediately because I couldn't stay in the house with it because I'd choke. Hang on, Spike. Okay, I'm going to start this and then go let His Highness in before he has a conniption fit out there. And this is a couple hours long, 3 hours long. So I don't know if we're going to get through it all before I have to stop. But if I do, we can finish it tomorrow.
Evidence, but please listen carefully. Final arguments are intended to tell you how they believe the law that I just read to you applies to the facts that you've heard during the course of the case. Of course, if their version of the facts differs from what you understand the facts to be, I'm going to ask you to rely on your memory. You are the fact finders in the case, not the lawyers. Both sides have equal time to address you, but because the state does have the burden of proof, they're entitled to go both first and last in their remarks to you. Mr. Diaz?
Thank you. It's 1932. It's Game 3 of the World Series. And the great Babe Ruth steps up to bat. There is a moment in the folklore of American baseball that Babe Ruth, as he's standing in the batter's box, looks to the outfield, points to a particular spot. Shortly thereafter, he smacks the hell out of that baseball. The great Bambino, a man so prolific at hitting home runs, he's known as the ultimate spot. The guy who hit the record for hitting the most home runs for nearly 4 decades, sends the ball sailing over the outfield wall, right where he went. It's called a called shot.
Called what?
Now, why am I talking about baseball? Gerald Radford called the shot for days and weeks and months. He told us where it was going. And just like any person seated in the ballpark in 1932 might have thought, he can't possibly be suggesting exactly where the baseball's going to go, Gerald Radford called the shot. Now, I'm going to talk with you in a few minutes about why Gerald Radford is guilty under the law. I'm going to show you the instructions. And I'm going to ask you first and foremost to just use your common sense. Gerald Radford said a hateful homophobic slur, fucking faggot, over and over, to the man's face. He said it in front of others. He's so brazen, he said it to Mr. Genovese, who he hadn't seen for 3 years, and was just trying to have a polite conversation, and on his own, he just immediately switches and goes into angry, hostile mode to basically a stranger. But the week before, he's sitting at the dog park. He can hear the victim coming up the road because the victim's dog is barking. There's Mickey Darlington. There's that fucking faggot. I want to kill him. That's 7 days before he kills him. When he's with Mr. Genovese, it's just hours. It's less than 24 hours, and he's bragging about how much glee he takes in trying to walk up on the victim, get in his face, and scare him. And he's doing that, arguably, after he has been at the dog park and Mr. Lay has filmed the selfie saying Mr. Radford has yelled at him, "You're going to die. You're going to die." Gerald Radford is standing at the batter's box at the World Series, and he's calling the shot. 24 hours before Mr. Lay is dead, Gerald Radford is telling him, "You're going to die." When you go back, you have obviously already had the instructions. None of this will be a surprise to you, but I want to highlight some of the instructions to make sure that there's no misunderstanding. The first one is your verdict must be unanimous. And what that means is On every single one of those places where you have to check something on the verdict form, you have to all agree to that decision. Okay? But why you agree to that decision doesn't necessarily have to be exactly the same. You might believe one witness was more persuasive than another. You might believe one fact is more persuasive than another. In a second, when I get to hate, ill will, spite, evil intent, one of you might call it hate, one of you might call it spite, one of you might call it hate and spite, one of you might call it evil intent. The point is, you believe that that element has been proven. You don't have to be unanimous as to why you think the case has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. You just have to be in agreement that the case has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. That's what unanimous means. Do not let bias, sympathy, prejudice, public opinion, or other sentiment. I want to be clear. I've stood here and I've said some really harsh words because I want you to recognize that those words are harsh. They are hateful. Okay? But we're not here to punish Gerald Radford because he happens to be a conservative. We're not here to defend Walter Lay because he happens to be a liberal. Whatever your opinion is on all those topics that they argued about, whatever your opinion might be on whether or not gay people should have rights and whether or not you should be allowed to get married, it's not what we're here for. Okay? We are here to determine whether or not that man had hate in his heart for another person because he's gay and killed him because he's gay. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense. When you see the verdict form, you'll notice that there's an A, second-degree murder is charged, B, manslaughter, that's called a lesser included offense, and C, not guilty. Those things are arranged in the highest order of offenses. A is as charged, the lesser, and then the not guilty. Right? And it's sort of the same thing for the other one beneath it, the questions, but they're all, some of them are independent questions and they're not. Long story short, I submit to you, you're going to check second-degree murder because the state has proven it, and then you're going to check yes all the way down. Because that's what you should do, because the state has proven the offense, you have proven to you the defendant is guilty, and you should. Not you can, not you might, not you may, you should find him guilty of the highest offense that has been proven. So I want to talk to you about obviously the charges, because that's the part we haven't talked a whole lot about. And so you've seen these instructions, the introduction to homicide, and this is where you now realize that there's actually something called manslaughter. It's a lesser included offense. And the way I always teach lesser included offenses to young lawyers or people who aren't lawyers is just think of a burger. What is the base idea of a burger? It's top piece of bread, piece of meat, bottom piece of bread, right? Those are like the elements of hamburger. If I tell you cheeseburger, it's still just top piece of bread, piece of meat, bottom piece of bread, but you add something extra, you put a piece of cheese on it. And the difference between second-degree murder and manslaughter you're going to see is just the ill will, hatred, evil intent response. That's the cheese on the cheeseburger, as it were. You've seen this instruction, and you're going to sort of see the word justifiable appear in two places. We're going to get to the other one, the longer one, in a second. But I just want to point out, there's one part that's the attempt to murder or commit a felony, and we're going to talk about that under the justifiable use of force. That's the same concept. But this clearly did not take place in anybody's dwelling house, right? It's in a public park, so that part doesn't apply. You can't get to justifiable there. And I submit to you, you can't get to excusable either. Because every single instance of excusable requires an accident and misfortune. And misfortune. It's got to be both. First of all, repeatedly, he turned the safety off and pulled the trigger. It's his finger on the trigger. This is not a suggestion the gun went off by accident. This is not a suggestion he was trying to shoot a snake and it hit a rock and took a weird bounce and it hit the, none of that. It's not an accident. So there's no excusable homicide here because every single one of these fails automatically just on, is there an accident and misfortune? And there's not. So I'm going to work backwards. I'm going to start with hamburger, as it were. These are the two elements. John Walter Lay is dead. Ladies and gentlemen, sitting over there is a stipulation. You will take it back with you. The judge has told you must accept that fact as true. The defendant and the state have stipulated John Walter Lay is dead. even if you don't believe Dr. Devers for whatever reason, the defendant has told you, I agree, he's dead. The evidence prove it. Gerald Radford intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of John Walter Lay. He said it. It's his finger on the trigger. He pulled the trigger. He's told you that. I told you from the very outset, the first part of every self-defense claim is, I did it, but ... right? And we're going to get to the ... But he told you he did it. And if you don't believe the part that comes after the but ... what you're left with is, he did it. Gerald Radford has told you he committed a manslaughter. The only question is there a justification? Is there a legal reason to excuse and justify what he did? And you'll see it's not. Because that would be first degree murder, because you're going to see that same sentence in a second in second degree murder. Okay? I'm not suggesting that Gerald Radford sat at home planning, calculating, loading his gun in the morning, putting bullets in it, thinking like, today's the day I'm going to kill that fucking faggot. Okay? That would be first degree murder. That's intentional. There it is again. This is second degree murder. There's the same sentence. And if you think about it, elements 1 and 2 are basically the same thing. Is John Walter Lay dead? Yep. Was the death caused by the defendant? Yep. So the only question is that weird lawyer talk. An act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. And there is a definition, because if you had to guess what that means, you'd probably argue amongst yourselves all day. But I submit to you that 1 and 3 of the definition are painfully obvious. Is pointing a gun at another person's chest and firing a bullet in it reasonably certain to kill or do serious injury to another? Yep. Is it of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to another human life? Yep. All that's left is ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent. And that's why at the start of this trial, I stood in front of you and I submitted to you that there's really one question you have to fundamentally answer. What was in the mind and the heart of Gerald Radford when he killed the victim? Was it fear? Or was it hate? Now, as part of the verdict form, you obviously don't just pick A, B, or C. There's all these other questions you have to answer. And that's why you have these other instructions, okay? Did Gerald Radford carry, display, use? Well, he definitely carried, and he definitely used. And you can argue amongst yourselves about whether or not he carried and he used, or he carried, or he just, the point is you don't have to be unanimous again. You just have to think that one of those things happened. But I submit to you that at a bare minimum, carried and used both happened. Did he possess a firearm? Yep. Did he shoot the firearm, aka discharge the firearm? Yes. Did the discharge cause the death? Yes. These are instructions for all these things. But once you decide that Gerald Radford has committed second-degree murder, that he's not acting in self-defense, the answer is going to flow. And the answer is going to flow here. Again, there are two elements. Did Gerald Radford perceive, know, or had reasonable grounds to perceive or know? He knew. He told you he knew. He told you the victim, who's a gay man, asked him out for a beer, and that's where it all unraveled. And he knew what that meant because his answer was, I'm married, and I'm straight. So he definitely knew the victim was gay, but I mean, there's tons and tons of evidence. That's not the question. The question is intentionally selected. And I need to be clear. It says intentionally selected, but you notice it doesn't say intentionally physically selected. Okay? Gerald Radford can mentally select the victim. He can verbally select the victim. And he did. Over and over again. That fucking faggot. Not gonna start the fight with the gay guy. Okay? He picked John Walter Lay. You heard it. Look at all the people that came in. All the people that called Gerald Radford an asshole. All the people that said they didn't like him or even hated him. All of the people that scolded him for his behavior. None of them said he was really mean to them. None of them said he really had a problem with any of them. They're certainly not the ones who are dead. So, this is self-defense in the state of Florida. We call it the justifiable use of deadly force. And you will notice that in this case, there's no instruction for the use of non-deadly force. There is actually a separate instruction for non-deadly force. Mr. Fudge talked about that during jury selection. Because a person can defend themselves in non-deadly means. But in the state of Florida, it turns out the minute you pull the trigger, it's always deadly force, which is why you only get the deadly force instruction. Okay? Gerald Radford could have defended himself by punching or kicking or biting or pushing or pulling, and he would have had a great argument for non-deadly force. But that's not what happened. He pulled the trigger, so this is the standard. This is what he is judged by, what the state has to prove to you didn't happen. And I submit to you, right there, that's the magic word. That's the what's in his heart, what's in his mind. Fear or hate. Because you have to reasonably believe you're going to suffer either imminent death or great bodily harm or a felony. In this case, felony battery. Right? Which again, if you just read felony battery, right, it's causing great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement. It's basically just this again. He's got to think he's going to die, or he's got to think he's going to get maimed. He's got to think he's going to get put in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. He's got to think he's going to get scarred up. He's going to get mangled. He's got to reasonably believe that, not possibly. Right? Because remember, we talked a lot about reasonably. He's got to reasonably believe he's going to die, or the victim is going to mangle and maim him. None of that is the case. And if you don't think he had a reasonable belief of imminent death or great bodily harm, he's already not acting in self-defense, not in the use of deadly force. But I submit to you that if you just keep moving down, you'll see other reasons why Mr. Radford's claim of self-defense doesn't hold water. Okay? Mr. Radford, I submit to you, was committing an assault or battery. And I know we're going to talk in a second about the defense is going to suggest, no. John Walter Lay is the one who started the fight. He's the one that committed assault or battery. But I submit to you that Gerald Radford is. And if he is, because look, he's definitely in a place he has the right to be. You see number 2? He was in a place he had the right to be. It's a public park. We can all go there. So I'm not suggesting he's in a place he doesn't have the right to be. But he has to be in a place he has the right to be, and he has to not be committing an offense. Okay? And so I want to show you something that we have not talked about, because I saved it for this moment. This is the walkthrough from State's Exhibit number 16. That's the wrong thing, sorry. Do you remember what happened when the schism broke out? When the group separated? Where did Walt go? Where did Mr. Lay go? They tell you that he went to the picket bench on the other side of the water trough? Did he tell you that that's where he always went? Did they tell you that any person who was in the park would have realized that John Walter Lay was coming because his dog would have been barking its head off coming up the street? If they did, and if a guy standing alone in a park, 5 acres of a park, he knows that John Walter Lay is coming because he hears the dog barking, he knows where John Walter Lay is going to be. Right here. See it? 108. It's the picnic bench. He's about to tell you where he's standing when the victim is arriving at the dog park. Look where he's pointing. Picnic bench. And watch. In just a second, he's going to stand in front of the picnic bench. He's not going to be right next to it. Then he's going to say, oh no, I was more like 20 or 30 feet back.
Okay. So he gets here, and what path do you take when you're walking? Okay, so let's do it. All right, so we're walking. Okay. Where do you guys first make contact with each other? Where do you
I don't have the time, Sam. I apologize. Go back and watch it yourself. But you're going to see he's going to motion back at 50. Okay? He's laying in wait. He's going to have another round. Gerald Radford has all the hallmarks of the bully in this indication, in this situation. He gives every indication. He's hostile, he's belligerent, he's threatening, he's confrontational. And he's waiting. He's in the spot. It's not like he needed to stand there, because he even says when the guy comes in, right, he starts to move towards the water trough. He's going towards the victim. Because he knows what's coming, the same thing that's always coming. He's going to get to have the fun of having the argument. He's going to have the fun of getting to intimidate and bully and disrespect and throw out a few homophobic slurs. That's what he's going to get to do. And that brings us to this instruction. Gerald Radford cannot claim self-defense if he's the one who initially provoked the use of force. And this is interesting. I want you to pay attention, because here it says the use of deadly force is not justified if you find that Gerald Radford used force or the threat of force. You can't pick a fight. Start getting your butt whipped in the fight you picked, and then pull out a gun. Unless the force is so great that, again, he thinks he's in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm. If I want to have a fist fight with a guy and I start a fist fight, and in the middle of the fist fight he pulls out a knife, well, he's just changed the terms of the fist fight. So I can draw the gun. Because now he's got a deadly weapon and I'm going to get my deadly weapon. But the victim didn't have a deadly weapon. Gerald Radford wasn't in fear of death. And how do you know that Gerald Radford wasn't in fear of death? These timestamps are from the audio portion, because it's easier to hear. You can go watch the video portion and you'll find it too, but go to 30 minutes and 42 seconds of the first interview with Detective Harrop, and you will see the question. During this incident, when you in fear, what's fear? I didn't want to get my ass kicked. I'll tell you in a minute that kick my ass means that Walter Lay was going to maim and maul Gerald Radford. But you can decide whether you reach that conclusion too. During this altercation, any point were you in fear for your life? Well, after I got blood on my face, I was kinda scared. No person who thinks they're going to die, who thinks they're going to get put in a wheelchair, maimed or mauled, is kinda scared. A guy who's in a fist fight, he's kinda scared. But a guy in a fist fight can't pull a gun and shoot the other guy. I should have just let him kick my ass and be done with it. That statement makes no sense in the context of what Gerald Radford is claiming. Gerald Radford is telling me that if I didn't draw this gun, if I didn't defend myself, I was going to die or get maimed. No person would say I should have just let him keep going. No person. Except a person who erroneously thinks that the law says that if a person puts their hands on you, you can immediately draw a gun and shoot them. Because that's what Gerald Radford thought. And that's exactly why, as time goes by, Gerald Radford has to keep making more egregious what was happening to him. Because as the case is progressing, as the investigation is progressing, he's realizing a fist fight just doesn't do it. I just needed him to stop beating me up. That's what I needed. Nobody describes being in danger of death as I just needed him to stop. He would say it. I thought he was going to kill me. I thought I was going to die. And you will not find those words anywhere in the first interview. You won't even find them until the third interview. We start to get to that. But remember, by the third interview, he's now seen the video of the victim. Because that's the only way John Walter gets any word in this trial. Because the dead don't get to speak. But he's realized that John Walter is speaking from the grave. You're going to die. You're going to die. Gerald Radford is standing in the batter's box and he's calling the shot. Ladies and gentlemen, you've all paid really good attention. I've seen many of you taking pretty meticulous notes. I don't think anything else to tell you is a secret. I submit to you that the defense is going to try and do anything to draw your attention to Gerald Radford and the hateful words that he used. And they're going to do that by trying to point in three different directions. The first is State's Exhibit 18. I'm not disputing that these are the words of John Walter. I'm not disputing that he wrote them on the day before he was killed. I'm not disputing that the words are what they are. But words matter. That wasn't me. That was Mr. Fudge, over and over. Words matter. And that's an if. If he tries to block my path again. The first thing that tells you is Gerald Radford has blocked his path before, which is completely consistent with everything you heard from the people at the dog park. If he blocks my path, then I'll try to tackle him. And I know the word then isn't there, but that's what it is. It's an if-then statement. That's how logic works. If this happens, then this will happen. Maybe. Because you can also decide that John Walter was just talking trash. But even if you believe it, look at what he says. I'll try to tackle him. Not I'm going to try to kill him. Not I'm going to try and cave his head in. Not I'm going to pound his face into the concrete. Not I'm going to snap his legs, break his nose. None of that. He's going to try to tackle him. So even if you think that this is any indication that John Walter had really reached the point that he was going to turn the fight physical, he was going to start a fist fight. He wasn't going to try to kill Mr. Radford. He wasn't going to try to maim him and put him in a wheelchair. But it doesn't even make sense. Gerald Radford doesn't even tell you that what happened to him is he got tackled. I mean, no matter which story of Gerald Radford you pick, and there are several, he either has Mr. Radford either has Mr. Lay in his face, and the two men are basically arguing face to face, because in the first interview, Mr. Radford even says to Mr. Lay, "What are you going to do?" Or if you believe the other version of events, which comes way later, now he's getting ambushed and blindsided, it's still not a tackle. If this is the plan, if this is the announcement, if this is John Walter Lay calling the shot, he didn't even hit the ball. And you have to believe that statement overrides the months, the days, the weeks, every instance that Gerald Radford telegraphed what was coming. So that's the first one. Point the attention at Mr. Lay. Don't look at Mr. Radford. Where's the second one? Detective Harris. Point the blame, point the attention at Detective Harris. Now, I want to be clear. Do I wish I had a video of it? Sure. Make my job a whole heck of a lot easier. And they're going to just presume, because that's what Mr. Fudge did in every instance. He just presumed that if we had gotten the video, it would have exonerated, it would have proven Gerald Radford innocent. I don't know what that's based on. Nobody knows what's on that video. It's just as likely it could have been damning to Gerald Radford as it could have been exonerating to Gerald Radford. But to at least try and give you some indication, law enforcement took the time to go back, to watch the live feed, to put a person in the park, to try to see what the camera likely would have shown. And Detective Harris told you, it's tiny little people. And so if we had gotten the video, and if we could reasonably conclude, and I submit to you that you can, that it probably wasn't going to really answer the question of what happened and when and why, you would still have to make the decision based on the evidence that's in front of you. And that's what I submit to you you should do. Yeah, things could have gone better. Sure could have. Don't doubt that. That doesn't mean that Gerald Radford is not guilty in the light of every other thing he did and said, and the fact that nothing Gerald Radford described about the initial fight comports with what Dr. Devers and medical science told you. He doesn't even get the right place. Here versus here. He's telling you it's in left field, but it's in right field. It's not the same place. So who's left? If you don't decide that it's the fault of Mr. Lay, if you don't buy into the victim blaming, because I expect that you have also been suggested that, why didn't John Walter Lay just stay home? Because that's what happens. People should live in fear and they should have to give up the places they want to go in life and the places they enjoy because somebody bullies them. Yes. Or if you don't buy into it's Detective Harris, the final place is the state attorney's office and the citizens of Hillsville County. Because make no mistake, Miss Bailey stood up here at the opening and used the word railroaded. Right? Gerald Radford isn't the killer, he's the poor victim. He's being railroaded. People have called the media, they have gotten the attention of the media, they have done that to pressure the state attorney's office, and the state attorney's office has somehow caved and charged the otherwise completely innocent Gerald Radford with murder, because I guess we don't have anything better to do. So we're the bad guys. The people who loved and cared for their friend and watched the abuse and watched the hate that he endured, they're the bad guys. Detective Harris, he's the bad guy. John Walter Lay himself, he's the bad guy. And if that doesn't work, Ms. Bailey also stood up here and tried to suggest that this is somehow a First Amendment case. She just stood at this podium and said when she was younger, everybody just called each other gay and it didn't mean anything. Well, first off, Gerald Radford didn't call John Walter Lay gay. He called him a fucking faggot. Okay? You can call someone an African American, or you could pick another word. You could call someone a Jew or a Muslim, or you could pick another word. What does the word mean when you pick the word? Because, look, Gerald Radford tries to tell you that he's a product of a bygone age from a different place. He grew up in New Jersey, and that's the way it was. Howard Darlington is a guy who spends his whole day on a boat with guys fishing, and even he's like, you can't do this. It's 2024. How completely oblivious does Gerald Radford have to be to look a man in the face, a gay man, to call him a fucking faggot, to have Miss Wolfley, to have Mr. Darlington, and probably other people all tell him, buddy, you can't do that, and to keep doing it? Who gets arrested for a charge where you've been alleged to kill someone because they're gay, and then to get on the phone and cavalierly say, there's gay people and there's fags. Gay people, they're normal people. They have a spouse, they go home, they mind their business. You're a fag. And he didn't just say he said it. He said it to the face of John Walsh. Now, I want you to remember something. We read in the testimony of Mr. Radford from a previous hearing, December 6th, 2023. This event was February 2nd, 2024, not 2020, forgive me. February 2nd, 2024, December 6th, 2024. That is 10 months apart. And that's the first time, December 6th, that Gerald Radford finally decided he wanted to volunteer the truth. We had a falling out because the gay guy asked me out for a beer, and I didn't like it. That's what he said. I know Mr. Futch and Ms. Bailey have tried to suggest that Mr. Radford was suffering a concussion and didn't remember what happened and couldn't relay the details and couldn't spell his own name, but you can watch that first interview, you can watch that walkthrough, and he sure seems to know where he is, what he's doing, he sure seems to remember details pretty well, doesn't have any trouble walking, doesn't have any trouble seeing, doesn't have any trouble maintaining his balance, but they suggest he had a concussion, and that's why facts came along. Facts came along. But the fact that John Lay was gay, that didn't come out in the first interview. Came out in the second interview, because by then, the neighbors, the people at the dog park, had started sounding the alarm. And when Mr. Radford was confronted with that, did he remember, oh yeah, we really had this problem, I should probably tell you, he asked me out one time, I didn't like it. That was a dispute. When we got to the third interview a month later, and now he's been going to therapy and his memory's returning, does he mention it then? It takes 10 months for him to finally volunteer the truth. That's what he did, that's what he said. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish John Lay was here. I wish John Lay could tell you what happened that day. I wish the dead could speak from the grave. They can't. I asked you at the start of the trial when we're doing jury selection, did the word of one person convince you? And I confess I don't have an actual eyewitness, except for that man. That man, Gerald Radford. And if you just look at what he's saying, if you just look at when he's saying, if you just make reasonable conclusions and use your common sense about why a person might be inclined to spin the facts one way or another, if you just consider what he absolutely admits to, the victim is dead, and he's the one that pulled the trigger, and compare that against the things that are cold, hard facts, like the autopsy, there is only one answer here. The victim is dead. Gerald Radford killed him, and Gerald Radford was a hateful, spiteful person. He committed second-degree murder. He did it by carrying and using a weapon. He did it by possessing, by discharging, and by causing the death with that weapon. And he did it against the man he had always targeted because he's gay. Gerald Radford is guilty. And you should. I suggest that justice demands that you must find the defendant guilty as charged. Thank you.
This weekend should be drama. What took place on February 2nd, 2024 was absolutely tragic. It altered the course of two individuals' lives, changed them in arguably the worst way anybody could imagine, but not just them, their families, their friends. Nobody that has followed along with this case in any way, shape, or form would disagree with the tragedy that took place on February 2nd of last year. These are some of the last recorded words that we know Mr. Lay ever shared with him. This weekend should be drama. Now, when Miss Bailey stood before you Tuesday morning and told you that there were two sides to every story, she was right. But prior to hearing from Miss Bailey, you heard from Mr. Diaz, who told you the state's version of the story. And with his best efforts, he tried to meticulously paint a picture that fit their version of the evidence. And I am thankful that he acknowledged it today when he stood before you in closing, that one of the first things he said to you, in fact, the first thing he stood before you and said was fucking faggot. There's gay people and there's fags. I want to punch him right in the face. Those are the first words that he said to you. Now, he tells you that you're not supposed to use emotion or thoughts about what the public think about this case or bias. And if you recall to jury selection, prior to swearing an oath to follow the law, we discussed this, and you all agreed that no matter what you thought about hateful speech, that in and of itself, somebody using hateful words, no matter how society views that, no matter how inappropriate it might be, no matter how offensive those words in 2024 and 2025 are, that in and of itself, somebody that uses hateful terminology or is a self-described asshole does not make them a criminal and does not make them a murderer.
I don't know how that happened.
While the testimony and evidence and that those words were used, there's a reason why Mr. Diaz amended. Now, you promised that you took an oath in the law that Judge Ward is going to read to you and has read to you, and that you will take back to the jury when required, that you not act on emotion. And I submit to you one step further, that before you consider the language that Mr. Radford used, fag or faggot, before you can even address whether or not he hated Mr. Lay because he was gay, you have to find that he actually committed second-degree murder, because it is an enhancement. The state is alleging that he selected Mr. Lay to kill because he was gay. So his political ideology, his view of somebody that's gay or somebody that's homosexual, that only becomes relevant once you find that Mr. Radford in fact committed murder. And I submit to you that after you heard Mr. Diaz open it, before Ms. Bailey said a word, you probably thought to yourself, disgusting. You probably felt a sense of dread. But the reality is, now the state is trying to frame the evidence in a light that makes it look like Mr. Radford committed murder. But the reality is, and I submit to you, that there's more than two sides to the story. There are a myriad of ways that you as the jury could interpret the evidence that is presented. But Ms. Bailey got up and told you a different story. She told you a story about a man that grew up in New Jersey, originally from Ireland, and grew up using language like that. And admittedly, it's offensive. But after hearing all of the testimony and all the evidence in this case, I submit to you that the only conclusion is that this is a case of self-defense. But you don't have to find that this is just a case of self-defense from the standpoint of, is Mr. Radford guilty? Because I'm sure that after sitting through all of the testimony and sitting through all of the evidence, you've asked yourselves, now I submit to you, we know what happened, right? It's self-defense. But you may have asked yourself, or said to yourself, I don't know. And that'd be perfectly reasonable. Because remember, it is the state's burden in this case to prove that.
That is a perfectly good reason why you shouldn't use that kind of language. Because I'm convinced now that yes, this was a hate crime and it had nothing whatsoever to do with self-defense. But what if it was? What if it actually had been? That's why you shouldn't use that type of language.
Prove to you, each member of the jury, unanimously, beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt. Not it's possible he did it, not I think he did it, not he might have done it. All reasonable doubt that Mr. Radford is guilty of second-degree murder and that he selected John Walter Lay because he was gay. You promise?
Well, wait, let me clarify. You shouldn't use that kind of language, period. Because it's wrong. Let people alone. Let them be who they want to be, do what they want to do, as long as they're not hurting you. But I'm just saying, yeah, don't use that kind of language, period.
Promise to follow the law, and Mr. Diaz showed you the instruction, but I'm going to show it to you again. Well, I'll read it to you again. This case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or because you are angry at anyone. In reaching your verdict, do not let bias, sympathy, prejudice, public opinion, or any other sentiment for or against any party influence your decision in any way. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Now, as I walk you through why the state hasn't met their burden of proof today, there's a few things that I want you to be mindful of. First, reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt, first and foremost, Gerald Declan Radford has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you, as we discussed in jury selection, everybody swore they would follow the law. That Mr. Radford is presumed innocent. This presumption stays with him as to each material allegation in the charging document and for each stage of the trial, unless it has been the state's burden to prove that. We talked in jury selection about an abiding conviction of guilt. We also talked about how if you do not know, if you say to yourself, well, the state is asking me, because the state wants you to fill in gaps that exist in this case. There are gaps, there are holes, and we are going to talk about all of them. And Mr. Diaz is right in some context as to some of the things we're going to discuss. And I'm sure before he even told you some of the items I might touch on today, you've been thinking about those things yourselves. Because some of the testimony you heard from detectives about how this investigation unfolded. But at the end of the day, if the state is asking you to fill in missing puzzle pieces, that's a reasonable doubt. If the state is saying to you, well, speculate as to what may or may not have been on that surveillance footage that Detective Hara failed to attempt to get for 18 days after a homicide investigation began. They're asking you to imagine what they might or might not be missing. Reasonable doubt. Now, reasonable doubt, and it's cut off here at the bottom. The font changed when I plugged it in here. may arise from the evidence, from a conflict in the evidence, or from a lack of them. So please keep that in mind as we go through this. Justifiable homicide. This is something else I want you to pay close attention to. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant. And I added Gerald Radford. So in this case, if you think or don't even know, if you say to yourself, well, it's reasonable, it's possible, it's likely that Mr. Radford's story makes sense, that the physical evidence supports it, the injuries to his face, the gash into his nose, and we're gonna look at those pictures. Somebody hits you over the head with a mug, your glasses dig into the bridge of your nose and fly off. Injuries are consistent. Get tackled to the ground.
Blood wasn't on that mug.
It would be justifiable if he is committing a forcible felony, in this case felony battery, upon Mr. Radford to defend himself with deadly force. I also want you to keep in mind that when it comes to justifiable use of deadly force, that Mr. Radford still doesn't have to prove. Mr. Radford doesn't have to prove to you that he was justified in doing it. The state has to prove to you beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt that Mr. Radford wasn't justified in using the deadly force. So again, the burden doesn't just apply to the elements of second-degree murder. It applies to whether or not Mr. Radford was justified in using the deadly force. So where does that take us? In talking about justifiable use of deadly force, as we said, if Mr. Radford was subject to imminent death or great bodily harm, he would be justified in using deadly force, or if the imminent commission of a felony, in this case, felony battery. Well, let's talk about A. Imminent death or great bodily harm. We know that it was a planned attack by Mr. Lane. Detective Harriman had to admit that but for me finding buried in a cell phone extraction that was conducted in April of 2024, we would not be privy to some of the last words that Mr. Lay ever sent to somebody else. He told Sue Jones exactly what he planned to do. Detective Harriman also had to admit that and again, we have to separate how we feel about someone being an asshole, or a jerk, or mean-spirited, or using slurs. We have to separate that. We have to remove those layers of the onions and view this case as it pertains to the elements of the Quran. But Mr. Lay, and Detective Harriman admitted this, one of the few things he admitted, because he didn't want to take responsibility or admit to a lot. He admitted that if somebody is blocking your path, no matter how inappropriate that would be, it's not a crime. It's wrong, socially, societally, it's mean, you're an asshole, but it's not a crime. And he went further when I pressed that if he was standing in the park and witnessed somebody blocking somebody's path, that it wouldn't be a crime, he wouldn't have probable cause to arrest. But that if the person whose path was being blocked decided to punch, hit, or that he would have probable cause to arrest for a crime. So, Mr. Diaz sparked on the word if, and in trying to argue that it was a qualified threat or plan, he said, it says if this, then that. Well, he told Sue Jones, now mind you, that text directly conflicts with the type of person that all of the civilian witnesses said Mr. Lay was, but he told Sue Jones 18 hours before Mr. Radford called 911 to say that he was attacked, that if he blocks my path again, I'm going to attack him. Mr. Lay hit Mr. Radford over the head with his mug and tackled him to the ground. We know that Mr. Lay is 50 pounds heavier than Mr. Radford, is taller than Mr. Radford, and is 13 years Mr. Radford's junior. We also know that Mr. Lay, intimately aware, thankfully for the text message that I found, not the detective, that he was intimately familiar with the health issues that Mr. Radford suffered. He's weak and feeble. And a majority of his friends acknowledged that they knew too that Mr. Radford had significant health issues. Mr. Radford was, quote, direct quote from the interview, surprised how fucking strong he was, and quote, I heard a loud bang. There's a bright flash of light, and the next thing I know, I'm on my elbows and he's on top of me, rocking back and forth, trying to dodge his moves. Now ask yourself about the evidence the state presented. And we'll talk about what the state didn't. But they presented you with photographs of Mr. Radford with injuries to his face, which would be consistent with, and I submit to you as we look at these injuries, and for the record, I'm showing the jury what's been marked as the state's agreement 12A through H. Look at the bridge of his nose. There is no other reasonable explanation as to how you get that injury unless somebody hits your glasses in just the right way to dig into the bridge of your nose and fall off into the dirt. So again, consistent. Now, keep in mind, I am going to be consistently submitting to you that this is a clear case of self-defense. But just like Mr. Diaz told you don't all have to agree. If you're saying to yourself, I don't know who started it, I don't know, because the state of Florida has not proven to you what actually happened, it's not guilty. It's reasonable doubt. But it is absolutely reasonable that Mr. Radford was attacked. And what did he do? He called 911 immediately. And death or great bodily harm. Now, this is from the first interview. And we're going to talk about reasonable explanations as to why additional information would come out over time. But again, I just needed him to stop beating me. Now, I want you to ask yourself, why is Mr. Diaz, who carries the burden, taking specific quotes out of context, quotes here, quotes there, what is fear? But when you watch and you assess and you digest every piece of evidence in its totality, not one piece of a 1,000-piece puzzle here and one piece over there and one piece over there, but you go through the evidence and lack that the state presented you throughout this trial, the 911 call, the first interview, the second interview, the third interview, the jail call, the sworn testimony, and you weigh and consider that together, contextually, not cherry picking, we know that Mr. Radford's story was consistent, that he was attacked and that he defended himself. But these quotes are from the first interview. I just needed him to stop beating. What does that mean? I needed to stop. I was fucking helpless. Well, sounds like fear to me. It sounds like somebody that thinks that they have no other choice. I couldn't fight him off. No other choice. I couldn't stop him. Again, not cherry picking, not taking things out of context. These are from the first interview with Detective Harrop. Mind you, hours after a traumatic event, hours after he's hit over the head with a steel mug. Again, the state has given you no reasonable reason to not believe Mr. Radford's story, or in any way to show you that what he's telling the immediate aftermath of being attacked, hit over the head with this mug to the point where it cuts the glasses into the bridge of his nose. And you can see throughout you can hear through the 911 call, you can see in that interview, hurting. You can see in that walkthrough that he's getting progressively worse. My neck's starting to hurt really bad. I counted 5 or 6 times. He's constantly grabbing his neck. Now, as Ms. Bailey told you, either Mr. Radford, over the course of the last 10 months with the testimony and the statements and the interviews with the detectives, deserves an Oscar for having the foresight to plan in some capacity that one day I'm going to be alone with Mr. Lay and I'm going to antagonize him to the point where he attacks me, and then I can act in self-defense. And then I'm going to call 911, and I'm going to say just enough of the right things to make it look like I was defending myself. And then, you know, hopefully there's no surveillance that captures what happens. One of the first things Mr. Radford does when Detective Hoffman or Deputy Sheriff Hoffman shows up, and ask yourselves what makes more sense, right? Deputy Sheriff Hoffman arrives on scene prior to administering life-saving efforts to Mr. Lay. And this was admitted to by Detective Herrick, who reviewed body cams, Deputy Hoffman himself. He points to the sign at the park. For the record, this is State's Exhibit 2. Notice there's a camera. And Detective Nix testified she saw it. Now, who that just murdered somebody in cold blood or started a fight, the first thing they say when a deputy arrives, there's a camera, get it, it'll show what happened. The only reasonable, rational, and logical explanation to that is that Mr. Radford was telling the truth. Because the alternative to that is that he knows the gig is up, or he somehow knows that those cameras aren't working. And again, that would be the state of Florida asking you to imagine or speculate or force yourself to believe that he somehow planned all of this out and was able to successfully say what he needed to say to establish that he acted in self-defense. And then the detective asks him, at some point you did pull it. I put in parentheses the gun. That's not in the interview, so I don't want you to think that that was said. Quote, I had to. This guy's gonna fuck me up. Now, why is Mr. Diaz taking these things out of context? Well, it's because he wants you to not think logically, to not think rationally, and to not weigh the evidence in its entirety. Because he wants to cherry pick, where it's like faggot and gay. Because he wants you to act emotionally, which the law tells you you cannot do. And that is why he started his opening statement with those words. Offensive, yes. Wrong, absolutely, to say. But they do not make a killer, and they do not make a criminal. This is a man who is sitting in a room. Now, and again, in the interest of truth, let's look at some of the things that were asked of Detective Herrick. Mr. Diaz asked Detective Herrick on direct examination, did he ever say to you that his head hurt really bad? Detective Herrick, no. And then when I get up on cross-examination, I said, time out. Now, mind you, Detective Herrick told you he reviewed all the interviews. That's why his testimony changed, you know, from the previous hearing. But we saw Mr. Radford tell Detective Mullins 30 seconds before Mr. Herrick walked in the room, my head really hurts. She's like, well, I don't see anything, but there very well could be injuries underneath. That's normal. Again, misleading, out of context, from the entity, the state of Florida that has the burden of proof. And the last quote is not from the first interview. The last quote is from the transcript that was read into the record. And it said, and Mr. Radford testified in that transcript, one of the things, among others, I put that on the slide, is I'm going to cave your head. Now, keep in mind, the first 5 or 6 quotes are all from an hour or two after the event. He being Mr. Radford, everything we as a society would ask somebody to do if they ever find themselves in the difficult, traumatic, and arguably one of the most horrific situations you could find yourself in. To take another human life to save your own. I couldn't fathom, nor would I ever imagine putting myself in Mr. Radford's shoes. But what I can tell you is that everything you saw on that interview, in that first interview, makes sense. Somebody that possibly has a concussion. being as honest and forthcoming as they can. Now, keep in mind, he's not a police officer. He's not a lawyer. He's not a prosecutor. He's not a defense attorney. He's not trained in the ways of an investigation. So, he's answering the questions asked of him. But the fact that he doesn't volunteer information doesn't make him deceptive. Again, another leap, another request by the state of Florida for you to imagine or speculate. B. The second way it would be justifiable use of deadly force is if Mr. Radford is defending himself from the imminent commission of a felony matter. When someone actually and intentionally touches or strikes you against your will, causing great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement. Now remember, it's the commission of. Mr. Radford has no burden here. The state does. But Mr. Radford didn't have to actually suffer great bodily harm to justify the use of deadly force. He just had to believe that he was going to, and or that he was preventing the imminent commission or the ongoing commission of this felony matter. He had been tackled by a much larger, stronger man. He was being beaten without the ability to stop it. Remember back to the quotes on the last slide. He was helpless. He suffered visible lacerations. Now, the definition of great bodily harm is given to you by the court, and it's right at the beginning of the jury instruction. I think it's the third page. And it says, means great bodily harm means great, as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. Well, we know what injuries he did suffer, and those are certainly beyond mere bruises. I submit to you he probably had a concussion. We know that he had neck issues. We could see that on the video. He wasn't faking that.
I want to see medical records.
We'll come back to this.
Did he go to the doctor?
So, reasonable doubt. And this isn't the entire definition, but most importantly, at this point, we're going to focus on conflicts in the evidence, and a lack. Now, Mr. Diaz stood up before you this morning and gave you a rendition and recount of the 1932 Game 3 of the World Series when they proved the called shot. Well, there are two sides to every story, and I want you to frame Mr. Diaz's analogy about the called shot as we continue our discussion, and view that analogy in the light of Mr. Lay's attacks. Because one could submit that Mr. Lay called the shot. And again, while acting in self-defense, if you're sitting there, as I imagine you are, and saying to yourself, I don't know, because the state hasn't proven it, it's not good. It's going to be hard to read because I changed the font, but I'll do my best here. The evidence, and this is not an exhaustive list by any stretch of the imagination, but we have Mr. Radford having injuries consistent with being attacked.
Or if the wires were visibly cut, he could have seen that. He could have absolutely known that those cameras didn't work. There's plenty of places that have signs up that say it's surveilled when it's not, when they know it's not, just to deter people. My best friend had a literal fake surveillance camera up in the front of her house, like when you walked in the front door. And I was like, why do you have a surveillance camera there? She goes, oh, it's not real. It's just to make people think it's real. Just in case someone decides to rob me, they'll think twice. Like, okay.
Fact. Cuts on the bridge of his nose, consistent with being struck in the face, causing his glasses to dig in. The 911 call.
February 2, 2000.
Hello, 911. I can't. Hang on. Hello? Hello, 911.
And I have a little note under this. I want you to pay close attention to my words, the you to come on within seconds or a minute of this incident happening. So there's no time for reflection here. And I want you to pay very close attention to every word. His responses to rescue and his responses when they transfer him to the fire department.
Do you need police, fire, or medical? Yeah, police. I just had to shoot somebody at West Dog Park. Can you repeat that, sir? West Dog Park. I was just attacked, and I had to defend myself. I had to shoot somebody. Sir, what is the address that you are at? It's Occidental Road. West Dog Park. And do you have a weapon on you, sir? I do have a weapon, and I'm unloading it, and it's on the table. I think he might be dead. And about how long does this occur? Minutes. I called as soon as I could dial the number.
I called as soon as I dialed the number. What?
And you said you're putting it on the table, so are you in a house? No, I'm at a dog park. Dog park. And who did you shoot? This guy attacked me. Do you have to understand what's going on? I've been having this trouble with this guy for months and months and months. I'll explain to the police when I get there. Oh my God. And you are still outside that dog park? What are you wearing so that deputies can see you? I'm sitting at the table in a camouflage jacket and jeans. Oh my God. Jacket and jeans? Yeah. And where's the victim? Where is that guy? He's just lying on in the park. You said he's in the park? Where in the park? He's just lying in the park, man. Oh, God. What is your name, sir? Gerald. G-E-R-L-D. And the person you shot, what is he wearing? Shorts and a jacket. Oh my God, I think he's dead. What color shorts, sir? Gray, brownish gray. Yeah. Oh man. You got anything? And last I recall, you said you were by a table. Are you still at that table, sir? Yeah, I'm right here. And is the weapon still on that table? Yes, it is. And you said you unloaded the weapon? Yeah. Oh, and it's that table you're sitting at, correct? Yes. And how many times did you shoot him, sir? One. And where was he shot at? I don't know. He grabbed hold of me and I was knocking on the ground. I was scuffling around in the ground. I had to grab. He hit me in the face with his fucking cup.
Yeah, I know, but we just shot one. Ma'am.
Yes, sir, and I just want to confirm, you're still at that table, correct? I'm in the area of the table. The gun's on the table underneath my hat. And when you said you're in the area of the table, where exactly are you? Just like you walk in the gate and there's a table. You walk in the gate of the dog park, there's a table just to the right, under a gazebo. I'm under the gazebo. She's about 25 yards away. You said he's about 25 yards away from you? Yeah. I had to shoot it with weapons. He attacked me, and I had to shoot it. Hello there, sir? Yeah? I'm gonna go ahead and get you over the fire rescue. Please do not hang up. I won't.
Hillsborough County Fire Rescue, what is the address of the emergency?
It's at Oxford Road, West Park Dog Park. I see a police car coming now.
Okay, is this, somebody was shot?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you the victim or are you with the patient?
No, I'm the
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand what you said.
I'm the guy who has to do it.
Oh, okay. So you're calling 911 for the person that was shot?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. You see the police officer? Can you flag them down? Okay, I'll let you go talk to them.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's a lot, I guess. I don't think anybody would disagree. But that call was almost immediate after Mr. Radford has to defend himself. He's hyperventilating at times. He's clearly emotional. He says in just an excruciatingly painful voice things like, "I'm so sorry. I'm the guy who had to do it," fighting off tears. Consistent. And so that's step one. That's one of the things as a society we want somebody to do, because the alternative is somebody, and I think it would be a reasonable leap to take, and I don't have a burden, the defense has no burden. But if somebody is going to murder somebody or wants to kill them, and selects them because they're gay, I think there's ways they might go about that that don't involve calling 911, subjecting themselves to voluntary interviews, seeking victim advocates from the sheriff's office. "Oh, hey, Detective Harris, you want to talk again?" "Yeah, absolutely." Answering the questions. And I certainly submit to you that trying to time a situation where only the two of you are at a dog park and you get them to fight you just so that you could shoot them and then go through all of that, that's not reasonable. But what is reasonable is what you heard on that 911 call. Every word of it is reasonable and consistent with what you told Detective Harris within an hour or two. He exhibited all the genuine classic signs of both a head injury and trauma. Now, and again, it's not my burden to prove anything, but there's certain things that I observed. There's a dent in this mug. Whether or not that dent was there previously or caused when it went broadside with the glasses on Mr. Radford's face, I don't know. But again, evidence. And if you don't know, it's not guilty. Emotional wreck on scene with Deputy Hoffman and Deputy Lowe. Now, on direct examination of Detective Harris, Mr. Diaz was pausing the video, saying, "Hey, are you about to ask him this? Or, is he crying again?" Now he's not crying, right? again, cherry picking, out of context. But when you view it in its entirety, and well, and believe me, Mr. Diaz is right, we're gonna spend a lot of time on Detective Harris. But before we get to that, Detective Hoffman, I'm sorry, Detective Nix. To her credit, she was candid with things she was obviously uncomfortable about answering, specifically as it pertained to that surveillance. But when we talked about trauma, she told you candidly and in no uncertain terms that throughout her career as a detective, she has seen everybody from no reaction to extreme reactions and everything in between. And that a roller coaster of emotions would absolutely fit and be normal with somebody that went through a traumatic. Notwithstanding a significant head injury. So we have Deputy Sheriff Hoffman telling you that at the vehicle that Mr. Radford was an emotional roller coaster. He was crying at times, he wasn't at other times. We see in that interview uncontrollable sobbing and then completely numb. Because an hour and a half before that, he was smashed in the face, he was hammer-fisted, he thought he was gonna die, he was fucking helpless. I just wanted it to stop. I couldn't believe how strong he was. And the unfathomable situation and decision that he had to make. And what did he do? And what did his testimony in the transcript that was read into the record tell you he did? He pulled his weapon. A struggle ensued over that weapon. Now Mr. Legg, who has attacked him, is trying to turn the gun on him. And they're fighting, and they're struggling. And ultimately, with a rush of adrenaline, he lunges and the one bang, hits Mr. Right. Incredibly tragic, sad. But those words that you heard on the 911 call are genuine sadness and trauma. Deputy Hoffman told you that he couldn't remember his own name. He had to get it from his driver's license. Now I know on the 911 call he gets it out, but when we're talking about trauma and we're talking about head injuries, I mean, is that something where he's like, oh, this will go real good? You know, this will make them think that this was self-defense and I'm gonna forget my name and they're gonna have to pull it out. No, the man was traumatized. He was distraught. He was despondent. He was in shock over the fact that he had to defend himself and take a human life. We've already talked about those quotes. He's nursing his injuries in both the interview and the walkthrough. Admissions from state witnesses. Mr. Lay making a prior threat. I guess we were going to come to blows. Mr. Lay would intentionally try to rile up Mr. Radford. And admittedly, they said that that was a two-way street. And ask yourselves, and we'll circle back to this again in a little bit, but ask yourselves this question. For some witnesses said a year or two because that's as long as they knew them. Other witnesses knew Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford for up to 6 years. For 6 years, no physicality, none. Hateful speech, riling each other up, getting under each other's skin. 6 years. And 18 hours after Mr. Lay says in that text message to Sue Jones, if he blocks my path again, I'll try to tackle him. He's older than he looks. He's weak and feeble. He doesn't really intimidate me. This weekend should be trauma. Now, we could interpret that last line in a multitude of ways. I submit to you that it was going to be drama because, you know, in Mr. Lay's mind, he was going to fight. He was sick of it. But you know what? Being a jerk, being an asshole, being a homophobe, and now, mind you, we're talking 6 years of back and forth between the two of them. Now, I know the civilian witnesses, and some of them were very candid with me. I love Mr. Lay. I would do anything for him. I want to see that man convicted, which we'll talk about bias of witnesses, right? Do they have an interest in how the case should be decided? That's something that the law tells you can take into account. Well, of course, I submit to you, all of Mr. Lay's friends have an interest in how this case should be decided, but some of them were more candid than others. But some of them told you. I did multiple interviews. I was calling the media. I was calling the sheriff's office. Arrest this man. "6 years, no violence." And I asked Detective Harris, "Do you think it's a coincidence?" And he had me on. I submit to you, it's absolutely not a coincidence that 18 hours after Mr. Lay sent that text message, Mr. Radford is on the phone with 911 saying he attacked him. Now, whether or not Mr. Radford blocked his path, which is not something he's admitted to, or Mr. Lay just attacked him, doesn't really make a difference. Now, I know Mr. Diaz told you that you can't start it, but the law requires that if you commit an assault or battery, meaning you have to actually be committing a crime, not standing in front of somebody, as Detective Harris admitted, is not a crime. But again, state of Florida's burden, not the defense's burden. If you're speculating and imagining and unsure, which I submit to you, you might be, or you believe it's self-defense, but if you're doing those things, it is reasonable doubt. Mixture of DNA on the gun.
Friday,
Here's the text message. And then he followed it up with, "He's eat up with bursitis. I think he wants me to beat him in some weird, crazy sex I don't know." Thank goodness that I found this. And how embarrassing. And we're going to go into Detective Harris very soon, Detective Harris testimony. But how embarrassing for a lead detective, whatever that means to Detective Harris, to not to make any efforts. He told you I looked at some text messages. Get out of here. That is a flat out lie. Because he told you how that software works when I pressed him on it. It's very easy to filter by item, text, email, call log, and you can specify a date range. Well, where better to start for a lead detective investigating a homicide once he gets that extraction? Because remember, I said, well, did you get actual evidence after that first week? Expecting and hoping that he would admit, no real substantive evidence. And he said to you, because I knew they let the surveillance video disappear because they didn't care about it, whether this Detective Hare thought it was self-defense or not, he didn't care. But he gets this extraction back. He clicks text messages. He goes to February 1st, hours, less than 24 hours before, and he goes, oh, that's not good for homicide case. He's asked to not take my holding the state of Florida to their burden in defending my client as in any way disrespecting the tragic loss of life. Because I cannot stress enough how tragic this is for us as a society for something like this to happen. But Mr. Radford is not guilty of murder in any way, shape, or form, or a hate crime. But my goodness, for me to have to find this 8 or 9 months after it was given to the state of Florida and after it was given to the detective, to never be presented, to potentially have never been found, because he couldn't be bothered to do his job. Again, the state's burden, and Detective Hare is part of the state. He's weak and feeble. Conflicts in the evidence. Some civilian witnesses say Mr. Lay did not try to rile up Mr. Radford. He'd never do that. He would never make a threat. He's peaceful. He's a pacifist. Others said he absolutely did. I think it was Mr. Darlington. There was one other witness. I can't remember if it was Mr. Miller, but there were at least 2, by my recollection, that said, yeah. I mean, they both would get under each other's skin. 6 years worth of that. No physicality. Never Mr. Radford because he's gay. No. He holds personal beliefs that are disagreeable to some or a lot of people. But for 6 years, there was never any physical violence. Some witnesses say Mr. Lay would never and never did threaten Mr. Radford, while others say Mr. Lay did tell Mr. Radford that they were going to come to blows. Again, interpret that how you will. Witnesses describe Mr. Lay as a pacifist. Mr. Lay's text says otherwise. Mr. Radford's testimony says otherwise. The 911 call says otherwise. The injuries to Mr. Radford's face say otherwise. The state's witnesses say otherwise. Mr. Radford told Detective Herrick that Mr. Lay threatened him. I've done it before, I'll cave your head. Mr. Radford's genuine, consistent, dramatic reactions on that 911 call, in that interview room, and in the walkthrough, versus, again, the state's side of the story, two sides to every story or theory, that he's this cold-blooded killer. That no matter what, I'm gonna finally get him. And then he's trying to pull off the acting job of the century. The victim specialist and advocate that was provided to Mr. Radford by the law enforcement detective investigating. How a lead detective should handle an investigation. Let's talk about that for a second. I pressed Detective Herrick on a lot of things. I think as a society and as citizens of Hillsborough County, citizens of the state of Florida should be absolutely appalled, horrified, and disgusted by the investigation that Detective Herrick conducted in this case. It is unconscionable that he would let that surveillance footage get erased. And then, in his efforts to hem and haw when I'm questioning him, is even more insulting. Because when the state was talking to Detective Herrick, smooth sailing. One would call it a well-choreographed routine. But when I got up and asked him some rather difficult questions, well, forgot his steps. And you could see from his body language and his answers that he wasn't being truthful, and that he refused to admit his failures in this investigation. In fact, he went so far to blame the rest of his agency. How many times do you recall him saying, "That wasn't my task"? Are you kidding me? We have an individual who's dead. You are the lead detective, homicide detective. Now, he told us he'd only been a homicide detective for a year, but then he'd been in a unit that investigated individuals that overdosed before that. But clearly he was not cut out for the job. Because every step of the way he screwed up that investigation. And every time I pressed him on, why didn't you prioritize that video surveillance? That wasn't my task. And I understand that Mr. Diaz discussed they did the laser and he went and looked at it. Let's talk about that for a second, right? I submit to you that is a cover-up, an intentional cover-up for his failures, because he knew he screwed up. How can I fix this? I know how. I'm going to go get a laser measurement, probably too far. And then I'm going to claim, and I submit to you that this is a flat-out lie. That I watched the live feed and the people were stupid. And then I said to him, well, Detective Herrick, you were trained in the writing of police reports, were you not? Yes. And you were taught that important information that happens during the conducting of your investigation needs to be put in those reports. Yes. Surely you put that you viewed the surveillance live feed to see what could and could not have been seen in your report. I mean, come on. And then when pressed on his conversations with the digital forensic analyst about the video surveillance system and how far it went back and the digital forensics extraction, he admitted that as the lead detective, he had no conversations with them about the substance of those items. Now ask yourself, what? Hey, Is there any way to recover this? How far back does it go? Well, then when I told him, well, it goes back to February 19th, one day after you finally decided to start looking for this video. I don't know. I didn't look into that. Absolutely disgusting. And again, whose burden is it? Not Mr. Radford's burden. Mr. Diaz's burden. And that is a colossal hole and failure in the state's case. And the audacity of Mr. Diaz to stand before you and say, we don't know what it would have shown, is insulting to the standard and the law that the judge has read to you. Because it is their burden to tell you, to prove to you, so that you know, not just possibly, not just to imagine, but beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt. Mr. Radford's first words to the Deputy Hoffman, or one of his first words, is, there's a camera. It will show it. Why would he say that? Because he acted in self-defense. Because Mr. Lay attacked him. And I'll tell you, Detective Herrick believed that this was self-defense. And that may be an explanation as to why he dragged his feet. He didn't think this was going to go anywhere. Mr. Radford had injuries on his face. But then when the political pressure ramped up and the sheriff's office is communicating with the state attorney's office behind the scenes, and we got to do something about this political pressure, or the public outcry, he realized he screwed up. And so he tried to start making up for it. It's too little too late. They lost evidence that would have exonerated my client. But Mr. Diaz telling you we don't know what would have shown is reasonable doubt. That is a lack of evidence, and that is a failure on the state of Florida and their proof in this case. And to convict Mr. Radford of a crime when a video would have existed that corroborates everything you heard on that 911 call, the genuine emotion, the genuine terror, the genuine sadness. I mean, you could hear his voice cracking. I had to do it. And maybe the people were a little smaller because it was 200 something feet away. Well, guess what it would have shown? It would have corroborated that Mr. Radford got to the park first. And that allegedly, 24 hours after Mr. Lay's life was threatened, you're gonna die, you're gonna die. Now, we'll see this on another slide, but I submit to you, as we're going forward, think to yourself, I submit that it's very likely that Mr. Lay was setting up an alibi for himself for attacking Mr. Lay. There's no evidence presented by the state over the 6 years that you heard of all of this egregious behavior from Mr. Radford. He's verbally aggressive. He's homophobic. Not one individual in the year 2024 thought to record a video of it, record his behavior, ever felt there was a genuine threat to Mr. Lay's life to where they needed to involve law enforcement. And we know that Mr. Lay is lying on that video because he says the police told me to do this. And when I asked Detective Herrick about that, he said there is no record of Mr. Lay ever calling a non-emergency or emergency line to talk to law enforcement. And Detective Nix, when I asked her, said, hey, hypothetical. You're the lead detective on a homicide case. Because remember, she told you in this case, she was the crime scene detective that was assisting the lead detective. And there's video surveillance. And again, we have the benefit of hindsight of knowing that the park surveillance wasn't working. Mr. Radford didn't know that, right? For all intents and purposes, he believed it was, and then it would exonerate. But Mr. Radford didn't know there was a camera across the street. But we got out through questioning that officers canvassed the neighborhood on day one. Detective Herrick compiled that entire case packet, clearly didn't read it, and sent it off to the state attorney's office. And in that case packet, one of those officers acknowledged there was a video camera on one of the houses. Now, I tried to press him, well, aren't you observing these things? You're the lead detective, reading through these things. And he fought me every step of the way, weighing the evidence. Does the witness have an interest in the way the case is decided? Yeah, he does. Was he honest and straightforward in answering questions? Absolutely not. He fought me every step of the way. He forgot his steps. He was embarrassed that he didn't do his job. But Detective Nix told you, and all the credit to her, and I said it to her during the question. I said, look, I know I'm putting you in a difficult spot because she's essentially testifying that her colleague did a terrible job. How, would you go the first day, the second day, or the third day? Would you wait 18 days? Clear as day. That she did not agree with waiting 18 days to get video surveillance. And we've already touched on Mr. Lay claiming that the police told him to record the video blog. Lack of evidence. We've touched on some of this, but the negligent, ineffective, and I submit to you, criminally negligent investigation by Detective Harris. Law enforcement knew on day one there was camera footage. Detective Herrick waited till, by his testimony, February 20th, 18 days after the shooting, as the lead detective, because it wasn't his task, to actually try to get that surveillance footage. There is not an adjective that does justice to how upsetting and appalling that fact is. No follow-ups on the surveillance till February 20th. No sense of urgency. And you can't script these things. Because when I was talking to Dr. Devers, and I said, hey, now the state got up here with the skeletons, and are this possible? Is that possible? Is this possible? She said, yeah, it's possible. And then when I asked her, because candidly, the only thing Dr. Devers can tell you is the wound pattern. She admitted, she was honest, that she cannot tell you the orientation of the bodies. She agreed that in a physical, organic, violent struggle, that bodies can be moved around, somebody's grabbed a gun, all of that is possible. She acknowledged that the defense's theory is equally as possible as the state's.
But she said she could tell you the position of the gun.
But on her own, I said, what type of evidence would help you determine body position? And I don't know if you recall talking, but I'm going to remind you. He said a video. A video. Efforts cover up his date. Last minute, I'm going to finally apply for a search warrant. I'm going to start calling Eduardo. I'm going to do this laser measurement to show, oh, it's kind of far away. And I know I didn't put it in my report, but I'm going to tell the jury on the stand that I looked at the camera and you really couldn't see that well. That is a cover-up of his colossal failure. There is no other way to interpret that. He didn't review or discuss any of the evidence with the digital friend. I said he didn't do anything. He didn't take any photos of Mr. Radford when he arrived on scene. He waited until after the interview. And then the state gets up here and shows you those photos and says, oh, this means that there wasn't a scuffle. He had been in the back of a police car in handcuffs. He's taken out of that car. The jacket's taken off of him, tossed in the trunk of another deputy's car. All of the dirt and evidence lost because it wasn't properly backed. Then he's allowed to take off another layer after he's removed from the car. He's put in another car, driven to the station, sat in an interview room, given an opportunity to go to the bathroom, given water, wash his hands, put back in a patrol car, go back to the scene. Does a walkthrough, but right before that walkthrough, 3-4 hours later, Detective Harrop says that one of the crime scene analysts finally takes some photos of him. Improper evidence retention. Lack of evidence, no eyewitness. There has been nothing presented by the state of Florida. Physical evidence that contradicts Mr. Radford's story. He has the injuries. You heard the 911 call. He was honest and straightforward. He cooperated every step of the way. Candidly, there was no new evidence after February 14th, but for some reason, with public pressure, I submit, they waited until March 8th to arrest him. That wasn't my task. You canvassed the neighborhood yourself. That wasn't my task. Did you follow up with the surveillance on the first day? That wasn't my task. Well, you're the lead detective, are you not? What does lead mean? Well, I have a sergeant, he's in charge. I said, no. You go to Sarge and say, Sarge, all hands on deck. I have an individual that lost their life. I have another individual claiming self-defense. We must do everything in our power. Put a car outside of that house 24 hours a day until the resident comes in around and says, hey, oh, you don't own the place? You're renting? Okay, who's the owner? 18 days. Not my task. It wasn't my task. You have a body cam. I wasn't wearing one. Lack of evidence. Blamed everyone else for his mistakes. Detective Nix candidly told you she would have been seeking out that surveillance on day one, and the medical examiner agreed that the defense's theories, when I proposed to her that if somebody's knees are on top of you, perfectly consistent with what Mr. Radford said. And I thank the state for pointing out that there were some pebbles on the ground, and mulch, and sticks. But I mean, these are deep gouges in Mr. Lay's knees. While he is on top of Mr. Radford, throwing down fists for 15 to 20 seconds, although to Mr. Radford, the dirt is embedded because he's on top of him, wailing, knees grinding into the ground. Again, two sides to every story. I submit, again, that this was self-defense and that the evidence supports that. But if you're sitting there saying, I genuinely don't know what happened, we're not guilty. Reasonable doubt. Weighing the evidence. These are some of the items we've talked about here already. So it's up to you. You, the jury, are charged with and given the power to determine what evidence is and is not reliable. You are the triers of fact, and Mr. Diaz is right. You, as instructed by the law, should use your common sense. When you walked into this courthouse and into this courtroom, you walked in with your common sense. And I implore you to use it when you go back into that jury room to deliberate. Because when you, after listening to all the testimony and all the evidence, listening to the state, try to put this puzzle together, missing 1,000-piece puzzle, I submit to you, maybe missing half of the pieces, but it doesn't matter, missing pieces. This case is filled with reasonable doubt. They're asking you to imagine. They're asking you to speculate. They're asking you to overlook a completely botched investigation. They're asking you to not listen to your ears when you hear that 911 call, to the genuine emotion in Mr. Radford's voice. They're asking you to not listen to your ears to that first interview. They're asking you, no, they need you to act on emotion because of the offensive language, because of Mr. Radford's behavior. But did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Well, let's talk about some of those civilians. Almost every one of them said that, or at least some of them, but they weren't always there. Some of the witnesses said it was always Walt and Declan first, and then they would kind of trickle in. Some of the witnesses that did see Walt and Deck only saw them on the weekends. But ask yourselves, over 6 years, if these individuals, now, again, it's not just a tragedy for Mr. Lay losing his life. It's not just a tragedy for the altered path of Mr. Radford's life. It's not just a tragedy for their families, but also who consider it. And I have no doubt that Ms. Wolfley and Mr. Gumbert and the Darlingtons have suffered greatly for losing their friends. No doubt about that. But they admit that they never genuinely felt like there was any risk or threat, because there wasn't. There was no physical violence. Now, did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Well, Detective Harris did not. In fact, when you talked about ever telling Mr. Radford if he thought this case was self-defense, he said unequivocally to you on that stand, yeah, never. Remember, yes, you were on oath, yes, you swore to tell the truth, under oath, yes. And I had him read it to refresh his memory. He said, yep, nope, my answer is no. And so we read it into the record, and he agreed that he said it at that time, and we're going to talk about his explanation. How many occasions did you tell Mr. Radford that you thought it was self-defense? I don't know if I ever specifically made that statement. Now, first of all, we're talking about a lead detective in a homicide investigation. This is not, hey, did you guys talk about what you had for breakfast in the morning? Did you met up? We're talking about the lead detective uttering the words out of his mouth to a potential suspect. I think this is self-defense. Under no circumstances would your answer ever be, I don't know, unless you did, and you're embarrassed to say it under oath, knowing that your supervisors and the state attorney's office is going to hear that you genuinely believe it was self-defense. Are you sure about that? I'm not positive about that. Again, ask yourself, is that something a lead detective would forget? He knew times, military times in a second when he was testifying. Now, of course, I had to pull things out of him that I needed him to admit in front of you. But he is not sure if he told Mr. Radford. Amen. That is a flat out lie. So it's possible, in fact, throughout the course of the 35 to 40 days before Mr. Radford was arrested, that you actually told Mr. Radford, I think this is self-defense. Answer, I don't know if I ever stated that. So here we are again, 3 times. I don't know. It's possible you did, though. Answer, I don't recall ever stating that to him. So now that I don't recall, are you sure? I'm not, sir. Fast forward a few months, and his answer is completely different. No, I never said that. How is that possible? Well, I went back and watched everybody else's. Well, I submit to you that's not true, because we know that he didn't realize that Detective Bowen was discussing a head injury with Mr. Radford. I submit to you that he knows that this answer is troubling. And that if he says that in front of you, the jury, you're going to be like, what? The lead detective in a homicide case thought this was self-defense? On top of the fact that he allowed the surveillance, and that's probably why he didn't seek it out. Because like, this is just going to go away. It's a self-defense shooting. The evidence is consistent with that. But that was or pressure from his agents. It doesn't really matter. There is not a circumstance on earth where it is found that a lead detective investigating the death of a human being would not remember if they told a potential suspect. There's not a circumstance where that is. And then he had the nerve to tell you that because he watched Deputy Hoffman's and Deputy Lowe's, now his testimony, I submitted he was inconsistent on that as well, because he couldn't remember certain things from other people's videos, but that he watched every minute of everybody else's body cams and knows for sure because he didn't say it on those. Never could have said it. But then he had to admit that there are interactions to and from interview rooms. He interviewed Mr. Radford at his home. That body cams would capture all of that. But in a snippet of time, hey, Mr. Radford, how you doing? He's got the recorder going. Okay, thanks. Shuts it off. Making small talk. Hey, man, it's just the process. I know it's self-defense. I just have to do this. But we don't know what was on that. I submit to you we do, based on his answers from the previous hearing and the fact that he lied. Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? No. Detective Harris. Dr. Hebrews was. That's possible. Somebody could be on top, go prone on top of them, on the ground, struggling over a firearm. And that, although something that I told you would be an awkward position, then becomes less awkward because their arms being forced that way. And again, think to yourself, this is a real-time, live struggle. Somebody on the ground. Things are moving chaotic. There's no static skeletons or just we're sitting here, okay, I'm going to pull my gun, I'm going to lift it up, that's kind of awkward. No, this is a real-time struggle. Mr. Radford lifts his hip up as he's kind of rocking back and forth, gets his gun. Mr. Lay grabs it. And you'll get to see it if you'd like to, but I asked the doctor, is this site here where it's sharp? Could that have caused that abrasion on his finger? Yeah. Again, we're talking about things, it's not our burden to prove anything, but as we go through this together,
There is no doubt that the state hasn't proved their case. Their case is filled with reasonable doubt because of the evidence itself, conflicts in the evidence and lack of evidence. Did the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? And did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave? Detective Harrop did, several of the civilian witnesses did, but admittedly, the civilian witnesses, friends of Walt's, they all blame Mr. Radford for this. And while Mr. Radford was responsible for defending himself and regrettably having to take Mr. Lake's life, it was justified. It was justified. And we know that because of those statements on that 911 call and in that first interview. We've already discussed this about Detective Harrop. Was Detective Harrop honest and straightforward in answering my questions? No, he was not. Did he have an interest in how the case should be decided? I submit to you, absolutely. Did the witness's testimony agree with the other evidence in the case? No. He didn't put in his report that he watched that live feed because he made it up. Did he at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent? Yes. Timeline. Actually, I'm going to back up 1 second before we get to this. Forgive me. When Mr. Diaz was before you, he told you that the motive for Mr. Radford to kill Mr. Lay, besides being gay, was that Mr. Lay had the nerve to ask him for it. Okay? And candidly, that's not true in a stretch. First of all, this wasn't murder. Mr. Lay acted in self-defense. But the testimony that was read into the record No, go ahead. I can't wait to hear this. Answer, fine. He asked me to go out for a beer with him, and I said no. Question, you mean like he hit on
Sir,
you?
when you're reading, you're gonna have to slow down a little bit.
Sorry. You mean like he hit on you? Answer, I said he asked me to go out for a beer with him, and I said no. Question, yeah, but I'm a straight male. There's a difference between me asking Mr. Such, maybe me asking Miss Bailey. One might think if I asked Miss Bailey, would you like to go get a beer? It's because I'm making a sort of romantic advance towards her. Answer. Or maybe you just want to have a beer. Question, sure, maybe, but that's not the way you took it. You weren't really upset that he wanted to get a beer, right? You were upset a gay guy wanted to go get a beer. Answer, I told him that I'm straight and I'm married, and if I go out for a drink, it will be with my wife. Right, you said I'm straight, I'm married. The thing that caused the dispute between you was the gay guy made an advance towards you, and you decided to say, no way. Answer, in your words, yeah. Well, that's a question. Well, you know what's weird? It's not my words, because even Walt in the text message, he says he thinks you want him to fight with you over some weird sort of sex thing. Answer, that's his mind, not mine. So Mr. Diaz can try to twist Mr. Radford's words again, and twist the evidence to fit his theory, his story. But the reality is that Mr. Lay told us what he was going to do. Mr. Diaz told you that Mr. Radford mentally and verbally selected the victim. There's no evidence that he selected Mr. Lay to kill. He used homophobic slurs? Yes. He was an asshole? Yes. He was a jerk? Yes. He did things that society looks down upon and frowns upon and is unacceptable. Yes, yes, yes. But there's no evidence that he murdered. There just isn't. Because the physical evidence can tell multiple stories. It's reasonable, plausible theories that he acted in self-defense.
None of the witnesses, Mr. Diaz said that he, being Mr. Radford, had a problem with that. And that's just not true. Several of them got up and told you that they got into words with him, that he was verbally aggressive towards them as well. But again, no violence for 6 years. When Mr. Diaz was talking about great bodily harm, he used the phrase, Mr. Radford didn't think he was going to be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. That's not the law. That's not what the law says. If you go back there and the law tells you that unless somebody feels like they're going to be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of your life, color me surprised. But that's not the law. It says that it can't be trivial or slight more than bruising. We know that he had more than that. And it's not what he suffered, it's what he thought a reasonable person thought they were going to suffer. You heard his words on that 911 call. You heard the sadness, you heard the emotion, and you heard the trauma. Now, Mr. Diaz felt like it was going to be like an aha moment with the video walkthrough and touch on this. I don't know where that was going. He mentioned that Mr. Radford would have heard Mr. Lay coming with his dog. So he was lying in wait. Well, first and foremost, Mr. Radford goes to the dog park almost every day. And the witnesses said that he's usually the first one there, if not at the same time as Mr. Lay knows that. And ask yourselves, if Mr. Lay was truly threatened by that alibi, I'm calling it an alibi video because that's what I believe it is. If he was really threatened, if somebody told him, somebody being Mr. Radford, but somebody that people have testified, both of them have hated each other for years now. They didn't at one point, they were friends. And they were friends when Mr. Radford knew he was gay. So clearly that wasn't a problem for Mr. Radford. The deterioration of that relationship, that the evidence
it became a problem
because of things like politics and COVID and masks and vaccines. Liberal versus conservative. Because the civilian witnesses acknowledged we were cordial at one. Now some said, some implied that they were better friends or just kind of acquaintances, but the evidence is that he knew he was gay before that relationship deteriorated, which doesn't comport with the state's story or theory that he hates him because he's gay. Well, he uses improper language. He grew up in a different time where that was part of the lexicon. Is it right to continue to use it? Nobody is saying that. But that doesn't make him a criminal, and it doesn't mean he committed murder. And it certainly doesn't mean he targeted Mr. Lay. But when we're listening to this video, as Mr. Diaz was trying to show us, like, oh, there's the picnic table, he was lying in wait, and he would have heard his dog. Well, right when that's happening, an airplane at like 180 decibels is blasting overhead. So again, we're speculating and imagining on Mr. Diaz's behalf. Maybe he heard his dog. Maybe he was lying in wait. Again, no evidence of this. I mean, the state is asking you to imagine. No, they need you to imagine certain things. They need you to speculate. They need you to force yourself to put those puzzle pieces when you know they don't fit. Because they are lacking evidence. Evidence that would have exonerated my client. Evidence that was lost as a result of law enforcement's deficient investigation. Mind you, that everything you've heard from Mr. Radford in those interviews and 911 calls are consistent and make sense and are reasonable. Maybe Mr. Lay's dog wasn't barking that day because he had Mr. Gumpert's dog with him and they were playing. Again, I'm allowed to imagine and speculate because I don't carry a burden here. But there were other rational, reasonable explanations. There is no evidence that Mr. Radford was lying in wait. None. None whatsoever. Mr. Diaz asked you, or wants you to, look at the jury instruction about justifiable use of deadly force and specifically implies that because Mr. Radford used force or assault or a threat of force, that he had a duty to retreat. Again, you have paid close attention. Mr. Diaz is right. You've been taking thorough notes. You've been locked in, listening to every witness, watching every interview, listening to every 911 call. There's no evidence, actual eyewitness evidence, beyond the version of events we have from Mr. Radford, that Mr. Lay was attacked by Mr. Radford. Are there some abrasions on him as testified by the doctor? Sure. But I think if you look at those two pictures, not I think, I know.
Or if he had been married and settled down, it would have
For
been
the record,
fine.
this is
And
State's
he never
Exhibit
talked
20,
about it.
paper M, showing the jury was the Marcus photo pay. And on side by side, State's Exhibit 12. Who got the better of who? If Mr. Radford, lying in wait, attacked Mr. Lay with his mug so hard that, and again, these are the speculative, imaginary situations, I'm sorry, that the state is asking you to do. Again, in direct contradiction of the law and what the burden they carry. They're asking you to imagine. They're asking you to speculate. If he hit him over the head so hard with his mug that the handle broke off, is that the injuries you're going to see? Absolutely not. That doesn't make sense. Using your common sense, you know that's not true. Is it possible that Mr. Radford, when he was struck over his head and fell to the ground on his elbow, that a handle, mind you, when you look at the photos, is not screwed on? I don't know if you remember me asking, was it screwed or glued? You can clearly tell it's just like some type of glue, and it just snapped off. Reach after reach after reach, asking you to use your emotions to convict Mr. Radford of a crime they have not proven. Told you that he was not in fear of death, and that the defense will say that kick my ass means maim. No. I will say, I was fucking helpless. I just wanted it to stop. I couldn't believe how strong he was. There's no other interpretation of I was helpless. Did he say the words, Detective Herrick, I was in fear of great bodily harm or death? No. But when you use the language that he used, it's abundantly clear that he was terrified of great bodily harm or death, or stopping the commission of a felony battery. Mr. Radford, or Mr. Diaz told you the only way John Walter Lay gets to speak is that selfie video. Also not true. Because we have his text sent after the selfie video. So here's the timeline. On January 30th at 10:19 p.m., Sue Jones texts Mr. Lay about Mr. Radford. Goes unresponded to until February 1st, 2024 at 7:58, on February 1st, 2024 at 7:58 in the morning, Mr. Lay records a selfie video. Now mind you, 6 years of alleged super hyper-aggressive Mr. Radford, and we were so scared of him, and he's just so dangerous. No calls to the police. No filming Mr. Radford's behavior. No request for the police to trespass. No. But Mr. Lay records a selfie video. You're going to die. You're going to die. He says it twice on that video. Doesn't call the police. Doesn't record Mr. Radford doing it. No evidence that it actually happened. He wasn't afraid. I submit to you that probably, maybe, it isn't even true. I submit to you it's not. Because anybody that their life was threatened, ask yourself, the next day, would they get up? So you know what I'm going to do today? I know that guy that we're all afraid of, and that they would never back to the testimony of his friends. Walt withdrew himself from the situation. He did everything he could to stay away from Mr. Radford. He avoided him. He would sit at the other table. Is that consistent with what Mr. Lay did after recording that selfie video? What did he do? Let's forget the text messages for a second, because on February 2nd, in the morning, alone, knowing Mr. Radford is always at the dog park as one of the first people, the individual who allegedly threatened him with death ×2 the day before, and has previously said horrible things to him, and previously verbally threatened him, blocked his path. What does he do? He goes to the dog park to confront him. I'm telling you in front of him, the state wants you to believe that. Why should he have to stop? He should have stayed home. No, I'm not saying he should have stayed home. I'm saying it's not true. No, A, wouldn't call the police, and B, the next day would go to the park and be alone with that person. No, unless they're looking for a fight.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Unless they were looking for a fight. So on February 1st, and again, the font changed, I apologize, but at 1:11 p.m., Mr. Radford responds to Sue Jones. Hello, I'm at work. Our computers are down. I was able to get all his info from the morning group. He's crazy. He doesn't have anywhere else to go. He doesn't really intimidate me. Now, ask yourselves, if hours before his life was threatened, either that's patently false and a lie, and he's creating an alibi for himself because he is sick of Mr. Radford. Shit, that's the witnesses said. And then he's like, I got an idea. I'm going to record this threat because I do want to fight him. I'm sick of it. I told him we're going to come to blows, and here we are. Here we are. I'm not really he doesn't really intimidate me. But allegedly, hours before, he said, you're gonna die. I thought if he blocks my path again, and mind you, he's talking about the individual who told him he was going to die. I'll try to tackle him. He's really older than he looks. He's weak and feeble. I'll keep you informed. This weekend should be drama. There is no other way to interpret that Mr. Lay wanted and was prepared to attack Mr. Radford. And again, the physical corroborates that. Mr. Radford's 911 call corroborates that. His interviews corroborate that. And the state of Florida would have you believe, would need you to believe that because Mr. Radford didn't have diarrhea of the mouth, exactly how they would have done. Remember, Detective Hicks, there is no right or wrong way to react to trauma. Right? Everybody reacts to it. Detective Herrick admitted it too, one of the few things he admitted. Because Mr. Radford didn't say it the way Mr. Diaz wanted him to say it, in the order he wants to say it. Guilty, lying. No. Absolutely not. He's eat up with bursitis. I think he wants me to beat him. That's what Mr. Radford said happened. Now ask yourself. I asked the detective. Well, I mean, that's a different thing. It's not the same. Different messages. Yeah. That's not. It's insulting. Those things are diametrically opposed. A selfie video that you're keeping for your safety. Sharon told me to do this to protect myself. So that implies that he believes it. Implies. But we know he didn't because hours later he sends this message. Now ask yourself. There's only a few possibilities here. Either he made it up, or this is all true. Well, I submit to you that this message is all true. But either the video is made up, or Mr. Radford did it and he didn't believe it. But either way, we know what Mr. Lay. Because remember, Mr. Diaz told you that his voice is heard only through that selfie video. No, no, no. Because that selfie video is not the last of Mr. Lay's words. These are the last known recorded words that we're aware of right in front of you. 18 hours before Mr. Radford called 911, a call you listened to shortly ago. Mr. Lay says, now mind you, never physical violence. I'm going to try to tackle him. He doesn't intimidate me. He's weak and feeble. He knows about his ailments. The witness testified he knew about his ailments. And then Mr. Radford is hysterical on 911. I didn't have a choice. I was helpless. Mr. Diaz told you I'd get up here and talk about Detective Herrick, and we have. And he told you he would like video. And I'm sure you would too. But guess what? We don't have it because of Detective Herrick. And that is a lack of evidence. You can find a reasonable doubt based on a lack of evidence. And there is no bigger lack than the investigation that the lead detective allegedly conducted in this case. He couldn't have seemed more disinterested. He couldn't have seemed more interested in kind of pawning off his responsibilities on everybody else. Well, that wasn't my task. So what? I don't believe for a second that the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office would fragment a homicide investigation between 5, 6, 7 detectives that don't communicate with one another, that don't talk about the case. That makes no sense. You know, what do? They have a lead detective that all the information funnels to, who's in charge of the investigation. Go do this, go do that, I'm gonna do this. Oh, there's a sign that I saw as I walked into the walkthrough of a camera at the park. That is priority number one. There is no better evidence than video. None. Absolutely none. And he didn't care. So yeah, we were gonna talk about Detective Harris for good reason. It's incredibly troubling that the state would acknowledge the lack, but then turn around and say, well, we don't know what would have been on. That's not Mr. Radford's problem. That's not Mr. Radford's job. That's Mr. Diaz's problem and Mr. Diaz's job. And that alone, I submit to you, should lead to reasonable doubt. Do not let the state tell you that Dr. Devers supports their theory over any other theory in any more capacity. Do not, because you heard her testimony unequivocally. She cannot testify to the orientation of those bodies. All she can tell you is the bullet path. That's it. And in a real-time fight, she agreed that it would be just as feasible for a bullet path with a struggle over a firearm, if somebody's offset, that was possible. She couldn't tell you anything without video or eyewitness testimony. Mr. Radford acted in self-defense. He was in reasonable fear. There was a struggle over the firearm, and he had to take Mr. Lay's life to save his own. Mr. Lay was conducting a forcible felony upon Mr. Radford, a felony battery. There is no credible, competent, substantial evidence that takes the state over the finish line to meet their burden. There just isn't. There was discussion in Mr. Diaz's clothing about Mrs. Darlington saying, I want to kill him. And in a vacuum, without context, that doesn't sound good. But when we add context, like 6 years of a contentious relationship, could we say to ourselves, but when we add context, like how we analyze what Mr. Lay's friend said confronted with this text message. What if I told you that Mr. Lay
Absolutely does.
I think Mr. Wolf, one of the first words. I don't think he's joking, but I submit to you that when you are.
I was wondering why they didn't make him shave the beard, just because. That's why. That's why they made him grow the beard. They said, don't shave the beard. You look pitiful with the beard. You look like the old man from Home Alone.
Getting under each other's skin for years and years and years. When you have that individual, Mr. Lay, admitting to other state witnesses that he's doing it on purpose to rile up Mr. Radford. At some point, you may say something like, I want to kill him. That doesn't mean you did. Especially when the evidence isn't consistent and doesn't prove a homicide. It just doesn't. Especially when we have Mr. Lay's last words that he's going to tackle Mr. Radford. Especially when you use your common sense and you think about that 911 call. Truly think about it. Listen to those words. Listen to that emotion. When you watch that interview, when you watch that walkthrough, when you think about his cooperation, when you think about his injuries versus Mr. Lay's injuries, entire picture, not a cherry picked quote. Mr. Diaz told you that it was a cold shot. And neighbors, two sides to every story. I submit to you that Mr. Lay called the shot. Which is it? The evidence shows that Mr. Radford acted in self-defense. No doubt about that. But like I said, even if you don't believe that, after listening to all the testimony and listening to all the evidence, if you don't believe that it was self-defense, you're probably sitting there saying, I don't know who happened. That is reasonable doubt. That is not guilty. These are the quotes taken out of the text messages. This weekend should be drawn.
Yeah, but this is not what he
In
meant.
the most tragic of ways, it was. I am incredibly saddened that we find ourselves here. As is abundantly clear at this point, incredibly troubled by the presentation of the state's case when it comes to their burden of proof. Members of the jury, I appreciate your time and attention in this case. I ask you, when you go back into that jury room to deliberate, to take your common sense with you. I ask you to truly hold the state to their burden, to not act emotionally on the mean slurs or homophobic statements or the claimed aggressive behavior against Mr. Radford. Because remember, before you get to the enhancement, you have to find that Mr. Radford, in fact, committed murder or manslaughter. Because the enhancement says, if you find that Gerald Declan Radford committed second-degree murder or manslaughter, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that he, so remember, you have to find that person. I submit to you, there's no way, based on everything presented, two sides to every story. The evidence fits, that's reasonable doubt. But that he perceived, knew, or had reasonable ground to believe that of his sexual orientation, no dispute there, none at all. Two, intentionally selected John Walter Lay II because of that perception. There's just no evidence of that. None whatsoever. As it pertains to second-degree murder, the state has not established, first of all, that the use of deadly force wasn't justified. Their burden to prove to you beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt it wasn't justified. And we've gone over more reasons than we can count as to why. But he's not guilty of that. That the homicide was justifiable, that it was done while resisting the commission of a felony upon himself, that it was done to stop the imminent threat of great bodily harm or death, and he's not guilty of manslaughter because the killing was justified for the aforementioned reasons. So, when you go back and deliberate, and you weigh the evidence, and you hold the state accountable to their verdict, I ask you to return the only verdict supported by the facts, supported by the evidence, and supported by the law, not emotion. And I ask you to return a verdict on the verdict form of not guilty. Choice.
Great, we're going to take a quick comfort break before we conclude.
All rise. Finally. Done, finally. We've still got a little less than an hour to go. I hope that includes this break. Really? Diaz is doing the rebuttal too. Which I'm not complaining, because he's good. Just surprised. So I don't know, manslaughter or second degree. It definitely wasn't self-defense though. Walt wasn't armed at all. And you know what? He probably did exactly what he said he was going to do. He probably tackled him. And he probably didn't know that he had a gun. I bet he cries too when the verdict's read. Because he's cried off and on through the whole trial. And it was usually when they talked about his dog dying. And remember during one of the interviews at the police station, he said, I don't know if I'm crying because of him or because of my dog. This case is so messed up. You know, and part of the trial, I don't remember which one, they said that he was a very religious man. You know, I don't want to get into religion, but
Mr. Diaz.
if you're a Christian, you're supposed to love everybody, no matter what. It's God's place to judge people, not ours.
Thing I said. I hope it's the timestamp. 13 minutes, 10 seconds of the recorded audio of the first interview of Gerald Radford.
Okay. So he comes walking the other way and he said something. I said, fuck off. And we're like walking towards each other. And he just fucking, he said, get away from me or I'll kick your record. I don't know what he said. I didn't say he said it, but I said, what are you going to do?
So he comes walking the other way and he said something. That's Gerald Radford seeing the victim walking towards him. And I said, fuck off. Will you just, we're like walking towards each other. They're walking towards each other. And he just fucking, he said, get away from me or I'll kick your, and then he stutters. He stops, catches himself. I don't know what he said. I can't say if he said, I'll kick your ass. I said, what are you going to do? That's Gerald Radford by the picket bench. It's Walter Lay coming in the park, walking towards each other. That's not Walter Lay ambushing Mr. Radford. That's not blindsiding him. That's Walter Lay saying, get away from me or I'll kick your ass. That's a conditional statement. You could phrase that as, if you don't get away from me, then I'll kick your ass. That's not, I'm here to kill you, old man. That's not, today's the day you die, buddy. That's an expression of, get away from me or I will defend myself. I said, what are you going to do? That's Gerald Radford. That's the statement of every bully. That's the kid you knew in high school or you knew in middle school who would go up to somebody and start pushing them. Find a weaker kid and bully them. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Because that's what Gerald Radford did for months. Did for months to John Lay. That's Gerald Radford's words. And go back and listen to that. Go back and listen to about 5 minutes before that when he starts telling the entire history of their relationship. Because you know what you're going to see? He's not concussed. He's not crying. He's not confused. He's relating exactly what the history between the two of them was. He's not saying, I don't remember what he said at all. He said, get away from me or I'll kick your, well, I don't know what he said. I don't know if he said, I'll kick your ass. He didn't say, I don't remember if he said, get away from me. He keeps that part.
I love this prosecutor so much.
You may have heard in the first interview with Gerald Radford, it comes up.
Right.
And then when we read in the transcript of the testimony from December 6th, it came up again. Gaslighting. That's the phrase Gerald Radford used to describe the mistreatment he was enduring from the victim. He was gaslighting. And you may remember that I even called out, I said gaslighting. It's the 2022 Merriam-Webster word of the year. There it is. Manipulating, grossly misleading, or downright deceitful. The defense has stood up here and suggested that John Lay was gaslighting. He literally said he was setting up an alibi in some sort of grand plan. Detective Harrop, gaslighting. He's being grossly misleading and downright deceitful. The state attorney's office, gaslighting. I am cherry picking the evidence. Well, there we go. I never did anything to him. I never insulted him. I talked to him and treated him with respect, just like everybody else there. That's the words of Gerald Radford. That's his first words. Is that gaslighting? I swear to God, I never did a damn thing to the guy. And I don't know why he started on me. You don't know why he started on you? Is that gaslighting? No, I don't think I ever threatened him. 6 people. 6 people came here to talk about what Gerald Radford did. Is that gaslighting? Are they gaslighting you? Or is Gerald Radford gaslighting all of us? Who's gaslighting who? You know, as I was sitting there, thought of these quotes. Words may lie, but actions will always tell the truth. A lie stands on one leg, and truth stands on two. And the reason that means is because you can knock a lie over. It's not some stable footing. That's what the state of Florida has done. I have done that because, as I have said over and over, this is the question. I killed him, but, it was self-defense. And if you don't think it was self-defense, I killed him. That's what's left. That's what's left. It's like simple math. Now, Mr. Fudge got up here and made a variety of suggestions of things that I have said or that have happened in this trial that are meant to mislead you or cherry pick or confuse you or whatever the case may be. But I really want to make sure a few things are set straight. First, the state of Florida has never suggested and is not suggesting to you that Gerald Radford killed John Lay because John Lay asked him out for a beer. Because remember, that was back in the past. Radford out for a beer, Mr. Radford didn't like it, and that's when fucking faggot started. That's why I bring that up. Because Gerald Radford and the defense wanted to tell you, this is all just the First Amendment. These are all just people having reasonable disagreements about politics and mask mandates and COVID and vaccines. It is not. It is not. Fucking faggot came about because Gerald Radford had a guy make a pass at him and he didn't like it, which is a ludicrous thing to do to begin with, because I can't imagine how many people, but especially how many women in the world, must have a guy make a pass at them, and we would all look at them if they just ran around yelling at people some horrible invective. It's not what we expect. But they're right. Mr. Radford can say that all he wants, except he can't keep saying that about the guy that you want to break his jaw, punch him in the face, fucking kill him, and then actually kill him. The defense has tried to talk about how I pointed out the picnic bench because that's some sort of indication of there was this plan to kill. That is not what I'm saying. If I wanted to argue to you that Gerald Radford planned to kill John Lay on February 2nd and that there was some elaborate plan in place where he was laying in wait, you would have charged him with first-degree murder. We didn't charge him with first-degree murder. We don't think this is a premeditated killing. We think this is two guys who had a fist fight, and Gerald Radford exceeded the scope of the law, pulled a gun, and shot a guy illegally, not in self-defense. That's why it's second-degree murder. That's why I talk about hatred, ill will, spite, or evil intent, and not premeditation. I only talk about the park bench because it shows Gerald Radford is behaving in conformity with the behavior you've heard about him at every place. He knows John Lay is coming. He knows where he's going to be, and he wants to just have his usual bullshit argument with him. He wants to bully him. That's what he was planning. He wasn't planning a murder when he's waiting by the park bench. I suggest to you he was never planning a murder at all, because that would be premeditation. He killed him out of hate in the moment. The defense tried to tell you that this is a hate crime. Well, ladies and gentlemen, again, I can't say this enough. Words matter. This is literally the law for the crime being enhanced for the aggravation by the intentional selection. Where's the word hate? Where's hate crime? It's not a hate crime. Do you know what the hate crime is? There. It's second-degree murder. That's the hate. Here, you just gotta select them. And you can figure it out. A person could just decide, I want to kill a certain group of people because I just want to send a message. I don't necessarily hate them, although I think if you kill someone, you probably hate them. But that's not the standard. It's not a hate crime. It's just the intentional selection. The hate is here in second-degree murder, and the hate is there in Gerald Radford's heart. The defense also tried to suggest to you that I have tried to diminish the fact that there is no surveillance video. That I said, there's no surveillance video, but we don't know. I'm just stating logic. We don't know what the video contains. No one can say for sure. But I'm not trying to tell you to ignore that. But I'm also telling you to follow the instruction. You're going to get an instruction called Weighing the Evidence 3.9. And I talked about this during jury selection because, of course, I had the information and you didn't know yet. But I talked to you about, what if there's no fingerprint? What if there's no DNA? What if there's no surveillance video? Well, there's no fingerprints. The DNA didn't help a whole lot, and there's no video, right? But that's not the standard. Whether the state has met the burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses. I didn't have only one witness, I had a whole bunch. But in fairness, you could say, other than Mr. Radford, I didn't have any witnesses to what happened in the dog park, because the other guy is dead. It's not dependent upon the number of witnesses it has called or the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and the quality of the evidence presented. That's what you judge me on. Mr. Futch has made a pretty bold claim. And he didn't mince words about it. He said it to you over and over again. He told you that not only did Gerald Radford act in self-defense, John Lay was a criminal mastermind trying to set up an alibi. Right? It's not just two guys had a fight. This was all planned by John Lay. He was setting up an alibi. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that is possible. Just stop and think. John Lay already had an alibi if he wanted to hurt Gerald Radford. Was Gerald Radford already calling him a fucking faggot? Was he already doing it multiple times? Was he already doing it in front of other people? Was Gerald Radford already blocking the path of Mr. Lay? Were the people who saw it already concerned for Mr. Lay's safety? Were they already telling him to call the police and to get somebody involved? If it had been the other way, and John Lay was sitting here and Gerald Radford was dead, he already had all that. Why does he need to set up an alibi? A single selfie video. It's ridiculous. It is asking you to ignore what your eyes are seeing and your ears are hearing. Just consider the dichotomy, because this entire trial is a dichotomy. Fear or hate. Justified or unjustified. But even the two men are the dichotomy. Gerald Radford is a bigot. Everything he did was bigoted and hateful and aggressive and threatening. And person after person came up here and told you that John Lay was laid back, peaceful, non-confrontational. I think one woman described him as a scholar, not a fighter or a warrior. And they want you to ignore that. That's gaslighting. They're telling you to ignore what your eyes see and your ears hear. That's not cherry picking. I'm literally telling you, look at the evidence. This is the standard. I made no secret about it. I didn't try to hide it. I did it, remember? The Kentucky Wildcats. Whenever the phrase reasonable doubt is used, you must consider the following. You define a reasonable doubt in the negative. It is not a mere possible, speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Mr. Futch stood up here and started talking about how Dr. Bieber said all of these things are possible. And that's true. Medical science can only tell us so much from an autopsy. But when I stood over Mr. Chambers, who was on his knees right here, and I drew the gun and it just instinctively went to the right spot on his body to shoot him, certainly it's possible. But is that reasonable? Is that more reasonable than the other things you had to watch me do with Mr. Chambers, where he had to like stand on the step ladder, so I was further down on the body, pretending to be Mr. Lay, further down on the body of Mr. Radford, and Mr. Radford would draw the gun. The gun has to go somewhere all the way across the head of Mr. Lay and come over to the left side of Mr. Radford's body, and then turn the gun back, and then finally find the magic angle. There's a logical thing that says Occam's razor. Given two options, the simpler one is likely to be true. So yeah, judge me, ladies and gentlemen, because that's the burden. But judge me on this burden. What is reasonable? Is it reasonable that John Lay got a bunch of scuff marks and gouges to his knees because he's on the floor struggling for his life, fighting over a gun. And that's why he gets shot downward from a man standing behind him, who in that instance is absolutely positively not acting in self-defense? Or is it some complex thing where Gerald Radford was laying on his right hip, doesn't get any dirt on his pants, doesn't get any marks on his pants, he somehow rolls over, he gets the gun free, he doesn't do the instinctual thing, which is what he demonstrates in the first instance, which is he just fires from the hip into the left side of John Lay. No, instead, now Mr. Lay wrestles over the gun. Well, Mr. Radford is on the ground. So if I put my back to this wall, pretend that that's the ground, when I draw the gun, the guy who's on top of me, the easiest way to take the gun away from me is to push the gun this way. He has the advantage. He's 50 pounds heavier, and he's leaning on me. It's the strength of my one arm against the sum total of his body weight. But he doesn't do that. No. Gerald Radford, who is somehow too weak to resist Mr. Lay, manages to somehow get the gun all the way over, like this. And then in the most awkward position possible, do this. While still having Mr. Lay's finger in the trigger guard, and disengages the safety because Mr. Lay is somehow furiously pulling the trigger. It's just not firing because the safety's engaged. Because John Lay has a gun pointed at him, but he's pulling the trigger. Let me pull the trigger now while the gun's pointed at me. Is it possible? I guess. I think it borders on Little Green Men from Mars, but you may feel differently. But it's definitely not reasonable. You have to force yourself to believe it. You have to find a way to imagine that. You have to speculate. That is not a reasonable doubt. The defense showed you this instruction. It's called weighing the evidence. It's a 3.9. And I always like the fact that right at the beginning, it does exactly what I asked you to do before. Use your common sense. Look, I got a chance to read all your verdict forms. I even knew which of you had friends or family members who were lawyers. None of you are lawyers. Jurors don't have to be lawyers. We ask average people who are almost certainly not lawyers. You don't want to pick lawyers. I'll tell you that. Right? We just want people with common sense. I want you to stop for a minute and think about this statement. Remember this moment? Mr. Futch held up these two pictures and told you that this guy got the worst of it. That guy's dead. That man gets to keep living. He gets to keep breathing. He gets to dream. He gets to love. He gets to hope. This guy gets none of that. This guy got the worst of it? I have gone to great pains to look for all the other things that you can turn to for indications of what happened. And that is why I have focused on things like dirt on the jeans, dirt on the face, dirt on the speaker, dirt on the gun. It's why I have focused on things like the number of bullets in the gun. This is State's Exhibit 4E and 4F. That's the way General Radford left the gun on the table. That's before it's been picked up, before it's been moved. It's sitting next to the beanie hat. You can still see the kind of red color of the beanie in the corner. That gun has no bullet in it, and it's got 6 rounds in the magazine. And so since Mr. Futch read the transcript to you, and I need to be clear, ladies and gentlemen, because we have this problem all the time. You don't get the police report, you don't get the transcripts, you have to rely on the things you do. We're not going to give you those things on paper. This was said. This is from Mr. Radford. He's asked, you wait for law enforcement to arrive? He says, I did. I walked from where the scuffle took place, walked over to the table, and as I was walking over, there was 2 rounds jammed in the slide. 2 rounds. The stovepipe round that didn't eject, and the follow-up round that was pointing inwards with the primer out, and that couldn't load into the chamber because of the stovepipe round. So it just had it blocking the slide. So it took me a few tries to get it out. And I know that the round fell out because it hit me on the foot. It wasn't an empty shell. This hit me in the foot. It had bullet weight behind it. Okay, so stop and think about what Gerald Radford has said. Here's a gun, and here's a magazine. Okay? If there was 6 in the mag and 1 in the chamber, the one in the chamber is the one that's stovepipe. And so one of them had to come out of the mag to go up into the chamber as part of the stovepipe, because there's 2 in the slide. And it has to be a live round, because he says it's a live round that falls out of the slide, ejects out of the gun when he's clearing the stovepipe, and falls on his foot. So there can only be 5 rounds left in the mag. Now, why does that matter? Mr. Futch stood over here and told her to tell you that the 911 call was a spontaneous moment of emotion by Mr. Radford. He said there was no time for reflection. And I submit to you that's just not possible. Gerald Radford had a fight with a man, and in a moment of really, really bad judgment, because he doesn't understand what the self-defense laws in Florida are, he shot and killed his opponent. And I submit to you that if he's having an emotional moment, it's because he's just killed a man. Okay? But now, he's got a gun in hand, it's loaded, and it's stovepiped. It takes 2 hands to unload the gun. It takes 2 hands to clear the stovepipe. So he's not on the phone yet, talking to the police. He can't be clearing the phone, he can't be on the phone and clearing the gun, right? He's clearing the stovepipe. The bullet's falling on his foot. He's got to stop, he's got to pick it up, and then he's got to put the bullet back in the mag for some reason. And I know Gerald Radford is going to say, I was trying to do the right thing, I was trying to render the weapon safe. Well, first off, the weapon was safe. Right? It wasn't firing. That's what a stovepipe is. It can't fire. And even if you did clear it, what's the need to put the bullet back in the magazine? The magazine's not in the gun, the bullet's not in the gun, it's no danger. Right? But he did. He had the time for that. He had the wherewithal and the focus to do that. Remember, that's one of the first things that's happening after the moment. And then if you listen to the testimony that was read into the record, Gerald Radford also picks up his speaker. Remember? Because there was that whole thing about whether or not there was sand on the speaker and whether or not he picked it up. So he's got to have time to pick up a speaker, unload a gun, clear a stovepipe, reload a mag. He still hasn't even started making the 911 call. But interestingly, Gerald Radford, a man who needs glasses to see up close, remember these things, his transitions? The ones covered in the sand from the park a year later? He doesn't go get those because he talks about he's trying to dial the phone 999, right? No one looks at their phone like this. You put your phone here and dial it. He doesn't go get his glasses, right? Because he's focused on the gun. He's focused on the murder weapon. Because he is having to think about what to do. Because he has shot someone and killed someone. And he's going to have to find a way to explain it. And again, I'm telling you, I'm not saying he planned to kill him. I'm just saying he did kill him and he did it out of hate. Okay? So he's reacting to a bad decision he made. Now Gerald Radford gets on the phone and he has the wherewithal to say, well, I'll tell the police when they get here. He could have started vomiting all of the information, but he doesn't. Okay? And Gerald Radford told the police he went ape shit. Do you remember that moment? I literally spelled it into the record to make sure it wasn't misheard. That's what happened. He lost his cool. He got angry. Spite and hate and ill will and evil intent overtook him. So, you know what, ladies and gentlemen? Maybe this is the day. Maybe this is the day that John Lay threw the first punch. Maybe this is the day that he said, you know what, I've had enough of this bully and bullshit. Okay? Maybe that's true. And that would certainly explain why a person who doesn't understand self-defense laws in the state of Florida and who made a really bad decision when he was angry would think to tell the police, go get the cameras, go get the cameras. Because it's going to show that Gerald Radford walked up to John Lay and was bullying him and berating him, and John Lay maybe threw the first punch. Okay. And Gerald Radford would have been perfectly, lawfully justified to fight back. But here's the thing. Gerald Radford says the fight starts with this weapon, the bubble mug. Okay? And maybe you think, well, yeah, look, I mean, it's a weapon, and Mr. Radford got hit in the face, and, you know, there's obviously some injuries to his face, and he must have been hit with something pretty hard. I mean, okay, great. It doesn't crack the glasses in any way, but hey, the world's a weird place. But here's the problem. That's the first punch. That's the first hit. Gerald Radford then says we're on the ground and whatever, but if you listen to the first interview, he says I get hit in the face, and then I grab him, and then I fall, not I'm knocked down, right? Because Gerald Radford is ready to have the fight, and now the fight has started. He didn't start the fight with the gay guy. He got his wish. Just like Albert Darlington sat here and told you he could see with his own eyes as a person there in the moment. He confronted Gerald Radford and said, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to get him to start the fight? And Gerald Radford just smiled. Because he knew that either he was just going to keep bullying Mr. Lane indefinitely, or someday Mr. Lane would throw a punch and then he could let him have it. But here's the thing. Even if John Lay threw the first punch, even if John Lay started the fight, every account from Gerald Radford says John Lay is hitting him with his hands. Maybe the first one is with this bottle, but every account says he's hitting him with his hands after the fact. He doesn't say he's beating me with this hard metal object. He says he's hitting me with his hand. It's a fist fight. And you don't get to shoot the guy in the fist fight if you don't reasonably believe that you're going to die or you're going to suffer great bodily harm. That's the standard. Gerald Radford was the guy with the gun. I suggest to you that Gerald Radford was the guy emboldened by the fact he had the gun because he knew he had the gun. He could be the bully. He could push and push and push and say, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Because he had the ultimate trump card. He had the power of life and death. And that's what happened. John Lay is dead, and Gerald Radford sits here. And you have to answer the question of what was in his mind, what was in his heart. And look, you are the jury. You can decide whatever in the world you want to decide. But if you're going to ignore what your eyes have seen and what your ears have heard over and over and over again, well, then you're being gaslit. Find the defendant guilty. John Lay is dead. This is not some political prosecution. This is not something that we simply wave away. It's not anything that I told you up front. Because remember, like Babe Ruth, I stood here and I called the shot. We're going to say it's the First Amendment. And so I hit first base, second base, third base, fourth base, home plate, home run. Hold the defendant accountable. Use your common sense. Find the defendant guilty. Thank you.
All right, for those of you reading along with me, I'm picking up on page 10 of 12 in your jury instructions where it says 3.13, submitting the case to the jury. So in just a few minutes, the bailiff will take you into the jury room, and the first thing you should do there is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations like the chairperson would of a meeting. The foreperson should see to it your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's responsibility to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict and bring the verdict form back here into the courtroom. You will discuss this case with your fellow jurors to reach an agreement. Again, your verdict must be unanimous. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but you should do so only after you've considered all the evidence, discussed it fully with other jurors, and listened to the views of your fellow jurors. Do not hesitate to change your opinion if the discussion persuades you to do so. However, you should not surrender your considered opinion in order to be congenial or to reach a verdict solely because of the opinions of other jurors. Do not change your honest belief about the weight and effect of the evidence simply to come to a verdict. During deliberations, you must communicate about this case only with one another, only when all of you are present together in the jury room. If, for example, a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until that juror returns. You're not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you've reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through any other means with anyone else, and do not contact anyone to assist you during your deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of this case, and if you become aware of a violation of these instructions or any other instructions I've given you, please let me know by giving a note to the bailiff. Many of you have cell phones, tablets, laptops, smartwatches, other electronic devices here in the courtroom. Our rules of procedure do not allow you to take those into the jury room, so leave them with the bailiffs. They'll be secured and guarded while you deliberate. If you do need to make a quick phone call or text to someone to let them know you're about to begin deliberations and so you will be incommunicado for a while, you're welcome to do that before your deliberations start. The bailiff will also explain to you how you advise us when you've reached a verdict or how to communicate with us if you have a question. If you do need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff signed by the foreperson. If you've already voted on one or more of the verdicts, do not disclose any actual vote in your note. If you do have a question, I must discuss it with all court personnel to determine first whether legally and procedurally we can even answer it, and secondly, if we can, how we will do so there will be an obvious delay in any response to you. You may continue your deliberations if you're able to do so while you wait for our answer. I will answer questions either in writing or orally here in the courtroom. Please, though, understand we cannot answer questions dealing with the testimony of the witnesses you've heard during this trial. You must rely on your own recollection of the answers the witnesses gave to the questions that were asked of them. We cannot give you an answer to any question that was not asked, nor can we explain an answer that was given by a witness. Exhibits all of the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate, and you're free to examine any of them in the jury room. However, you may see and consider only items or documents that were actually received in evidence. You may not see documents such as police reports or depositions that might have been discussed during this trial if they were not placed in evidence. As to the instructions on the law, you obviously have available to you this exact set of written instructions I've just read. There are no time limitations for jury deliberations. This is completely up to you as a jury. You may continue to deliberate as long as you wish. If you choose to deliberate past the dinner hour and would like us to order dinner for you, please let us know. Additionally, if at any time you would like to suspend deliberations and return tomorrow to continue, please let us know that as well. In closing, let me remind you it's important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For over 2 centuries, we've lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has a right to violate these rules we've agreed to share. So with that, I'm going to give you, you'll have with you, as I said, the court's copy of the jury instructions. It's in yellow paper to distinguish it from yours. The verdict form is also on a yellow piece of paper to distinguish it from your juror copy. The exhibits, as I said, will all go back into the jury room with you. It'll take us just a few minutes to get those together. I think you also have a list of the exhibits as well. That thank you that Angela has prepared for you that numbers them and tells you what they are so you don't have to open things unnecessarily if you don't need to. So with the exception of Shane Kelly and Angela Simpkins, you are our alternate jurors. In Florida, 6 jurors, no more and no less, are required to deliberate on this type of case. We're required by law to have alternate jurors in case an emergency had happened and we didn't have 6 people to deliberate. We would have to have started this process all over again. So you two stay with me for just a second.
Okay. That is a trial. But you are not going to believe this. They have already come back with a verdict. Yeah, I want to know how long he's been carrying his gun with him to the dog park. Like, did he just start carrying it with him? I know he said at one point, I don't remember if it was in the stand your ground hearing or in the interrogation after the shooting, but he said he always carries it for protection. But I really want to know, when did he really truly start carrying that gun to the dog park? But yeah, they have already come back. And I know, but I'm not going to say anything. Buckle up.
All right, be seated. My understanding is you have reached the verdict. The verdict form to the bailiff for me. And the verdict form is in order. If you publish the verdict and poll the jury. Please.
Ma'am. State of Florida versus Gerald Declan Radford. Case number 24-CF-003630A. Trial as follows as to count 1, second-degree murder. The defendant is not guilty. So say we all, dated the 6th day of February 2025. Juror number 1, foreperson of the jury. Juror number 1, is this your true and correct verdict?
It is.
Juror number 2, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, sir.
Juror number 3, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 4, is this your true and correct verdict? Juror number 5, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 6, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to spend one more moment telling you again how very much I and we appreciate your service here this week. As I told you earlier this week, we can't do what we do in this courtroom or any courtroom in this country without people like you who have responded and made this great sacrifice. The right to a trial by jury is fundamental to our system of justice. So I'm very sincere when I tell you how much I appreciate during
Even
the course of
address
this
the
trial.
info chart.
That much being said, all of my constant admonitions about not talking about the case are obviously lifted. You can do as much or as little of that as you would like to. You are never required to talk about your jury deliberations or your jury service absent a court order. But if you do choose to talk about jury service with others, I hope it has a somewhat positive spin so that if they get a jury service summons, they too will come down to the courthouse as you all have done this week. So that much being said, if you have any questions or would like to speak to any of the lawyers afterwards, you can let the bailiffs know. They'll let you know how you can effectuate that. I think you all have my contact information. If you have any feedback or input that you'd like to give me, I always welcome that as well. So without further ado, I want to thank you again for your time and attention and sacrifice this week. I hope you have a great rest of your week and a great weekend, and you are officially released from your jury service. Thank you.
All rise. There was a manslaughter charge too. Like, I knew he was not guilty because I saw when I was trying to, I don't know what I was trying to do. I was trying to do something. I was looking for something. I don't remember what I was looking for. I was looking for something on YouTube and I came across it that they were already back. So I knew it was not guilty, but I figured they would read not guilty on second degree and then not guilty of manslaughter. Isn't that usually how they do that? When there's a lesser included? Yeah. Because I was like, okay, if it was me, I would have said he's absolutely guilty. But what I would have been hung up on, was it second degree or was it manslaughter? That was where I couldn't decide. Yeah, he should have at least gotten manslaughter. Because I think he provoked that. He provoked, if he was tackled by Walt, he provoked that. Absolutely 100% provoked that. Because that text that they kept showing that Walt wrote was, well, if he gets in front of me again, I'm going to tackle him. And that's probably exactly what happened. What is wrong with the court system in Florida? Poor Ashley Benefield. That man was a black belt. He could have killed her with his bare hands, and she shot him and gets manslaughter. And then this guy, who's an older guy in his 50s, that's just minding his own business at the dog park, and this older guy terrorizes him, and he finally decides to do something about it, and the guy takes out a gun, a former Marine, takes out a gun and shoots him, and they find him not guilty. You know, it's the only system we have, and it works most of the time. I know I shouldn't be using those words on YouTube. I'm just, I'm head up. I can't believe that they found him not guilty. It's like the thing with Colin Griffith is it's one of those things that I would have been okay with it either way. Because it's like what he did was bad, but he had a reason to do it, you know? But this was not that. This was... Ugh. Okay, well, I'm going to go hook up my new internet to all my other devices. It works great on the iPad. Absolutely. When I used to try to get on YouTube on the iPad, I used to have to sit there and wait and wait and wait and wait and wait. And then I would get the YouTube channel would pop up, and then I would have to wait and wait and wait for chat to show up. So it was like boom, everything was there at once. I was like, oh my God. So I need to go get it, get everything hooked up and get the TVs and the game systems, everything connected. And so I'm so excited. But I'm so glad that you guys stuck with me to the end. I know this wasn't one of the big trials that everybody's watching. It wasn't on court TV and Law and Crime and all that, but I don't know why this one caught my attention, but it just did. And I don't know. It caught my attention, and I was really interested in it, and I really wanted to watch it. And so I really appreciate you guys watching it with me and hanging in there till the end. And we were behind the whole time. We were never live a minute in this trial, but you guys watched the whole thing with me, and I appreciate it. And yeah, it was really interesting. And we got to meet a really good prosecutor. Hillsborough County, I've watched trials there before too, and it's the police. It's not the lawyers in Hillsborough County are pretty good. It's always the police. What was that one? Was it the ice cream man trial? Do you guys remember that? There was a guy, he was an ice cream man, and he got robbed and assaulted and robbed in his ice cream truck, and it left him with permanent injuries. And somebody then shot the gang members that did it, and they pinned it on him. And he had 2 trials. The first one was a hung jury, and most of them voted not guilty, and he was actually convicted in the second trial. And I'm pretty sure that was Hillsborough County. And the cop, I believe it was that trial that the cop was like, I mean, he was a piece of work. He should have been fired. That was so horrible. So horrible. And then there was one witness that wouldn't even testify unless they gave him immunity. What did he do that he needed immunity for? Like, there's no way. Like, he wasn't a suspect or anything. So why did he need immunity? Like, if you just say, "Oh, I'll testify if you give me immunity," why do you need immunity? Like, it didn't make any sense. I was like, "Oh my God!" And I think they sent an innocent man in prison. I was so upset. So I'm like, yeah. When it comes to Hillsborough, I don't ever go to Hillsborough County anymore. I've not been in Hillsborough County in years, and I don't think I'm ever gonna go, because I'm afraid if something were to happen and I would accidentally commit a crime in Hillsborough County, I might end up in prison. I don't, because like Harrop, the detective in this case, he didn't follow through. Yeah, when you're in charge, when you're like overseeing something, you delegate, but then you have to follow through and go back and make sure it was done and done correctly. And he didn't seem to care about following through. So I don't know what's wrong with Hills. I mean, it's a big county, a busy county, lots of people, but you got to do what you got to do. Whatever. And I'm sure there's lots of crime down there. But wow. Do you guys see that? Or is it just me? Or am I having a seizure or something? Where the light is coming in through my sliding glass door. It's like rainbows. Can you guys see that? I don't know. I swear I'm not medicated right now. Maybe I've just been streaming for too long. Okay. Bye. Love you guys. Oh, you do see it? Great. It's not just me. Okay. I don't know what we're doing tomorrow, if anything. So make sure your bell is clicked for notifications because I don't know what's going on tomorrow. And if it's the baby in the garbage trial thing, I'm not doing it. If that's the only thing going on. So I don't know of any other trials. So you too, sweetie. I love you guys. You have a good night. Judy, you stay safe wherever you are. Bye.